What's good, y'all? I'm Skip.
And I'm DJ.
And we are Deciphered. Peace to the Dakotas. Peace to the YouTube members. I wanted to say that first and foremost before we get started. But real quick, ones in the chat, let me know how we sounding. Let me know how we sounding. No headphones today. No headphones. We don't want no issues. We just want to see how we get started.
Yeah, no headphones, man.
What's good, Miss Mackey? DJ Any Beans, Carmen San Diego, Marcus Price. It's a Virgo. Shout out to Virgo gang. Let me see who else in the chat. Kayla, X,
Drake Slander Part 3000.
Let me see. Graham P, Mad Zeke, Shantreese, 3-Band J, Vanessa Clark. Let me see. Shout out to Slade. Shout out to Day One Wrench Holder. Shout out to him. Jesus X Cristo, Ari D. She's one of the Dakotas, so I want to give a special shout out to her. WTF Hodor, Gen X Gemini, what's good? Sandman, Down in Dixie. Hey, shout out to the Birmingham Brethren. Special K, Pam Entertainment TV, Thomas. I'm trying to give everybody some love. R Blast. Let me see. Oh, shit, is that everybody? Everybody?
At least for now, you know they're coming.
Oh, for sure. By that time, they probably won't be able to get a shout out. JML 8404. Shout out to Deciphered and everyone here. Peace to you. Jaslyn McIntyre was good. Oh yeah, on the way in, make sure y'all hitting the like button. We not able to see it unless I pull up YouTube, and I don't want to be that type of person that be policing the likes throughout the whole live. So as you come in, please do us a favor and hit the like button. It helps push it out in the algorithm. Y'all already know how I do. So if y'all on the chat, I'm sure this ain't y'all first one. So make sure y'all hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And if you want additional content after you checked out what we got, become a Dakota. Join the Patreon. If not, you can join the YouTube members. And since we are getting a growing membership on YouTube, we're going to treat that just as we treat the Patreon and make sure that the early access and additional content goes over there. So, okay, Meredith McNutt, hello from a fellow Alabamian. Peace to you. What part of Alabama you from, if you don't mind me asking? Nakia A. Okay. I think we've done enough for that. We are at 100 viewers and it's going up. So
Drake is the Yamcha of Karens. Oh, that's crazy.
We are going to get started. So, okay, before we pull up any documents, because I have a link to the lawsuit. I haven't pulled it up and read it yet. So we'll probably do some of that while we on stream. But just from what you've heard, your thoughts about him going federal officially and filing that lawsuit against Universal Music Group.
Like, you asking me or you asking the chat?
Yeah, I'm asking you. But I'm asking the chat too. Let us know how y'all feel about it. But I'm asking you though. Shout out to Winnie, fan from the Philippines. Peace to you.
Yes. I didn't really expect it to get this far, to be totally honest. Like, once I realized like what it was initially, it was just a petition, not an actual lawsuit. Like, I didn't really think it would get out of that stage, just being honest. But yeah, Drake pulled the okie doke on us, man. He was like, okay, I'm gonna withdraw this suit right here out of New York. He basically just let Spotify out of the lawsuit. Now it's just solely he got his targets on UMG. So he tough, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. He tough for even trying to take it to this level, bro. I give him that. You got balls, pause.
Or he just stupid.
Or he just stupid. Yeah, one or two. I think it's more so arrogance, if anything. Like, he's so arrogant that he cannot. I heard Mark from RDC where he said this on one of the lives I listened to the other day, because he was talking about how they got named in the lawsuit or whatever. And he was saying like people not knowing how to take an L is what truly makes everything worse. He was just like, the more and more you try to defend yourself or try to dig your way out of a hole, it just makes it worse. You just make more L's on top of it. Learn how to gracefully accept your L, move on, and bounce back. And I think that's what Drake is doing. And now that we at the Fed time, I don't see this shit going the way he think it's gonna go. Just being honest.
I
So
think just from the lawsuit perspective and just bringing attorneys in, I think, of course, there's always an opportunity for the plaintiff to win, but I think UMG has the money to afford them the ability to make it very uncomfortable for Drake, whether that be continuing to extend the case and
yeah,
file motions and stuff like that, just to make it more costly to Drake in the end, to
and make
where
him run out of
eventually
money.
it taps out. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But also just on merit alone, the fact that he's filing a defamation lawsuit when he put out Family Matters, which was the first preemptive strike in the defaming process. You feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like he called, like we know what he said about Kendrick. Like he said the thing about Dave Free being a father to his son, and him putting hands on his lady and all of that other stuff. So though that's defamation of character. So just the lacking of, or just probably he probably just don't care. And I think that's why we consider it a crash out, because the immediate reaction would be, and it's probably a reason why he didn't sue Kendrick directly, because Kendrick will easily be able to countersue with a defamation claim and say, but you said what you said in Family Matters. You know what I'm saying? But real quick, before we get into it, shout out to Dark for the super chat, first super chat of the evening. Shouldn't Drake sue himself since he fed Kendrick the information? Facts. In Taylor Made, he said, using the Tupac AI, once you tell him he like young girls, that's a gift from me. And now he's suing. Like that shit is funny in itself. Like bro was really like, hey, say this. And then he said it. And then he went and told on him. But it reminds me of like all of those like viral TikToks and Instagram clips where you see like a Karen like disrespecting a black person over and over, and the black person being like, just chill, like
just chill. Yeah,
be like, hit me. No, I'm not gonna hit you. Hit me. And then they start hitting the black person, and then they throw a racial slur at the black person, and the black person, bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. And then
you won't understand.
the Karen just sitting there looking crazy, like, I can't believe you hit me. You told me to hit you 10 times, and you called me a slur and disrespecting me, like, and you put your hands on me. So it's like, I just think his, like you said, his arrogance and his inability to read the room has gotten him in a very precarious situation. Because where I want to go with this first, before we even pull up any documentation, because I know you mentioned some of the streamers, being that we were a part of the reaction community during this time,
right?
Like some of the implications that can come from this are much, much further beyond anything that we could imagine. Like he has the ability to do some things that can completely change the landscape of hip hop and media. And one thing I want to throw at you is, imagine if, because of course I see all the analytics because I'm working the stuff. So imagine if every copyright claim that we got for reacting to a song turned into a strike, and eventually channels got taken down for reacting to music because it violates the copyright claim for the label that they would have to do now as a precedent from him possibly winning this lawsuit. Now the labels won't want to be liable for what the reactors have to say, because if Drake wins, the precedent will be the labels are now being held responsible for the actions of the reactors, because if they allow them to react to the song, they allow them to insert their commentary into it and make it uncomfortable for the artist. And real quick, we got another super chat from X's Sketch Comedy Show. Appreciate you. Drake said, I might just hit y'all with the Rico. He did. He foreshadowed this 10 years ago when he was doing the song with Meek Mill. But yeah, what do you think about that part? The aspect that it can make it extremely uncomfortable for reactors and possibly, worst case scenario, eradicate the reacting community.
Yeah, and also too, depending on what's said, like in the reaction and in the comment section and things like that, it also can be in some forms legal action against the reactors, like because you're responsible for the content that you put out and things that you say. So even things that us just reacting to it for content, whether we feel this way or it's just kind of like for theatrics, you got to watch everything you say and do now. If this really goes where he wants it to go and he really, really wins this shit, it just really stifles all type of creativity from any type of person in media who create content or whatever it is. And I mean, he was already looking at it as stifling free speech. Like we already doing that right now, in a sense. So if it really goes that far, like that changes everything. Like I don't know how you can truly make content, especially the way that we do it and other people do it, without the music. You know what I'm saying? Other than it's just being long thought pieces and essays and things like that. But a lot of times, I mean, yeah, we do that too. But it also is good to incorporate the music sometimes to make that connection between us and the music and us and the fans. And the fact that he's really going out of his way to try to make these labels accountable is kind of insane to me. And then on top of that, now you're going at our livelihood in a sense
Yeah, no,
because
no sense. Straight up
yeah, because especially the bigger like
reactors. Yeah,
big, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't have, like second jobs or like 9 to 5s, like we would and things like that. Like this is their whole livelihood. Like this is what they sunken everything into. So now you taking away a third of what they can actually do and produce. Yeah, you affecting a bottom dollar, which is the main reason why Drake supposedly is trying to sue because they ran up the numbers on Not Like Us to devalue him, and now he's not gonna be able to get the contract that he wants because he got his ass whooped in his beef. So I just it's a lot of different things. I don't like it. Honestly, I really want this nigga just to go the fuck away. Like I am tired of this nigga. Like I'm so sick of this nigga. Like I want to talk about other shit so fucking bad, but there's no way we cannot avoid this shit. Like it's front page everything, and it just really all the attention that he wants, he's getting it. Whether it's good attention or not, he's getting
yeah.
all the attention that he wants. And that shit pissing me off. I don't like that.
And I want to respond to this comment from KK. This could prevent reactors from making money off videos. KK, the
Yeah.
point I'm making is it could prevent, depending on how it goes, it could possibly prevent reactors from being able to make videos.
Period. Yeah.
Like this could turn into a full-blown suppression on free speech. Because now if he wins, a precedent could be set from the rapper perspective of the rappers have to be super careful with what they say because it could possibly put the labels in charge of releasing what they do and having to censor it. It could be
Yeah.
parental advisory on steroids. It could go from the feel like, oh, we don't want to represent this particular ideology. So we're not going to release your album, or we're going to heavily censor your album, or we're going to not push your album as much as we would because we don't want to be behind. We don't want to stand behind what you're putting out.
Right.
And giving the record label the ability to do that could be extremely detrimental to hip hop. On top of going into the reactor community and it get it as bad as to the point where reactors aren't able to release videos because it will get a copyright strike. Not just a claim, but a copyright strike from the record label. And that's extremely detrimental. But we got another super chat from V Connolly. Shout out to V Connolly. Once I saw Lawbrey threaten legal action on the on a Degrassi writer for Wheelchair Jimmy back in the day, it was confirmation of who he always was. When I learned about that during the beef time.
Yeah.
And that was wildly indicative of the lengths that he's willing to go to and find ways to threaten people. But yeah, I was having this conversation with DJ, and then I had the realization with somebody before DJ, but I was telling them the OGs was telling us, like the people who were our age now when Drake came out were telling us that Drake wasn't hip hop.
Yeah.
We did not want to listen to him. We ignored him. Even when Drake showed us signs early on that he might be the complete opposite of how he's portraying himself,
Yeah.
we let it slide. We ignore a lot of red flags, not just normal flags. We ignore a lot of red flags. And they got to the point where he felt emboldened enough to be willing to burn down the entire hip hop industry to make a point.
Yeah. And another reason why I feel as though I don't think it'll go the way he wants it to go, the way he would win, is because it's in the label's best interest to also win this, because whether they want to admit it or not, reactors, YouTube content, TikTok content, that's free promo. We pushing your artists, we're pushing their music to the masses for the most part. I mean, that free promo help you get a better return back on your investment into this artist is needed, and they take advantage of that 100%. That's why, especially during the beef time, when they let the copyrights off and let us profit off of that.
I'm
And
glad you said it. I want to show them something. Give
and
me 1 second. But the point
yeah,
I'm trying to make is like Drake had an assertion that never mind. I ain't gonna pull it up.
yeah,
Because it's gonna show too much stuff in the YouTube studio. But the point I was trying to make is Drake asserts in the lawsuit that Universal whitelisted Not Like Us and Kendrick's music so the reactors could profit off of it. But the nerve of him, the nerve of you, Dennis, like I was telling you, all of those songs from the beef are whitelisted.
yeah,
All of them. The only one that didn't get whitelisted was Euphoria. Euphoria, I think it had a temporary removal of the copyrights, but I think the sample holder made sure that that copyright claim got put back on. But I want to show y'all so y'all can know I'm not lying. I'm gonna try to put it in the camera real quick, and that'll
and
be
most other reactors are saying the same thing. Like, what do you mean? Like, we was paid to, do these reactions. We was paid to push these songs. Like, bro, all of this shit was whitelisted. Like the shit from Drake, we made money off Drake songs too. Like, I just that
exactly.
was
I
just
don't
a
know if y'all can see that, but that's
yeah. I don't think they can see that.
I'm at least they can see the thumbnails. But
Yeah,
616, Family Matters, Not Like Us, Meet the Grams, and The Heart Part 6 are all still currently monetized under the copyright system with YouTube.
yeah,
So I say that to say the Drake songs are still being allowed to be monetized. So that argument within itself is a complete and utter like manipulation of truth. It's like, okay, that is a fact that those songs were whitelisted, but yours were as well. Just like you're suing for defamation, but you defamed Kendrick's character as well. And now
and
you're willing to pull in streamers and all of this collateral damage that could take tens of years to fix.
and another thing, I kind of it really pissed me off when I really thought about it. Right, he's basically saying that all the bigger reactors was paid off to react to these songs and make the videos and things like that. So now you're calling us fake, because I'm gonna include us in that too. Like, we was a part of this too. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna include us in that. Our reactions, our thoughts are not our own. You know what I'm saying? The reactions are not genuine. Like, how dare you? Like, who are you to say that I can't have my own opinion about music? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's insane to me. So I just feel that that's really disrespectful. You playing with my intelligence, and I don't fucking like it. Like, you gaslighting the fuck out of us, and I want to smack your ass. I just want to be real about it.
You chill,
Nah,
but it's
nah, fuck
cool.
that, man. Fuck it, man. I don't like
No,
that shit. Don't
like
don't don't play with me.
DJ, like for real, chill out.
Yeah, man. I
Because
don't like
they
that.
pull that and implicate you. So let's not do that. Let's not threaten
They gonna
Drake.
sue me?
They very well could. So let's not do that. What I was finna say. Oh, let me read this super chat from Kayla. Peace to Kayla.
Yeah.
It's been on the screen for a while, but we was having a conversation. That part will be thrown out because a lot of reactors were able to monetize from push-ups and Family Matters.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time I started reacting, push-ups had already long since passed. But yeah, like all of Drake's songs, and that's the point I was trying to show with showing the YouTube studio analytics. All of that stuff was able to be monetized, and it's still monetizable even after he filed this official federal lawsuit against Universal. It's been almost a year since Not Like Us dropped. It'll be a year in 4 months. Those songs
Yeah.
have been monetized the entire time. Ever since
Mm-hmm.
that article came out where Kendrick officially whitelisted his stuff, it's been monetized. And then shortly after that, Drake did the same thing. So it was like, what the hell are you talking about? But let me read this next super chat. They flying in. Shout out to V Conley again. So many reactors tried to be neutral because they love hip hop and wanted to show love. This is
Exactly.
of their love of the art form. And I agree 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people who came to this channel came by proxy of the Euphoria reaction. But if you go back and watch the Family Matters, like the same objectivity was shown. You know what I mean? It's like, because at the end of the day, this is hip hop, bro. We want to see who really can win. And for the most part, people just were like honest bystanders. There were some who were charged for whatever reason. You know, at the beginning, even What's the Dirt was trying to be objective. He was trying, and then changed. He got a sponsorship, and then things started to change. I can't correlate a connection, but I just know at that point forward, there was a change. You know what I mean? And there's certain other streamers who were dedicated to making sure that the Drake narrative was continue to be pushed. And you know, some podcasters, you know, Maul and just a bunch of people. You feel what I'm saying? Like who were just adamant on pushing the narrative that Kendrick was losing the battle. And I just think that made it look even worse in the end because there weren't a lot of people who were doing the same thing for Kendrick.
Mm-hmm.
The only person who was really like just standing with a flag planted was DJ Head.
Yeah, that was it. It wasn't no reactors really doing that for real.
People were keeping it neutral because you could tell that there was some type of relationships being leveraged during the beef, and they were all on Drake's side. And Miss Mia said, shout out to Miss Mia for the super chat, another Dakota. I'm stuck on the anti-Semitism angle because he was called a colonizer. Lawbrey, why are you this dumb? We don't want to hear you say it no more. That too, when we started to talk about the points, because we're not gonna go through 81 pages of legal documentation on this live stream, but I do have a couple articles that talk about some of the high points or low points, however you perceive it, of the lawsuit. And that is crazy. He literally pulled every single thing that he could and threw it into the lawsuit. That anti-Semitism is meant to be, if nothing else works, this is gonna work. Because anti-Semitic accusations have been so big in the last 7 to 10 years. Immediately, once it's said, there's no defending it. There's all you can do is apologize and hope to break even with where you were before you were considered an anti-Semite. So
that's his red button.
Yeah, just to be willing to go to that length over this song is insane to me. It's literally insane. And a part of one of the things he's asking for in the lawsuit is injunctive action. So he wants the song to not be able to be played.
Yeah.
At the Super Bowl. Real quick, shout out to Screaming Self for the super chat. At the end of the day, this is a slap lawsuit by Drake because he's broke and is facing having to live off of residuals. And also, speaking of slap, I was watching Urban Legend Will Evans, shout out to him. He was saying that Drake and his team strategically filed the lawsuit this close to the Super Bowl. So Kendrick and his legal team possibly will have a hard time responding with the motion for freedom of speech so they can be able to perform Not Like Us at the Super Bowl. And speaking, and that's why I mentioned it, because he said the slap lawsuit. But one more point I want to make: what if Kendrick never intended to perform Not Like Us at the Super Bowl?
That's what I was about to say. I don't even think he was going to perform it. I really don't. That lets me know that Drake is that pressed and that hurt over the people really enjoying that song that he does not want to hear it. He don't want to play. He wants it gone. And I was watching Absa the other day. Shout out to Absa, and she made a really good point about Drake. Really, he's trying his best to have revisionist history. Like,
for sure,
the way he's going in those documents, he's really making it seem like everything started. He just woke up with Meet the Grams, Not Like Us. Nothing happened before that. He just woke up and it was attacked, and he just moving like that. And that is absolutely insane. Like, you're not including anything other back and forth. I'm pretty sure UMG would do that. Well, they kind of already really alluded to that in their statement that they said that he
Oh,
participated.
while you say that, give me one sec.
You
Well,
want to pull
you
it up?
I'm gonna pull it up, but you keep going.
But yeah, they already alluded that he participates in outrageous and frivolous rap battles, and yeah, they support him through all that shit. So I just don't understand what his angle is exactly. They've never stifled his creativity and his freedom of speech to say anything about any other artist, whether they on UMG or not. So, and no other artists came at him because Meek Mill was signed to, I mean, of course, Maybach Music, but who was that like a subsidiary of? Like, who are they under? Was that
I'm
like,
not. I don't want to
is
say
that like
nothing wrong.
Sony or something like that?
I could not tell you if I wanted to.
But I mean, but either way, like, it's just crazy for him to really think that UMG, now that you've taken it to this level, like they not gonna respond. This countersuit, whatever it's gonna be, is gonna be crazy. I know it's gonna be crazy. Like, are you pulling up the actual like
Yeah,
statement?
I'm trying to get to the statement. I'm
Cause
trying
it
to get
was
to.
very whoever wrote that statement, bro.
It was talking
Those
crazy.
bars, bro. Like that
Okay,
shit was like
got it.
perfect, direct.
It just the letters were so small. I didn't want to pull it up if I couldn't see it. Let me add it to.
Exactly. Shout out to Gen X Gemini. Kendrick didn't even put it on Gen X. He's moved on from it, and I agree. I do. I don't think he was ever gonna perform that after the pop out. The pop out was the stamp and the burial of that. I don't think he was gonna even move forward with that anymore. I really don't.
Okay, and from the statement they said, not only are these claims untrue, but the notion, damn, where did it go? The notion that we would seek to harm the reputation of any artist, let alone Drake, is illogical. We invested in his music, and our employees around the world have worked tirelessly for many years to help him achieve historic commercial and personal financial success. We have not and do not engage in defamation against any individual. At the same time, we will vigorously defend this litigation to protect our people and our reputation, as well as any artist who might directly or indirectly become a frivolous litigation target for having done nothing more than write a song.
Facts.
Bars.
That
Get
shit
him
was
out of
perfect.
here, bro. Get him out of here. And I like how they said Kendrick without saying Kendrick. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, bro, like we not about to let you spin this narrative so crazy to the point where you get the control and the autonomy to destroy anybody who says something that you don't like while you were doing the exact same thing, if not 10 times worse, throughout your musical career. Because we let you do it, we let you profit off of it. So we not about to let you destroy our reputation and say that we're not that we're doing a dereliction of duty by devaluing you through this when it doesn't make financial sense for us to do that to you. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to Kia Smith, another Dakota, for the super chat. It's the audacity of him continuing to mute. Well, I'm fucking up these words. It's the audacity of him continuing to move the goalposts to accommodate his BS. Hip hop is a Black American product. I want to say that part again. Hip hop is a Black American product, and this Canadian has had far too much authority in the genre. He has to go. I 2000% agree. DJ said something a while ago, like, how many times did Drake try to rewrite the rules to hip hop to fit his own narrative? Like,
Yes. He moves the goalposts constantly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, he constantly moved the goalposts, and the biggest example is as far as like a back and forth. He dictates the time frame in which your response matters.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't respond within a certain amount of time, what you say don't even matter no more. We passed it. We over with. I won because I responded first. Like, what kind of dumbass shit is that? Like, that makes no sense. And it was shown again during his beef. Drop, 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 people like Maul, and all these people in Act. They was trying to bury Kendrick before he even truly had a chance to respond. They
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, we waited 10 or 11 days or however long it took," and the fact that he ain't responded, Drake then already won. That makes absolutely no sense. When you yourself, Drake, when you get in all these petty back and forth beats, like you do it whenever you feel like it. You throw random ass shots on your albums. You throw random shots on other people's albums. You throw random shots on Lucy's. Like you do it all the time. And I'm pretty sure these people that you be dissing don't know you about to diss them until you do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I hate that shit. He's always constantly trying to move the goalposts.
You remember that video that came from the 100 Gigs when he was saying that he was telling his mom about the song where he was dissing Serena, but he was
Yeah,
like, I'm gonna make it a song that I feel like she would like, so I think she'll be okay with it. Insane, like just the mindset of a dude like that. But shout out to Slave for the super chat. He said, show some love in the chat for Takia Smith. It's her birthday weekend. Happy birthday.
oh, happy
Takia. Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
I wish I had something that I could play. Hold on, let me see. I don't know what a clap said. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It. You hear that?
I heard it. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, shout out to Takia, helping you have a happy weekend. Much love to you. Stay safe wherever you are.
Yes.
People like Drake on the loose, and at the very least, you'll get sued. So, so stay safe and enjoy your weekend. But yeah, I just, bro, I'm of the belief, and I also have I was sent a conspiracy theory the other day that I just don't know if I can believe, but I want to ask you and I want to ask the chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
But first is I just cannot believe that he is willing to do all of this and leave hip hop. You feel what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like he cannot have any thought process other than after winning this, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I'm out of here. Like if I win, I'm gonna take that as my grand victory. They gonna have to probably do a disclaimer on Not Like Us or completely pull it from everything, and that'll validate him in his situation, so he can hold his head up high with that and just walk off into the sunset and do whatever he wants to and just leave having to abide by any bylaws of hip hop behind. How you feel about that?
Well, that's when we talk about it, I've always mentioned I don't understand what his end goal is here. Because it's not like if you win this lawsuit, you finna go back to UMG, they're gonna pay you all this money, and everything's gonna continue the way it was before, where you at the top of the charts, you dropping more music under UMG. Like, if you truly feel UMG slighted you the way that you have, why would you even want to continue doing business with them? Like, I don't even understand that concept. Like, what are you trying to get from this exactly? If it's not like you said, you riding off into the sunset, leaving hip hop behind, and you not doing any more music, if it's not that, then I have no idea what the fuck is he like. What is he doing? Because you can't rap about the same shit that you rap about. That shit is done. You in the same boat as Cole in terms of, saying the shit that you rap about, the braggadocious shit, the mob ties, and all this other. You can't rap about that shit truthfully no more. Like, people are gonna like. Well, I mean, not that he really cares that people slamming him, obviously, but like it really is not gonna hold any merit. Like, granted, we didn't really think it held merit before, but it's just not gonna hit the same if you come back rapping the same shit that you was rapping before. If your intention is to continue making music, so I don't understand where he's trying to go with this. I don't see the vision. I don't see the grand plan, the calculus that he just set up for us. I don't see it.
Exactly. And I wanted to go through this. This is an article from Complex. And it's basically just what you need to know. And I just want to go through some points from here. And whenever you need me to stop, DJ, just let me know.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll go from there. But who is Drake suing and what for? Drake is suing UMG, of course, the music conglomerate that is in business with both him and Kendrick Lamar. That very fact actually is a key part of the theory Drake presents to undergird his suit. Okay, let's go to the next part. Why doesn't Drake just sue Kendrick Lamar? That is a huge
Mm-hmm.
question that everybody wants to know, but the primary response to that is, bro, you're gonna get that ass countersued, and now you're gonna be looking stupid because y'all probably just gonna balance out, and it's gonna be like, okay, both of y'all defamed each other.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what a rap battle is. And you
Mm-hmm.
thinking that that's not hip hop after defaming people in prior works of yours is insane, bro. So like,
Bro, they need to take down sicko mode in its entirety.
yeah,
Because Kanye spoke on that shit on how he didn't like it. He felt for his life. He went after his wife. He was going talking about his children, where they live. You talking about setting up a drive-by. That's
yeah,
literally what Sicko Mode was about in the second half, was him talking about setting up a drive-by to shoot at Kanye. So how could you even go down the route that you're taking when you've done things like this to other people? It makes no sense.
and that's the crazy part about it all. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, they say he's asserting that UMG is at fault because they are the ones who promoted the song. It's not necessary. They're alleging that his issue isn't even necessarily with Kendrick Lamar. It's with Universal for putting the song out. But that's nullified because they released Family Matters and Push
Right.
Ups and Taylor Made. So it's like, and the Hard Part 6, where you double down and even said that Kendrick was a victim of SA.
And you, real quick, you want to know why I'm starting to feel like he still wants to be hip hop after this? He still wanted to make music. The reason why I feel he don't want to sue Kendrick directly, because he want to make it seem like, oh, I get what you said. I get, like, that's the hip hop part. I don't want to come at you directly like that because I'm gonna lose my hip hop card. When not realizing you'd have lost that shit a long time ago.
It's already
You know,
gone, bro. It was
it's already
gone the
gone.
moment you filed this. The moment you released the statement, or not the statement, but the moment those articles went out about the pre-action petition, it was
Yeah,
over, bro.
yeah. He trying to
The
make
moment
it seem
Taylor
like,
filed
and
down.
he trying to make it seem like, and all his supporters make it seem like this is just about the business aspect of the beef, and we shouldn't really look at it the way we looking at it, because if your job did this XYZ, that ain't got shit to do with none of that. Because the type of shit that he talking about don't even apply to the average person. Let's just be real about it. That shit doesn't happen like that. As far as like a company purposely pitting you against the other person, like, it don't work like that in a regular world. So that scenario don't even make fucking sense. So I feel as though he's trying so hard to hold on to whatever hip hop card he think he has by not suing Kendrick directly, by going at the UMG label instead of Kendrick.
Yeah, and what harm did Not Like Us cause anyway? The question gets to the heart of the lawsuit. Right up front, a shooting in front of Drake's house on May the 7th, 2024, days after the release of Not Like Us, is mentioned. In the incident, a security guard was seriously wounded. We ain't got
And
to
that
go.
was
Go
that
ahead.
no, that is something I want to mention on top of that.
Okay.
And that's another thing that Absol was talking about as far as the revisionist history aspect of it. Because Drake, the way he's painted in those documents, because I did read a lot of those documents. I didn't read all of them, but I did read a lot of them. Yeah, the timeline of things, how he's putting it in those documents, he's making it seem like the song came out, and the next thing you know, people shooting at him because of the song. Not put into context that other people were involved in this beef beside you and Kendrick.
Yeah.
You got The Weeknd, Future, Metro, Rick Ross, ASAP Rocky, and there's so many other people. And the main person that you're not even mentioning because you think it's still on some street shit is The Weeknd. You and XO, y'all beef that y'all done had. I mean, of course, common sense people can say, hell no, like the shooting ain't got nothing to do with Kendrick. That's more so something between XO and OVO, because Cash, we
Allegedly.
yeah, allegedly, You know, he got shot at, and it's basically some Toronto shit like that. But he's painted to make it seem like it's because of not like us, not because of anything else he said or done. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Real quick, let me read the super chat from RD. I don't think he cares about having to leave hip hop. It's always been about his ego and success, not the music. That's why he's a comedian. I agree with that. I think his biggest thing was
Shout out to
always
you.
finding a way to be celebrated, finding a way to
Mhm.
be in the front. And that's why when he got in the front, we really started to see who he was the entire time. You remember, I tell you this all the time. Humility is a function of your situation at any given moment.
Mhm.
So you really find out who somebody is when they get what they want.
Yeah.
When they get what they've been working for, you find out who they really are. And once he did it, he started backdooring people. He started to pretend to be friends with people to find a way to strategically leverage that friendship into something else. He would take stuff from smaller artists and mask it as helping them. Like
Yeah.
when there will one day be a conversation about how beneficial the Drake stimulus package was to the actual artist that he helped or the
Fact.
actual artist he featured.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them didn't hang on after that.
Hmm.
He took what he could from that situation and was able to add the style he used to his collection while putting the artist in a disadvantageous situation, because now it's going to be harder for them to meet the expectation and the bar that was set from the feature with Drake.
Right.
While he was able to take what he got from you and from that interaction and continue to further his career while staying hot by getting on a jumping song in the first place.
Hmm.
Why would UMG want to hurt Drake? The lawsuit says that Drake's contract with UMG is up for renegotiation this year. As a result, the suit theorizes the company wanted to reduce his leverage in the upcoming negotiations. How best to do that? By getting millions of people to hate him. And the quote says, by devaluing Drake's music and brand, UMG will gain leverage to force Drake to sign a new deal on terms more favorable to UMG per the suit. What we saying about that? How do you feel about his assertion that they did this only to devalue him in the marketplace?
I really hate that tidbit even got out to the public like that, just to be honest, because people, the stands are truly holding on to that fact and really giving credence for Drake to justify what he's doing. And I don't even want to say this, but okay, just to play devil's advocate, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if, yeah, UMG don't want to pay him the money that, that he wants, right? Then you just don't negotiate. Your contract is up. You go independent or go somewhere else.
Yeah.
There's no reason for them to try to devalue you to keep you here if they already, for one, own the masters and rights to your back catalog anyway. They can
Mm.
do whatever they want with that. They don't need the current you to still make money off of you. So it's no reason for them to devalue you to keep you here if they already got what they need from you. So I don't really understand why that's such a point of contention for most people when that came out, because it ultimately doesn't matter.
Yeah. Hold on real quick. We got a couple super chats and a super sticker. Shout out to is that Raphael 1819 for the super sticker? Shout out to you. Jared. I think this is the first time I've seen you in here. So shout out to you. And welcome to We Are Deciphered. How he's going to say it's a 20v1 and be so sure that Kendrick is the reason his life is in danger. Years of messing people over coming to fruition. And that just goes into the point that DJ was making earlier. Like when you piss so many people off, when it's the opportunity to beat your ass, like people going to
Mhm.
find their way into that circle of beating your ass. And they may not, they may let the person who's in the front do the bulk of the lifting, but they might get a kick in or two.
Yeah.
What I mean? And you know, the theories and the rumors about who was actually behind that shooting in Toronto and the correlation with OVO XO. I really don't want to get into that.
Yeah, of
But
course.
those rumors exist, and apparently a lot of people in the comment section and you DJ as well know about them.
Yeah,
So that's up for
debate.
discussion. And it's
Yeah.
just wild that he would assume that all of that goes on the heels of Kendrick releasing Not Like Us. And shout out to K
But no,
for
that's the
go ahead.
he know it's not. He's just manipulating it to fit his narrative. But
Yeah.
he know that shit.
Real quick. It's 440 in the chat. Hey man, do me a
Oh,
favor and
damn.
get the likes up to half of the people in here. I know we can do better than that, but let's get it at least to half. We're gonna
I
keep
ain't even
going.
realize.
Let's
I
get
ain't
it.
realize
Let's
we
get it
had that
to
many
220,
people
man.
here.
Let's get it to 220. But if you're in here and you're watching and you have a established YouTube account where you can hit the like button, do us a favor, man. Get out of the chat real quick, hit the like button and come back into the chat, man. That's all we ask.
Yeah,
For the people who are monetarily supporting the chat, y'all know we love and appreciate y'all, and that's what we're gonna always take these and let these help drive the conversation. But if you're not, we're not demanding money. We
yeah,
if that's what y'all do, we appreciate it. But if you're not going to, the very least you could do on top of getting active in the chat is hitting the like button.
yeah.
And if you want to be fancy, hit the share button. And if you like what we're doing, hit the subscribe. But at the very least, please hit the like button. And let me
Yeah.
read this super chat from Kay. He said Drake just opened up his life to the federal government by going at UMG and annoying the NFL behind the scenes. And we all know he was questionable. He has questionable and nefarious behavior. This is a long life battle with himself.
Ooh, bar fire.
He
Yeah,
does though. And like you said, shout out to Absa. Most definitely. She has been on top of this from a perspective of course, she's not a lawyer, she's a strategist, and she makes sure she makes that known.
yeah,
But she's looking at it from a lens that's outside of the realm of hip hop, more so the implications that it can create.
hmm,
And she was saying that with the pre-action petition, being that it was in the Southern District of New York, where they do a lot of the federal RICO cases. She said he was
hmm,
trying to alert the feds then,
yeah,
and him pulling it back and then going federal with the lawsuit is him also dog whistling the feds to look into the practices of Universal Music Group. But what he doesn't know is, like Kay is saying, that may also cause them to look into Drake,
hmm,
because depending on what comes out in this lawsuit, if they start to look into lyrics and they go into the theory of the connection between him and the deceased Triple X,
yeah.
that could be something. If they just
I mean,
look
that
at
was they
grams,
was they was already looking at him for that at one
yeah,
point in time.
he was subpoenaed, but he was more so a person of interest to just
Yeah,
go to the stand. He was never a suspect. And I'm not saying he should be, but I'm saying
yeah,
that may cause them to look into that because he's dog whistling the feds. So that could
yeah.
turn into a situation, but his arrogance is not allowing him to see the bigger picture, which goes into the conspiracy theory that I was presented yesterday. Shout out to Cole from BYNK Media, another YouTuber. Shout out to him, and he's part of the reason why we're doing what we're doing now, at least for me. But he said yesterday, he was like, "What if Drake was playing some super advanced level of chess to where he set contingency plans for the battle? He was like, if I lose, I have contingencies, but if I win, I get exactly what I want." So the through line for his assertion was, what if him telling Kendrick to call him a PDF and tailor made was something that he placed in there, hoping that Kendrick would do that so he could sue UMG on the back end.
I mean, I respect Cole. I respect Cole. I rock with Cole. I mean, that's an interesting theory, to put it out there. But I'm gonna stop giving Drake the benefit of the doubt because I gave him that the entire beef. Like I really thought he was smarter than what he was, and I just haven't seen personally what he's done, the things he's said, the things that he's done. His actions don't match the person who I thought was calm and calculated and things like that. And especially when you just go and back into the actual beef. He had
Mm-hmm.
nothing to say to Kendrick other than he was short. That was it. Because I'm not counting the domestic violence shit. Because that's a reach within itself because you can't prove it. So the only thing he really just had to say about Kendrick that he was short. That don't sound like somebody that has been building up, throwing all these sneak disses all this time, and I just been waiting to cook your ass. Like that don't sound like the person that has that kind of thought process. I think he's just a arrogant, big ass baby who didn't get what he wanted, so he weaponizes his religion to try to get what he wants. That's how I really feel about it. I don't think he's as smart, as calculated as people trying to give him credit. I just don't think that. Not anymore.
And I agree because when I was talking to him, I was like, Cole, you my dog, bro. I cannot give him that much credit, bro. I
I
feel
can't.
like he's been on defense since Like That came out.
Mm-hmm.
And his entire thing was, if I flood and get my media campaign swarming on Kendrick, it'll be over before he responds because I can just go back to the old uh back to back method, drop push-ups and tailor made, and everybody will say, "Oh, it's too late. Kendrick is taking him too long to respond,"
Yeah.
and that's it, and it'll be over with. And he had Family Matters on tuck just in case. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because that was supposed to be his nuke. So if Kendrick did respond, he was gonna drop that, and then it was gonna be over. Right. So he had that lined up. But I just don't see him thinking that far ahead and having that much foresight. And I don't see, because for example, now Drake is I heard from Urban Legend Will Evans that Drake now has a crisis management team, which is ironic in itself. Right.
Yeah.
But if you were planning this all this time, you wouldn't have needed a crisis management team.
Exactly.
And if you did that, I think the battle would have taken a completely different turn after Meet the Grams came out. Because
Right.
I think you probably don't drop another song.
Yeah.
I don't think the
We-
Heart Part 6 comes out if you were so ahead of the curve, because on that song you're trying to explain yourself.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't be needed because I would have just filed the lawsuit then.
Yeah. Exactly.
I would have immediately dropped the lawsuit. But they were saying that he didn't file the lawsuit then because of the Israeli protests that were going on. And if he was alleged anti-Semitism, then that would have, affected his brand even further. So I say all that to say, I don't believe no way in hell that Drake was thinking, hey, I gotta play with it. I'm gonna line this up and Kendrick gonna land on this landmine and this is gonna blow up in everybody's face at the end.
Yeah.
No, the only thought that I think he had pertaining to the battle in UMG was, I'm gonna mop them up and then I'm gonna go back in the office and they're gonna have to talk to me nice. Other than
Yeah.
that, I don't think he had any prolonged thought outside of it, because we can tell by just how the battle went that he's not a strategist.
And
He didn't
and this is
properly
why
plan.
and this is why I hate talking about this kind of shit. Because even during the beef or even before it happened, we had no way of truly knowing that, for one, if Kendrick was even gonna respond. Two, the songs that he did put out was gonna get to the level that they have gotten. There's no way for us to know that ahead of time. You only can pull that now looking back at it in retrospect and then place yourself in it. That's why I hated the Port Antonio song, because it's all in retrospect. So
Yeah,
it's no way in that real time moment that you can calculate and project Not Like Us to do what it did. Because Not Like Us could have just been a cool song, played for a couple months, and that's it. Not it blown up to be a global American anthem that multiple like companies and people are using as their tagline. You know what
mhm.
I'm saying? It's no way for us to know that shit. So that's why, like, I don't give him that kind of credit of being rated, because the Hard Part 6, because even with push-ups and tailor made and family matters, right? For the most part, those were kind of structured in the sense that he knew what he was going to do and he did it in those songs, especially on Family Matters with all the beat switches and who he went at and things like that. The Hard Part 6 was completely reactionary. He said, "Oh no, I gotta explain myself because this song is too fucking crazy." He went too hard on Not Like Us. I gotta explain this shit. I gotta make some shit up. And he responded within 24 hours. Like, yeah, the next day he responded.
Yeah.
So it
That's,
was
yeah.
the quality of that song versus the other three, it don't match to me. So that lets me know that he didn't expect that shit either. And I'm just being real. And in the fact that he planted this whole narrative and like I fed you information, I wanted you to use it against me. Why would you want to be called a pedophile? Make that make sense to me.
Hey,
Like that.
PDF file.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Let me
sorry.
get the
PDF file.
PDF
Yeah,
file.
bleep that out. Well, I'm sorry. But if that's your reasoning for saying that your livelihood has changed, your children or your child, because we don't know if you have other children, but your child can't even safely go to school, your baby mama, you got to move them out of Canada because this song has changed the trajectory of your life. Why would you feed him that information to use it against you, knowing what that connotation holds on you? It makes no sense whatsoever.
Very
I'm sorry.
stupid. Very
I
stupid.
don't. I don't
And
get it.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's no way that you thought that you were going to come out clean if he actually said it, regardless of if it's true or not.
Right.
Because you have to have the self-awareness that those things are already, maybe not that word, but words around that word are already starting to populate around your name. When
Right.
that video came out about you kissing the 17-year-old girl on stage after she told you you were 17, that's weird. The
Yeah.
publicized relationship that you got with Millie Bobby Brown,
Weird.
that's weird. You taking the picture with the 16-year-old girl, and then as soon as she turned 18, you taking her to dinner. That's
Weird.
weird.
Yeah.
Dating SZA when she was 18. That's weird. You having this weird obsession with Georgia Smith for a time. That's weird.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you have so many weird things attached to you with young women. That's why you knew it existed. It was a video that I found. I think I've shared it in the group chat. It was before Kendrick ever responded. It was before Euphoria came out.
Yeah.
And it was a skit about Kendrick was sitting down trying to write his first response. And at the end of the video, the dude who was talking to Kendrick was like, "Hey, bro, just call him a PDF file."
Yeah.
So the concept of that being an angle in the battle already existed before Kendrick ever responded. So for you to not have the foresight that it would be said and to have a retort for it, or to even think that somehow you could make it out clean after telling him to call you that, and he
Yeah.
actually calls you that, is insane. It's no way that you thought that that plan was going to work out in your favor. And that's why I was like, I just can't believe that. But let me get to these super chats. Shout out to Miss Mia. If Drake sues Dot, he'd have to prove Dot's lyrics are false. Hashtag A minor. And he'd have to address the fact that he lied on Family Matters and the fake heart. Yeah, and
That
that's
is
the thing
true.
why he won't sue him directly, because at that point, it really becomes who can prove who wrong. Because
Mhm.
now you gotta prove, like, how do you even know that that's Dave Free's child or that he hit Whitney? You have to prove those things.
Yeah.
You gotta prove them. And then you defamed him another way, talking about he's a victim of SA. You gotta prove that that's true, so it's not defamatory. The only thing that Kendrick, because shout out to Curtis King, he was saying that the way that, first of all, defamation suits are extremely hard to win. But on top of that, the way that Kendrick structured Not Like Us, he never directly called Drake a PDF file.
Yeah.
In none of the songs, he directly called him that. So that's a battle within itself, trying to connect how he said those words to actually being a direct shot at Drake saying that he's a PDF file.
Yeah.
But shout out to Down with Dixie, our Birmingham brethren, with the super chat. Drake is a himbo. I need to know what that means. But Drake is a himbo. that had way too much ego to ever consider the possibility of losing to someone he's always tried to little bruh. If you
That's the one.
down with Dixie, we have a beef in review video or a miniseries. It's 2 parts. We talk about that in detail. They always thought that Kendrick was gonna be Lil Bro. And when Kendrick blew up and became the cultural icon that he is now, and this literary flag holder for hip hop, and becoming the first ever Pulitzer Prize winner and all of the other acclaims stuff that he's been given, it was hard for them to digest. And I think he being Drake tried to approach the battle in a way where he looked at Kendrick as on par with everybody else in the battle. And that got him spanked.
Yep.
That got him spanked. So I definitely agree with what you were saying. But let me know what Himbo is if it's not too him Bimbo. Oh, him plus Bimbo. Oh, okay. I got you. That's nasty work. Bimbo. Okay.
But also too, like the fact that it's so many breadcrumbs about you and young children out there that we can form our own narrative about it. That's what really hit about it. If there was nothing on the internet or nothing that we could truly say, like, hey, this shit looks weird, and Kendrick said the same thing he said, it wouldn't have hit like that because, you know what I'm saying, you got to prove it. Like, where are you getting this information from that he may be this PDF? You know what I'm saying? You got to prove that in the song instead of just throwing wild accusations out. But the fact that it's so many instances and scenarios of him doing suspect behavior, like that's what makes it hit. Because, and this is where we as hip hop fans got to hold ourselves accountable. And you know, so you mentioned this earlier, we let Drake get away with a lot of shit, myself included. We let him get away with a lot of shit that we've seen, shit that we heard. We knew these things already. So the fact that someone of Kendrick's stature actually came out and just said it, because no other artist who ever beefed with Drake has ever said that. Pusha T didn't say it, Meek didn't say it, Weeknd didn't say it, whoever else, Tory didn't say it. No one else has ever said that angle before. So the fact that he just said what we were already thinking, that's why he's considered the culture. That's why he's considered hip hop, because he's speaking directly to us and our own sensibilities that we push to the side a lot of times because this nigga make catchy music. Like, I know.
Now finish what you're saying. I got real quick. Okay. Shout out to Miss Mia. She said DJ's level of accountability is notable. Shout out to DJ. Great guy. Fantastic individual. That's why I chose him to go further in this venture of creating Decipher, well, rebranding to Decipher. DJ is, for lack of better words, a real nigga, ladies and gentlemen. So let's give a hand clap to DJ for being a real nigga, y'all. Shout out to DJ. But real quick. I got this comment on the screen. He directly called him an effing colonizer. Asen, if that's how you pronounce that, I got 2 comments.
Cook.
So the fuck what? And what does being called a colonizer actually mean to you? Because if we're saying that that's defamatory, I need you to prove, they own your body, DJ. Hold on. But they own your body in the comments. But hold on. Him calling him a colonizer, if you actually know what's going on and you listen to Not Like Us, especially the 3rd verse, how was he not a colonizer? And why would you think colonizer is anything defamatory from that perspective when in actuality it's a fact? You went to Atlanta, you took Styles and partnered up with these guys to get them to help you validate yourself in the street music space. That's colonizing. You're colonizing Atlanta art and Atlanta artists. You are taking what they are giving, their organic, natural art, and using it to further your agenda and not giving back to that. That's colonization, bro. That's like, not a defamatory statement. That is true. That is an actual fact.
Like, he's not looking at it or whoever it is, I don't think you're actually looking at the definition of the word colonizer or colonization. It doesn't always have racist undertone to it. If you
Exactly.
just actually look at what the word means. So
Yeah,
if you use what the word actually means, it 100% applies to Drake. It
that's a
always
fact.
has been.
Look at how
Like
many
it
waves
does.
he stole. But real quick, bro, I whoever that dude was, he called me somebody. Like he not on our channel watching us talk. Like so that had got me a little hot, bro. It's like, how you gonna
Yeah,
say somebody? Like our names are not listed. This
yeah,
isn't our channel. Like we ain't just on here. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
but to the point that you're making, bro, like how many waves has he co-opted over the last 15 years of his career, bro? How many people has he rubbed shoulders with just to get a little bit of that special, you know what I'm saying, that special aura from them to go filter it into his music? Because when we look at it at the beginning, Drake was bland, bro. Like we can even go back to comeback season when we
Hmm.
talking about his affinity, quote unquote, for Lil Brother and Pooh, just for him to go further and like steal his style and not pay homage. And
Yeah.
then you get into the Kanye thing. Like his love-hate relationship with Kanye goes all the way back to So Far Gone, bro.
Hmm.
Kanye is sitting here signing off songs for you to use from the most pivotal generation, the most pivotal album of the generation at that time, 808s and Heartbreaks. He's letting you use beats from that on a mixtape.
Yep.
And what you do, you steal his sound.
Yep.
You get with Wayne, you pull from Wayne, you make your way, you get to take care. 6 of those songs from the weekend. You
Hmm.
somehow talked him into doing that, saying that the exposure would be good for him. Stole the man songs.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We get to Nothing Was the Same.
That's
Party
part
Next
of
Door
it.
in the cut. We get
Hmm.
to, if you reading this, we know what he did to what's his name?
Quinn
What's his
Miller.
name? Quinn Miller. We know what he did to him. He took the song Just Hold On, We Going Home. He bought that from somebody. Took that. He took what's his name? Drum song.
Hmm.
Initially it was the Cha Cha remix, completely changed that and made it Hotline Bling one of the biggest songs of his career. How is he not a colonizer?
That's why the shit with Future still hurt him so bad because he realized if he lose that Future sauce that he been holding on to for years, the music ain't gonna hit the same. Well, he may not have the same creativity that he had before to make good songs because, and I'm guilty of this too. Like I like hearing Drake and Future together. They chemistry throughout the years. They make good music. I like hearing them. I like What a Time to Be Alive. I wanted to be a second one at one point. I don't know so if I want it so much now, but
Mm-hmm.
back when it was hot, that was a Future album featuring Drake. That's what it was. Like, let's
And
just be real about
also, yeah, and to your point, DJ, how important at that specific time in Drake's career was his collaboration with Future? We were getting tired of when we as like the culture, we were getting
it.
tired of soft Drake. He
Yeah.
needed to diversify his catalog. So
Hmm.
him getting that validation from Future was extremely important. So
Hmm.
to say that Atlanta wasn't a huge part in the second half of his career is completely dismissive to those artists. And if you're discrediting that, then you also have the mindset of a colonizer.
Hmm.
But you think it's cool to take from people
Hmm.
and use it as yourself. You wanted you had a mindset of like, oh, look at this, look at this, look at this place. I think I want to take this. It's already people living here, but I can
Hmm.
just get rid of them or enslave them or whatever. I can make this my own. That's colonialism, bro. You cannot do that. I mean, you can, but you'll be labeled a colonizer.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes. So shout out to you, Asen. I don't know if you still in the chat, but shout out to you. You got this conversation going and you didn't even have to do a super chat. So shout out to you. And if you say something crazy, we're gonna send you to the shadow realm. But if you still in here, shout out to you for doing that.
Yeah.
Also shout out to Bino. I don't know if you saw his comment,
I,
but
I saw it.
shout out to
Well, I
Corey,
saw his name.
him. Shout out to him. He was one of the original members of the podcast we had before we rebranded. So shout out to him. And I think we got some more super chats.
What Bino said? I seen his name, but I didn't see his comment. What did he
It
say?
was moving too fast. I didn't get to see it.
Okay.
Damn, we got a
Well, yeah,
few.
shout out to Bino, man. I see you. I know you loving this. I know he loving this shit.
Shout out to Jared for the super chat. He may not be a PDF file, but at minimum, he's a groomer. And it's a term for that somebody mentioned FD signifier. Shout out to him. And I was watching his video while I was getting ready. It's like a ediophile or something crazy like that, where they have like a propensity for like young women between 15 and 19. And that's kind of like the official term for what we saying with groomer. Too many cases of questionable behavior with young women. That's a fact. Shout out to you for the super chat, Jared. Let's go to the next one. Vegas Dev. Shout out to you. I think that's the first time I've seen you as well. So shout out to you. Drake gonna need to explain why he was texting a 14-year-old girl to talk about how much he misses her and give her boy advice. Weird behavior. Shout out to K for the super chat. Drake lives a life of reaction rather than proactive, so I doubt he has a master plan. I heard Dot has his lawyers listen to the diss tracks first. Genius, and that's why I'm saying. And I think Curtis King said that too. He might have had legal advice on how to properly phrase what he was saying, so it won't be considered defamation. That is strategy. And that type of strategy is how you can dog walk somebody in a battle like this. Shout out to Wrench Holder, member and membership donator, Gen X Gemini. I need people to look up the definitions of colonizer and PDF before jumping out the window defending somebody with this terrible of a reputation. I agree.
Yeah, she good, man.
Said it in the whacked out mirrors. Reading comprehension is beating the ass of this generation. Beating the ass of this generation, bro. We have people, and I'm gonna let you go, DJ, but we have people who listen to music and be like, I don't want to listen to this because it makes me think. I don't want to watch this content because it makes me think. People want to be stupid.
Yeah.
People are committed to the comfortability of being ignorant, and we ain't going for it. So shout out to you again, Gen X Gemini, for the super chat and for holding us down, being a moderator and an overall supporter of the channel. Jason Carter, this is oh, okay. I see that thumbnail scared me a little bit. I mean the avatar. He trying to burn everybody on his way out of the rap game. I agree. Down to the reactors. Payola accusations are an FCC thing. People might have to testify for real. He looking for the biggest payout before he skate.
Damn, I ain't even know that. That's tough.
Yeah, because payola is illegal.
Yeah.
Payola is illegal. So in the event that, because I think he's pushing this to get a settlement. I don't think he wants to win, because in the event that it actually goes to trial and they find out that Drake is also a beneficiary of payola, he's also liable for the very things he's suing for. So I think he's going this hard, especially with the claims of anti-Semitism, to get them to settle. You feel what I'm saying? Because once these three-letter organizations get into it, it's gonna be a whole different thing. Completely different thing. You feel what I'm saying? Because once it goes federal, it's no other next step than having the alphabet boys get in and start to really look into some stuff.
I thought it wasn't another one that came up.
Yeah. My bad. I thought you had something to say.
Oh no. Well, I do kind of want to mention something real quick about your point about people wanting to listen to music and they don't want to think, or they have things like that. These labels and all these other companies, they know that, they realize that. That's why I feel as though Drake being a proponent for this AI movement is such a big deal. And what we was talking about the other day about them creating AI music and just putting it randomly in playlists, because they just want people to listen. Like they want it to be playing as background music, because they know that they're not truly caring about who it is or what they're actually saying. You're just listening to the beat and you hear words, but you're not you're not interpreting what they're actually saying. So I think that kind of plays into the AI movement even more. The fact that, you know what I'm saying, they realize that. And this year, because I was watching one of Cole videos when he was talking about his, the thoughts for 2025, and I do agree with him that AI is going to be a big thing. Like, it's going to change a lot of things coming up, and this is only the beginning. I really do think
for sure. Shout out to Drake, guy, a YouTube member. Shout out to you for the super chat. Drake stabbed Future in the back with the 21 knife. The one on his forehead.
Ooh, it's a knife.
Yeah, I think when he couldn't get Future, he went back to the ATL drawing board and had to get one. He had to go get one of them because they were hot as fish grease at the time. You feel what I'm saying? So that allows him to continue to stay at peak relevance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
him and Lil Baby.
Yeah, but he's done a few collaborations with him. But I think if Lil Baby would have stayed hot, I think that was eventually coming as well.
Yeah.
Some type of collaboration, whether an EP or whatever the case. But I know they have worked together in on previous I think the first Scary Hours. The fact that
Damn.
Shout out to 3 Band J for the super chat. The fact Oh man, it's tough to say, but I gotta say it for the people. The fact a song called Teenage Fever exists is sus. He was grown too. That was Scorpion, right?
No, that was More
It's
Life.
even later than Scorpion.
That was More Life.
Shit, that's what the year before.
Year after.
So it's even. He was even
No.
older.
No.
Like
It was
Scorpion.
Yeah. It was Views.
The ass whipping.
Yeah, it was Views and then More Life and then Scorpion. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's wild because he was in his 30s.
Hell yeah.
I'm about Teenage Fever. High School Pics. You was even bad then.
Now that's Scorpion. And then you got Jaded.
Shout out to his infatuation with her is disgusting. Shout out to Mad Zeke for I think this who was on your body in the comments. That in the house N-word knows exactly what these lyrics mean. He plays dumb. That's his culture. That's a fact. Yeah. That is a fact. You want to go back to the article? Yeah. Let's go back. Let's see what else is in here. Give me 1 second. Let me get it.
I didn't see that one.
Let me get it together. Why would the company want to help Kendrick? This part is a little complicated, so bear with us. Drake alleges that after leaving TDE in 2023, Kendrick signed a short-term deal with UMG. So the theory continues, UMG wanted to entice Kendrick into signing a long-term deal with them, which Drizzy's lawyers claim K-Dot finally agreed to last month. UMG needs to reel Kendrick in, the suit implies, is what led to the what led the company to go so hard in promoting Not Like Us, to the point Drake alleges using bots and payola. But it's like, oh, hold on, wait. There's actually a part 3 to the theory. One that is very speculative. That the CEO of Kendrick's label, Interscope, John Janik, was gunning for the top job at UMG. So he was extra motivated to make Lamar's music super popular. Also supposedly in contention for the job, Monty Lipman, the head of Republic, the UMG label that releases Drake's music. The suit implies, without saying outright, that making Kendrick look good and making Drake look bad would increase Janik's chances at running the company upon the exit of chairman CEO Lucian Grange.
I did see those names in the documents.
That's a heavy accusation. That is
and there's no way for him to be able to prove that, though.
Yeah.
There's no way for him to be able to prove that at all. Unless it's something like an email or some shit, something to write it. But otherwise, that's he say, she say. Like, you can't prove that shit.
And that would overall hurt the health of UMG if one of their biggest artists was hurt like this. Because the only way that I could even, I don't want to be the advocate to the devil in this situation, but the only way that I can even give credence to that is if this got bigger than they thought it would. But why wouldn't it get huge if it's the two biggest artists in hip hop? And even throughout the battle, we knew that it was going to be one of the biggest battles of all time. So why would two people vying for the CEO chair of a record label not have the foresight to know that this was going to go through the roof? You feel what I'm saying? So that doesn't make sense. Because if you get the chair and you become the CEO and you just put Drake's career in the toilet, the shareholders are gonna want your ass for that.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you robbing Peter to pay Paul.
It don't
That
make
doesn't make
sense.
sense to me. That doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
Because whether we want to, whether people want to realize it or not, Drake is still a high value commodity in music. He's still a global artist. So them devaluing him or want to push him out, that's something entirely different than what his actual value is. I feel as though throughout his time at UNG, I think he just ruffled a lot of feathers, got on the bad side of some wrong people. And eventually, yeah, they're gonna try to get him out of there. Like they want to be done with him. Cause like I said earlier, they have everything they need from him. Like if you look at his most recent works, I mean, yeah, sure, they were still high in terms of the field, the numbers that he did, but that's still nowhere near the numbers that he did earlier in his career when the music was in a sense better. Like Her Laws, For All the Dogs, Honestly Never Mind, CLB, um, Dark Line Demo Tape. So I'm still considering that an album. I don't care what nobody say. None of those hit the numbers of a Thank Me Later, a So Far Gone, You Reading This, like nothing. They don't hit the same because
Yeah.
it's still in the same age of music because we still in the digital streaming era of music. So you can't use that argument like we use with the 90s where it was more so physical CDs that you had to go out and buy versus streaming. It was his time at the top was all digital streaming, all of it. So like it's easy to compare those numbers and it's easy to see that he's been on a decline for a while now. Granted, like I said, against the field, he's still better. But comparing him to himself, he hasn't been the same. And they know that. So honestly, if he walked, I don't think they would really care, to be honest with you. They have what they need from him. And his
The
current work's just not doing it.
the only way that I say that they won't trip if he leaves is if they are the not rightful, but if they're the holders of his back catalog in something close to perpetuity. That's the only way I think that they'd
Oh,
be
like
cool if he left.
forever?
Yeah, that's the only way I
Mhm.
think they'd be cool if he left. Because he's
Okay.
still gonna generate, because last year, even with the beef, he was the highest per Spotify, he was the highest streamed. But the irony with that is you were alleging that Spotify was fudging the numbers for Kendrick by way of UMG. So if you've been the golden child of Spotify since its inception, basically, and in
Mhm.
2017, 2018, with the releases of those albums, you were on you were the thumbnail to every single playlist.
Yes.
Is that not what you're alleging that they did for Kendrick, even though they did it for you on a much larger scale to help you promote your albums? That doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
It
And real
doesn't.
quick, let me read this because I got to take it down because Dre got tripping. Shout out to you for the super chat. Drake into taking V cards. That's why he married 21 wives who had been saving themselves in the video. Wow. I never really paid no attention to that video. Probably
Yeah.
why he copped all those engagement rings.
Hmm.
Oh goodness. Yeah. Let's go to the next one. I don't even have a retort because you're right. Outside of the alleged part, he's into taking. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say that. That's alleged. We ain't gonna go into that. But shout out to Jason Carter again for the super chat. Honestly, surprised he didn't sue Cat Williams. Cat Williams said
Why?
a lot. I don't know if he said anything direct to Kendrick. I mean, directly to Drake. I
Yeah,
can't remember.
no. He
Um,
didn't.
but Cat Williams said a lot. I wouldn't be
Yeah, it wasn't
surprised.
about Drake though.
But at the end of the day, it's like, bro, who's suing for defamation? Like
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, it's generally a suit for, like, let's say with the Tasha K and Cardi B thing. Like, she knew she wasn't gonna get the money. She sued her to shut her up.
Yeah.
So any money that you do make, even though it'll never equal up to the money that I won in this lawsuit, is really because I want you to stop talking about me.
Yeah.
But it wasn't in the event that that Cardi was defaming Tasha K in return. She just sued her because it's like, bro, you going wild on my name.
And
Um,
also, you getting paid off of talking wild about my
they
name.
making
Like,
that killing. But
yeah,
it's
like
like
just
some grand conspiracy though.
yeah,
Miss Me, is this Michelle and Barack Obama in this
yeah,
avatar? Oh, okay.
uh-huh. Yeah, I know that. I know that silhouette.
Good Lord, Miss Obama. Well, Mrs.
Yes,
Obama.
Lord.
Good Lord.
Yes, Lord.
Um, shout out to Miss Mia for the super chat. Maybe because they call him the boy, he thinks it's
That's the Undertaker. Doom.
oh my god, bro. Y'all are not playing with this nigga. But yeah, whatever the case is, it's extremely disturbing. His like uh big word predilection for girls under the age of 20. It's weird. It's extremely weird. And he has a decorated pattern of doing it. It ain't like he just did it one time. And even if he just did it one time, like one time you could kind of excuse it and talk around it. But it's like you have a pattern that's
Mhm,
like spanned over almost a really over uh, y- she's your whole career. Like,
mhm.
because if SZA is our age and he dated her in '08, bro, that's before So Far Gone. You've
Yeah.
been kind of wild your whole career, bro.
Mhm.
And granted, like you weren't too far from her in age, but if she was still teetering on the minor, if she was still singing on the minor scale, pun intended, like it's crazy that you would call her up for a collab. That's insane, bro. Shout out to Screaming Silk, with another big super chat. Dear Aubrey, discovery is painful, especially federal. Mm-hmm. Be careful what you ask for. That is a bruh, that is a fact. Cause when it goes into discovery, and I'm 2 degrees separated from somebody going through an active lawsuit. That's all I can say. But
Mhm.
that the things that get revealed in discovery are insane. Like you start to find out stuff that's not even connected to you that ends up bolstering yours. It could potentially lead to class action. So from that perspective, I can kind of get why Drake is doing it, but we already know Drake is not that selfless to think that it would turn into anything of a class action. Drake want his bread.
Yeah.
So he ain't going for no class action suit. He want his money. He want his money and he want his money. He don't care about nothing else because he burning everything down. He burning
And I
everything else down. So he
and I
don't care about
wish people just admit that, like, and stop trying to make him out to be some martyr for the little guy and I'm doing this for other artists. Like, stop, cut that narrative out of this shit. It does not apply here. That is not who Drake is as a person. And if it was, he would have went at the system a long time ago before it even got to this point. If that's what your angle was, that's what your intentions was, but you didn't because you benefited from the same system that you're going against now. I don't care what the fuck y'all talking about in terms of Drake this and Drake that. We know this nigga benefit from it, and he know that shit. That's why this shit pissing me off. Like, stop playing with me, bro.
yeah.
Like, we not stupid. What Kendrick said, hey Drake, they're not slow. That
Yeah.
is a fact. We see this shit. Like, get this shit out of
I ain't
here,
gonna lie,
man.
they on our ass in the comments, bro. They said not
What?
y'all checking out the buns. I just didn't know.
Oh, I know. Hey, look, I admit that shit. I don't care.
I didn't know.
That's my first lady.
I
Fuck, fuck y'all talking
just
about.
didn't know. Let's get back to the let's get back to the lawsuit. Hold on.
Shea Butter
Oh,
baby.
all right. But yeah, it just doesn't make sense for them to help him. What
Yeah,
new information? It doesn't make sense for them to disadvantage Drake to help Kendrick because at the end of the day, somebody said in the comments, I don't think Kendrick will want to get on a slave deal. So
yeah,
yeah, because whatever he signs, him being Kendrick Lamar is going to be completely different from whatever deal Drake was on.
yeah.
So Kendrick is going to have more leverage. So he might not even want more money. He's not gonna want that 400 million because he know what come with it. He want to be able to be free and do what he want to do and just have y'all, at least to my knowledge, because I don't know if he signed a new deal, but it was a licensing deal. Drake was on a 720 1080 deal. Like they were touching every dime that Drake was making. I don't think Kendrick wants to put himself in that position.
Well, you gave that nigga a Tony Hawk move.
He was, bro. Drake is on a 900 deal, boy. That ain't no 360. Drake on a 900 deal.
Oh my god.
Every dime that Drake gets, they touch. That's why he stayed on tour all that time.
And look, okay, I'm not gonna sit up here and say that I know Kendrick personally. I don't know that man personally.
Mhm.
However, from what he's given to me as a consumer of music, the perception that he's given to me, I just don't see him wanting to, as far as how he explained his situation coming up on the Heart Part 6 of wanting creative freedom and liberty to go a different path, to do things differently, away from, so I'm just gonna say TD, that's his family. Like, those are the people that he grew up with. These are like the people that's closest to him. The fact that he would even want to move away from that to do his own thing, I don't see him wanting to sign a deal like Drake. It makes no sense for the
Yeah.
character that I know from his music of who he is. So
Yeah.
I just don't see that.
Yeah, and shout out to Black Healer. I just wanted to pull this up. She was saying SZA is 35, so she isn't that much younger. It's not the fact of how old she is now, it's how old she was then. In the court of law, if you're 19 and the person's 17, it's still statutory. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying that he has a situation with, and that's why I said I can't remember the correct term. It's some type of philia, but it's like with fascination with girls between the age of 15 and 19. So
Yeah.
just like DJ Academic said, if she got a college ID, she all right with me. That ideology is crazy. And he said, even if she's 17, if she's 17 and got a college ID, she all right with me. That can get you sent to prison. So that's what I'm saying. It's not that they're close in age, it's at the moment in which they dated. And if they did anything and she was under the age of 18 and this is all alleged, he's at fault for that legally. You know, that's what I'm saying.
And
I'm
speaking of,
necessarily the age gap between them is how old were they when they dated. So if she was 18, he wasn't 20 because I think Drake almost 40. How old is Drake?
Drake like 39, I think.
Yeah, so if they dated and she was 18, he was already in his 20s. And if he was waiting on her to turn 18, that fits that narrative of him being a little groomer. So let's go back to the lawsuit. I do want to get through this.
And real quick, when you bring up DJ Academics, it's just kind of funny where even like his common sense it comes out at times that he immediately reel it back in. Because I mean, I know you probably seen it now, him reading through the documents and him just laughing at how ridiculous this shit is, having the lyrics, you know what I'm saying, bar for bar, how he had that shit laid out in the documents. It's insane, bro. Like, even he know this shit.
That was crazy.
But go ahead. What's next?
I looked it up. Drake is 38. He just turned 38.
Okay.
But yeah, what new information did we learn? The juiciest bits of the suit pertain to the back and forth between Drake and Universal before the courts got involved. Drizzy's attorney sent a letter to UMG complaining about Not Like Us back in July that raised the specter of litigation about the song's claims. In a phone call a week later, UMG apparently warned Drake that it would be a bad idea to sue, or as they say in legalese, it would be improvident to pursue these claims. One day after that, Drake sent UMG a letter demanding a retraction of Not Like Us claims about him. After that, Drake says he spent months trying to get some kind of resolution before suing. In his telling, UMG promised that if Drake sued them, they would sue Kendrick. I remember that. And
Yeah.
in that whole mess, the public would have the perception that he had sued another rapper, a perception that would be disastrous to the Canadian superstar's reputation.
And that's what I was saying earlier as to why he just won't directly sue Kendrick, because he's still trying to hold on whatever hip hop card he thinks he has. He won't do that. He just won't. And then I think it'll be a lot tougher to do that versus going at UMG. So, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What do streamers have to do with anything? And guys, this is what we were talking about at the beginning,
Mhm.
where one way or another, we're almost even not we're not implicated in this, but it can kind of affect if he wins our ability to do what we kind of one of the legs we built this channel on. But yes, chat, streamers have made their way into this conflict as well. The suit points out, as did the prior petitions, that UMG took the rare step of whitelisting Not Like Us, removing the song's copyright restrictions so it could be shared without penalty on sites like YouTube and Twitch. We already know the people who were involved in that. And
Yeah.
then I think this last part about the Super Bowl is basically if he performs it, it's just gonna be a super L, because I think the average viewership for the Super Bowl is like 100 and something million people, like close
Mhm.
to 120 or something like that, annual viewership. So I think he doesn't want that to be performed in front. Hold up, let's get Zendaya off the screen looking like that. But
Oh,
she just all over the page. Excuse me, but yeah, I could see how from Drake's perspective, it'll just hurt his feelings. It'll hurt his wee little feelings to see Kendrick performing Not Like Us on that stage in front of probably 100,000 people in the stadium, and then 100+ million people across the world. But let me
I
see
can
this.
understand if Kendrick had nothing else he could play, and Not Like Us is his biggest song that defined his career and things like that. If that was the case, then I could see why you would be nervous, why you would be scared. But Kendrick has so much quality, good music in his catalog. He don't need to perform that song. Let's just be real. Like he don't need it.
But Drake is so arrogant that he's not looking at it from that perspective. Like
Right.
he because a lot of his fans do too. Like, oh yeah, he still need to be thanking Drake because GNX just went platinum. Shout out to Kendrick for that. GNX just went platinum, but they
Mhm.
not mentioning that Damn just went diamond.
With no Drake disses.
And it came out so long ago. It ain't like them 10 million buys happened this year. Like, it
Mhm.
went diamond. Good Kid, Mad City is still on the Billboard album list, and it's been there since it came out. You know what I'm saying? Like, Damn won a Pulitzer Prize. People saying To Pimp a Butterfly might be the best hip hop album of all time. We've already talked about this. But Hammer G says Act showed a message with No Life Shack and Knox Hill. Shout out to both of them. Knox made a short video this morning. I have not watched that, and I'm scared to watch it now because I don't want the audio to sound weird like it did the last time I tried to input audio.
Yeah.
But
I mean, what did it say? I mean, I didn't hear about that either.
who was that said that? Let us know what
Emoji.
the video said if you can
Yeah.
summarize it in a comment.
Yeah. Real quick.
If not, we'll get back to the the notes about the lawsuit. Okay, I heard something about claims of anti-Semitism. You heard correctly. The lawsuit says that Kendrick's lyric, "You're not a colleague, you're an effing colonizer," actually alludes to Drake's Jewish heritage, which is insane. If you go back and watch anything that we did during that time, whether it be my reaction, when we came back and did the lyric breakdown with DJ and myself,
Mhm.
we never once, if I remember correctly, mentioned Drake being Jewish as the reason for him being called a colonizer. I know for a fact
Right.
we didn't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't apply. It doesn't make sense. I didn't even think about this shit until I read it in the document.
Yeah. It was always about his cultural connection. It was never about him being Jewish. If anything, it was more so about like him not being like us, was like he doesn't understand the Black American struggle. He doesn't understand that. And him
Yeah.
being Jewish isn't the slight. It's just a fact. Like, he grew up in a Jewish community in Canada. He just doesn't understand. That's why he felt like he was empowered in saying you rapping like you trying to get the slaves freed. If he really felt like he was connected to Black Americans, that line would have been something that he wrote. Because that would be something that you would actually be applauding Kendrick for. If that's the case. But you wouldn't even think of it from that perspective. Because who are the slaves?
And if he was so tapped in with his religion, you wouldn't even think about that with things like the Holocaust existing. if you were just really that tapped in about it, let's just be honest. So that he's not thinking like that. He's weaponizing it because he knows if you say anything anti-Semitic in this country,
Yeah.
there's gonna be repercussions behind it. People get their shit together when it comes to that. He knows that, and that's why he's never really truly leaned on his Jewish heritage throughout his entire career. He's never done that, except I will say, the Hell Yeah Fucking Right video, back in Take Care days. That was a bar mitzvah in that video. That was the only time you've ever seen him even mention or show that he was Jewish throughout his entire career. So I just think that's bogus.
Yeah. Rajaya McCrary. Shout out to you. At Weird Disciple. What do you guys think about Maul from Rory and Maul opinions about Drake and his bias? I hate him as far as the character he projects because I don't know him in real life, but like what he's turned into
Yeah.
from and he was like his days on the Joe Budden podcast and what he is now and what he became throughout this beef, it made me completely stop watching the pod. So I don't know what he said. I know he's been extremely she put up the pronunciation Regia. My bad, Regia. I'm sorry. McQuery. Just so you know. Okay, my bad. Regia McQuery. My bad. I don't like Maul, the type of individual that he's shown himself to be. I understand why Joe Budden was so upset with him when they broke up. Because Maul had been so he had been playing this too cool for school, so he didn't really have to present who he was for real. But now we see, because on the way out, Joe said like basically he was always little homie.
Yeah.
Like you at the crib, you living in my crib, but you won't let me use your laundry detergent. Like you gatekeeping laundry detergent, but you living in my house rent free. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like now, it's like he's dedicated to being Drake Lil Mans. Like that's somebody, first of all, that you're older than. You connected to Jay-Z them because your brother was Biggs and I think Hop. So it's like, bro, you've been connected to somebody much larger than Drake for 20 years, 25 years. Why are you up under this man nuts like this, bro? Like to the point where you're tanking all of your credibility in defense of this man.
And what make it so crazy, according to Joe, I mean, his beef wasn't even with Maul. It was with Rory. And Maul just jumped in because of resentment that he had. I feel as though that he always had kept in the tuck. And just used that as a way to really express how he really felt about Joe. That's how I look at it. And now that he got his own platform, his own voice, he's truly showing who he is. And I don't like that he make it seem like the reason why he goes so hard for Drake because that's his genuine friend. Like y'all talk all the time, like y'all see each other, y'all hang out. That's his genuine friend. So that's why regardless
of Maul and Drake.
Exactly. And that's why regardless of the narrative, whatever it is, he's gonna go hard for Drake. He gonna say whatever needs to be said because that's who he ride with. That's his man's. How? And I'm just like, if that's the case, you just as delusional as Drake because Drake think everybody he meet in the industry is his best friend. It's his brother.
And then
so he
don't
gets so
friends.
Yeah, I'm just so that's why he gets so butthurt when people don't react or do things the way he wants them to, because he's thinking that these people are genuinely his friends or they owe him because he also views a friendship as transactional.
Stop right there, DJ. I don't
Yeah.
think they're his friends. I think that last part you said, it just slipped my mind. Whatever that last part you said, that's what he think.
Their relationships are transactional.
No, the part before that, my bad. The second to last part.
Shit, I don't forgot now. But go ahead.
but whatever you said right there, that's the true part. Like he thinks that people are beholden to him to do what he wants them to do. And I think that's a part of being an only child and then him being basically in front of a camera for so long. Like people have been catering to him for so long. So he feel like people are supposed to like
Yeah.
be coddling him and um allowing him to do and say whatever he want to, and then blindly support him through that. And
Yeah.
that's not real friendship. And that's why I say, bro, ain't no way that he really think that these people he's friend. It's no
Like
way.
a real friend is not gonna let you crash out like this. Let's just be for real. Like they just not gonna do that shit. I mean, granted, yeah, publicly, yeah, we may ride with you, but ultimately behind the scenes, I'm the one that's trying to talk you off the ledge, bro.
Mhm.
I'm trying to stop you from getting to this point where you crashing out publicly. If that's
Facts.
your real friend. So
Gia
Maul is an
McQueary
idiot.
responded, and she said he was defending the lawsuit in a recent podcast, and so did Rory, and he admitted that Drake is his man, and he is going to be biased for Drake because Drake is his friend.
So I was right, because I didn't even see that. Like, but that's just how he act. Like he act like that's his genuine friend, and he ride with him no matter what.
He act like he done been at Drake crib with his feet up, like enjoying orders from DoorDash. Like they sit and watch the Raptors versus the Knicks at his crib and like share them fruit ass drinks that Drake be drinking.
He
Like he
think
act like
because
they legit spend hours and hours and days together. Like it's wild at this point. Like to the point where he was like Roy was asking him one day, because I did see this clip. He was like, "Is Lupe a better rapper than Drake?" Ma was like, "No." Is Kendrick a better? No. All right, let me ask you a question that I know you gotta say no to, or gotta say yeah to. Is Black Thought a better rapper than Drake? Maul looked at Roy with a straight face and said that Black Thought is not a better rapper than Drake. And then argued the point and moved the goalpost, saying if they both was rapping on the street, I'm going to see Drake. I'm not going to see Black Thought. It's just like, what the fuck are you what are you talking about? That's preference. We're
yeah,
talking about skill for skill. Can Drake and Black Thought, if they both stood in front of microphones like how they was doing back in the day when Sci-Hi was doing those like open ciphers that was kind of like a battle,
hmm
Drake would get demolished by Black Thought. Drake has never been a better rapper, even remotely close to Black Thought. And he's so deep up under that man nutsack that he feel like he got to ride for him no matter what. And that is crazy.
hmm
That's weird. DJ, you my dog, bro. If you was out here doing just wilding, I
hmm
might not chastise you publicly because you my dog, because whatever issue I got, we gonna talk about that behind the scenes. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't crashing out this hard for you, bro. This is insane. Like he is jeopardizing his entire livelihood and how people view him and will view him for the rest of his existence in the media space for Drake.
yeah,
That's not friendship.
it's not
That's something you do for your wife
your
or the
mama.
mother of your children or your mama. Like it ain't even that you necessarily even do for you do that's something you do for family and like
Yeah,
family that you grew up with. Like, bro, you don't know Drake like that, bro.
you know.
You
He
don't know
think
him.
just because he got a reference track or Drake sent him a deep cut from Griselda that oh yeah he really fuck with me just because I hear shit early. Like
Cause he be needing that shit to validate who he is. Cause you got to think about it, like who he's related to. Cause if I'm not mistaken, Hop is his brother too, and Biggs. They are tied to
one of the
the most
biggest record labels of all time.
record labels and rappers of all time. And you just the little bro.
Yeah, you have nothing to show for. You've made nothing with that connection at all. We know you through Joe Budden.
But all the only thing you've been able to create is more big bros. And somebody said it in the comments. They was like, that's he said Royce the 5'9" was made a comment on Maul, and he's like, they said he always been like that. He always been little bro.
I believe it. I
Always
believe
been
it.
somebody to be like, hey, big bro. Maul the type nigga be like, hey, we finna go to the movies. We get to the movies, and Maul like, hey, bro, I ain't got no bread. Nigga, why you get in the car? Why you get in the car, bro?
A nigga a follower. As soon as Drake started painting his nails, he was painting his shit too. Like, come on, dog. Really, my
Yeah,
nigga?
Yeah, and I agree with this. Not that one, but shout out to Queen Medina. I saw you come in the chat. Um, Kala Lily, I think. What Maul and Act do is pure rage bait for money. Academics now kind of already like spoke to that. Like he walked outside, like he was recording and stuff. He walked outside and he was like, "I got these cars off the Kendrick Drake beef." So there
Yeah.
is a financial incentive, and I won't. I will acknowledge that, but it's just like the level to which it's just like, bro, this bread gonna run out. Like,
Mm-hmm.
uh, slow paper is better than no paper. Fast money don't last too long. You gotta pace it. You
Yeah.
gotta know that caper. I mean, you gotta know that paper. If you got it from a caper, gotta blow that paper. Gotta know that. Like, you feel what I'm saying? So it's like the money that the increased viewership that you're getting right now
Mm-hmm.
won't sustain you because once Drake goes into a hole, or once this Kendrick Drake beef is no longer the primary topic of conversation, are people still going to want to listen to you? Are they
Yeah.
still going to view you as credible? Because a lot of people hate watching you right now. I just can't do it. I'm not finna invest my time. I don't have that much time in my day to watch somebody that I don't find entertaining or that I don't agree with on principle. You
Yeah.
feel what I'm saying? So like, I ain't trying to hear that goofy shit you talking about. Like, it was funny at first because it was like, okay, this your dude, I see it, but it got to a point where it's like, bro, this is weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like you talking about Kendrick wife. Why? Like, I don't have a problem with you defending Drake. It's just the lengths that you're willing to go to.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? And it's like, you ain't never got no girlfriend. You always talking about how you ain't trying to get no relationship, but you will go to bat. You will die behind defending the man. That's weird. I ain't gonna call you the G word. They rhyme with gray and hey and say and lay, but you're acting like it.
And then, truth be told, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I was Kendrick, I wanna like if I ever met y'all in person, we gotta throw hands, bro. Cause as much as y'all talked about my woman and throwing this shit, throwing her name up, it's like y'all was battling her more than me. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, she can't
Hey,
like,
Elsa.
hey, what's up, Elsa? What's up, Elsa? But no, talk to me. Talk to me. Don't talk to her, talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all clearly don't like women like that. Y'all don't. Y'all don't. Y'all want to argue and fight with women all fucking day, and it makes no sense
And I think
whatsoever.
that's why Kendrick slid on him so crazy on Meet the Grams. Cause it's like,
Yeah,
bro, why you keep bringing my girl in this?
yeah,
Why you keep bringing my family in this? You supposed to be
mhm,
talking to me. We the ones supposed to be fighting.
yeah.
Now I'm finna drag your ass like violently, viciously, repeatedly until you get the fucking point.
Hmm.
Stop talking about people I care about, nigga. Before I'm because now I want to wipe you off the face of the earth. Like at first
And
it was just fade. Now it's like I want to kill you.
now, one thing I did just think about in this exact moment, actually, I want to hear that damn song that the person from Texas said that was too dirty. We don't roll around with pigs. I want to know what that song actually entails, what it means, because clearly Drake didn't learn his lesson about mentioning Push's wife in the song, and he felt to some way about that beef. Now I want to really know what that shit was about. I want to know because if y'all was able to stop that shit, but not stop this shit from where it went to, like that's all gotta be
It didn't
like
exist. It didn't exist. Damn, somebody said it as I said it. That song doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. The shit not real. Ain't no fucking song existing, bro. Ain't no way he just sitting on a song for all this time that was just, ooh, it would have been so bad if I released it. It would have, nigga, shut up. Shut the
like
fuck up.
stop it, like stop it, like. And if you had the foresight, because whether you realize it or not, your reputation was hit from the Pusher shit. Granted, you still was able to have the public eye, but for the most part, your reputation was hit after that. As far as you having a kid and you hiding and not being a good father, your reputation was hit.
Yeah.
So if you had the foresight and the understanding to fall back, and it's you know what I'm saying, and not go the lengths that you went with this battle, why didn't that apply here? Because clearly you really thought that you was just gonna roll over Kendrick like it was nothing, but you ran from Pusha.
Kendrick ain't push though. He couldn't run from Kendrick. He could pretend. He could push to the. He could push push a T to the side and be like, "I'm so much of a larger artist than him
Yeah.
that I could just when it got to a point where it made me uncomfortable, I could leave that." Kendrick
Mhm.
right there. You can't run from that.
Well,
You can't.
what I told you? What I told you in that?
What?
You said you said that I could never let you down.
You talking about when he was talking to LeBron? That
Goofy
shit.
ass nigga, man.
That was weird. How he crumbled like under the baritone of LeBron's voice. What I told
You said that you said that I could never let you down.
you.
You
37
believe in me,
up as a 7-year-old. He
stupid
made.
ass.
He's like, damn, bro, I ain't never had my dad talk to me like that. So hearing your voice in that tone, it made me feel like I was talking to my father. Dang, bro, the nerve of you, Dennis. Let me read these two super chats real quick. 3-Man J, shout out to you for the super chat. Whether he performs not like us or not, all this do is build anticipation for the Super Bowl performance. Shit gonna fuck around and break records. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
This
It's
might
gonna
be the biggest Super Bowl ever.
it's gonna do something because this
Yeah.
definitely adds a layer to it that makes it like people want to see what he's gonna do. And I think it's gonna be ill if he don't even perform it. Like I said on our last live, like what if he do, excuse me, the keys from Meet the Grams into Humble? It gets the point across. He don't even have to perform it.
Yeah.
Just introducing those keys and then going into that, it's like, I just want to let you know, fuck you still. I'm not gonna validate you to the point of performing that song on this stage in the one of the biggest moments in my career, the highest visibility that I've ever had. I ain't gonna perform nothing that got nothing to do with you.
Oh, I seen a comment real quick, and then we're gonna get to the.
Hold it, man. Got one more super chat.
Okay, go ahead.
With a super chat. Every time Lawbrey gets fake mad and not like us, it hits the charts again. Not
That's a
even
fact.
Ja Rule held this big of an L. He has to stop. Yeah, he surpassed Ja Rule now. Go
Yeah.
ahead, D.
No, from Easy McConan. They said, "Do y'all think High Whitney was a real track?" I 100% think it was a real track. I do. I think he was using AI as a reference to make another song. I do. I do think that shit was real. And they pulled it because it didn't hit or it didn't stick like that.
And I haven't heard it because I thought it was AI, so I didn't pay no attention to it. Every time I heard him say "Hi Whitney," I just
Yeah.
I cut it off.
I think it was real.
Let me see. Let me peruse through these comments and see what they got in here. He did. I wouldn't tank his performance. I wouldn't tank the Super Bowl performance and perform Meet the Grams. I definitely wouldn't do that because
Hey, Bino, I see you.
he going on a stadium tour after that, so he definitely can perform it.
Super
Shout out to
Bowl
Slade.
party at the crib.
Speaking of LeBron, turn to your neighbor and say, "Neighbor, black men don't cheat." I say, "Neighbor, black men don't cheat." Right on, right on.
That's some sucker shit, man. I cannot believe Drake really. You want to defame LeBron? Another defamation case? Like, come on, bro.
Oh yeah, I was finna
like come on, let's just be for real. Like, you didn't outright say these things, but you got your puppets to say them for you to try to discredit this man, and taint his reputation, like you said in the song. Like, you can win in a rap battle, so you can go at somebody who don't rap,
and that's weak shit.
Like, LeBron can't rap because he don't know the lyrics to other songs, so he be rapping them,
bro.
so he finna carve out those 16 for you.
LeBron know he'll fuck a verse up, boy. I swear to God. Like, between him and Kendrick, bro, I do not know who will fuck a verse up the worst, bro. Bro, Kendrick get on that stage and get to rapping, and he will forget a whole 3 bars, bro. But Kendrick will try to skip over it, or he'll say the same line 3 times to catch it up. LeBron just keep mumbling, bro. He be all I'd be like, LeBron, give it up, cause when he was rapping Man at the Garden at his birthday party, he didn't know that he knew some of them. But he didn't know
but that was the best he ever did though, bro. He felt that shit. He
I
did.
think 'cause it was dark and we couldn't see, we couldn't read his lips for real. You know what I'm saying? But I think he knows how to approximate lyrics too. But like,
Bro, you know he was having a good time though, because he had on the same suit, but in the second video, he had no shirt on under that shit. It was just going crazy, bro. Like
he
that
was
nigga was
clean.
having a good time.
He was clean. But I can tell that he feels that song though for real.
Absolutely.
Man at the Garden really speaks to him. Somebody say, nah, y'all tripping. I don't want to hear the whole stadium sing Dear Adonis. Hell nah. I ain't gonna lie. If he do it on his stadium tour, I'm all for it. I just don't think he should sacrifice almost half of his Super Bowl set to Drake.
Yeah, I agree.
Not do that. Anybody still listening to Gen X?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
My son's favorite song right now is TV Off. You feel what I'm saying? Like my daughter's introduction to music, like to hip hop, was Euphoria. So she be in the car, beep, 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 beep. So like, nigga, what? Are we still playing Gen X? The only reason I don't get to listen to it as much as I want to is because we doing the road to 100. And speaking of, shameless plug.
Shameless plug. Yes, sir.
We have a mini series on our paid side, so on YouTube members and on Patreon, titled Decipher Road to 100, where we picked 100 albums from 2024 that we are going to review in short to get our way to our top 25, and we'll do that episode probably around the Grammys, maybe shortly after, because we probably like at like 40 albums down.
Yeah.
We still
like
got another
40.
60. So if you want to catch that miniseries, become a YouTube member or become a decoder. We recorded episode 6 before we started this, and we'll do 7 and 8. So those will be out this week. But yeah, man, are we still listening to it? Like, hell yeah, bro. It's one of the best albums this year. Hold on. Let me see what else
Hard
we got.
Part 6, like that beat. Like I said, that's high in my rotation.
Shout out to Renee for the super chat. She didn't say anything. She just donated. So shout out to you for supporting the channel. Shout out to you for that. Okay. Regia came back. Hold on. She said one more question. Do you guys know the Lost in Vegas channel? Because I was disappointed of how they reacted to Kendrick's diss track. They gave Kendrick a hard time. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
Cause truth be told, bro, if Euphoria didn't take off, we wouldn't have been reacting to shit. Like I did that because DJ wasn't able to pull up and when no music dropping, and that just happened to blow up. But prior to that, we were not a reaction channel. If you go back and look at our catalog prior to the beef, we were doing in-depth album breakdowns, which we still try to do. Well, not try. We're definitely still doing those, and we'll get into them more as we go through 2025. But yeah, I don't really know too many reactors outside of No Life Shack, Screwface, us. We are Decipher. Jay Black. I don't necessarily. Well, he be reacting, so I kind of as right. Vibe Villa, and because I don't really count the streamers. I don't really count them. Yeah. Oh, and the Law Twins. Somebody told me about them recently, but I haven't watched anything from them. Shout out to Queen Medina, becoming a YouTube member. But yeah, if they like making a point of not to be objective, don't waste your time with them because they're servicing an agenda. And it's like at that point, like Kendrick won. He beat the shit out of Drake, bro. He won. He won. Shout out to Jennifer D. She just walked into the chat. But yeah, bro. If
I mean, you can have an opinion. You can have an opinion on shit. I don't care if you have an opinion, but if you're not truly trying to be objective in terms of like weighing out both sides, like ain't no point in talking, bro. It's not, because granted, yeah, we all have our preferences, but ultimately, when you're trying to judge art, like your preference doesn't speak for the masses. Like you have to be able to be objective and look at the art for what it is. And if you're truly looking at song for song, quality, it's not even close. Like Kendrick had the better songs. He had the better strategy, the better
Mhm.
rollout, better everything. Like I just don't understand how people don't see that. But
Yeah.
it's not my job to understand it. It is what it
Okay.
is.
Dre he be trolling, bro. He say, so y'all reacted because the copyright restrictions were removed. No, 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 no. I reacted to Euphoria the day it came out. So
Yeah.
we were doing it prior. That was an unexpected. We weren't even monetized at the time. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't behoove us to care about whitelisting because we weren't monetized. But
Like bro, we had 200 and I think 30 subscribers at that time.
250.
250 or something like that. Like, bro.
Now we're 250 away from 22,000. So shout out to us in the chat. Shout out to us.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you're trolling. That's why I answered it. Like
Yeah.
you like our homie Bino. Like if he's still in the chat, shout out to Bino. But like I know you trolling. I remember like one of the comments you did a while ago. I was like, yeah, bro, be trolling. I'm with it though. It keep the chat going. Um,
You saw the comment Bino said Super Bowl party at the crib.
I'm pulling up.
I saw it. I seen what he said.
I'm pulling up. Restrictions were removed from push-ups and hard parts and heart failure 6 by Drake. All of Drake's songs, the copyrights were removed. I showed that earlier in the chat. Our videos from those songs are still monetized. We didn't do push-ups. Because I had listened to it so many times, and then with the AI and all of that stuff. But
Yeah, you
yeah,
didn't do a reaction to it, but we did talk about it though.
yeah, those songs are still monetized. Yeah, let's get the likes up to 500. Do us that favor. Let's you want to go back to that article, or you want to kick shit with the chat?
I mean, was it something else that we missed in there?
It's let me see. I think it's almost over, but let me see.
Oh, and I do want to
Yeah, it's over. We got this one last part.
I do remember a comment from earlier that I did want to mention. I forgot who said it. But they were saying basically if Kai Sinet, if he not tripping, I don't think we should. And yeah, that's easy to say now that he's not being directly addressed or sued. You know what I'm saying?
12 years old.
And then on top of that, like, let's just be for real about it. Like, we don't know what's going to happen at this point. His views can very much change tomorrow on that shit. So I don't think you or whoever it is, if that's what they're going off of, Kai being cool about it, you gonna fuck around and get left behind because
child. I'm a grown ass man. I'm not going off of the ill-advised notions of a child compared to me. He my niece's age. Like I'm not going to Cassinet for his opinion on nothing. Like, I could tell from the reaction that he had that he's just not of the mental state to be even processing it. Cause Zayas, I think that's his name, Zayas and Lou, they called the attorney and was talking about suing Drake. So I'm not, bro. Cassinet is way too young for me to take anything he say serious.
Right. Like if you got any kind of sense, you would understand him mentioning y'all in that suit like that means a hell of a lot more than what you think it does.
Exactly.
And that so yeah, especially, I just wanted to bring it up.
Especially for Drake to personally reach out to Cassinet and tell him to stay on stream. So it's like you saw him as good enough to push your agenda.
Yeah.
And I think Drake is so conniving that he sees everything that happens, even stuff that happens organically, as a natural exchange of genuine love and appreciation of something, as being underhanded in some type of way. And we all know people in life that just so conniving and just shiesty and shit like that they just can't perceive anybody else as being genuine.
And I'm just like, if he, and I don't want to bash Kai, I ain't got nothing against Kai, but if you just really look at the shit, he texts you while you's on stream telling you to stay on stream just so you can promote his shit, just to turn around and say that you were paid by UMG to have a reaction that you had So not like us or any other Kendrick song, your opinion is not valid or genuine. For him to turn around and say that shit, I would be pissed. Because you're
Yeah.
saying that I don't have my own autonomy, I don't have my own way of thinking, and I can't have opinion on some shit. So yeah, I'm not taking him being unbothered. I'm not taking any of that shit because Drake clearly tried to manipulate you, and when it came down to it, he flipped on you just like he do everybody else.
Yeah.
So
Shout out to chilling with Moni in the chat. She said, LeBron, I can never let you down.
LeBron, I could never, I could never let you down.
I ain't
Stupid.
never seen a man want a hug from another man so bad. Other than when Will Smith was crying on Fresh Prince. How come he don't want me, man? And that was his
Oh
actual fault.
no,
And that was
nah,
his
bro, I'm
actual
sorry,
fault.
man. That you know, my dad been in my life my whole life. Okay, I got a great relationship with my dad now. That shit hurt my soul. Like that shit happened to me every time I watch that scene.
I ain't gonna lie. I think the last time I watched it, I was watching it at work when we were still working in the building before the pandemic. I was at work.
Yeah,
I was misty eyed, like,
I'm
cause
telling you, bro.
niggas
Nah,
like
man, Will Smith.
for people like me who didn't have their fathers, like the stuff that was happening in the video or in that episode, like I connected with it so much because we've all had like people who didn't have their daddies around. They always come around and grandstand at least once. I'm gonna come pick you up. We gonna do this. We gonna do that. Like I
Mhm.
remember that situation. So when at least he was able to talk to his in that moment. Like mine
Yeah,
never came. Like I remember that day I was like, I was standing at the front and we were supposed to go bowling. And I remember I think I went to the window maybe 4:30 and like I could see as the like sun was setting and like how far the time had spent. And it was just like I think my mama eventually came and got me from the window. I was in the 4th grade. And so when it happened to Will, like watching him go through it and be old enough to actually um express how he was feeling, that shit fucked me up at work, boy.
he
Fuck
said,
me.
"I want you."
Yeah, like
Oh,
damn,
bro.
that shit crazy. So
That shit made me
yeah,
cry
man,
every time, bro.
the the last part of it was what did Drake want? And it said money. So we know I think it said he wants money. He want UMG to put out a statement. He wants I think he want Kendrick to not be able to perform not like us. He want all of this other shit. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like and what it could do after the fact is going to be detrimental to everybody else that's left to pick up the pieces. So yeah, man, I for the betterment of hip hop, he cannot win. But I don't think he has a case that will lead him to win. I think he trumped it up so much because um he wants a settlement. A shout out to Epsi. She said he wants a disclaimer on the song and video. Yeah. Um to say that it's not true and all this other shit. So he just wants to delegitimize the quote unquote campaign of Not Like Us. In addition, get paid and because he was like, my life is so bad now, I'm pain and suffering and all this other bitch ass shit. To just
And,
he feel like it'll go away if he get breaded up. What
and
Moni
it's
said.
another comment I see on here. I don't know if it is Damel. I think that's how you say it. Damyll. But they said that Drake has Disney ties. And if you still in the chat, what you mean by that?
By that.
Could you just give me a brief explanation of what you mean by that? I would like to hear what that means exactly. But go ahead.
Shout out to Drake guy. He said 1090 Jake comp why he hasn't tore the walls down. I don't know what the hell you mean.
Well, I think I know what
I
he
think I
means.
think 1090 Jake is he's a
A
content
snitch,
creator.
a fucking snitch who get documents and paperwork on rappers
Oh.
who be testifying or things like that. Basically, he be exposing niggas. That's
Uh-huh.
his whole thing. That's his whole MO. And Drake mentioned that in the song. He was like, why T90 Drake ain't tore the walls down if me being a snitch and me
Oh,
saying
yeah.
this and doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he was like, why he ain't told the walls down? Because whoever that dude is, 1090 Jake, I don't know how he be getting the documents he be getting,
They
but
be
they be
public. That's what I was when we was having a conversation last time. Anytime a court proceeding takes place, it's all public information. You just got to be willing to get it. You got to be willing
okay.
to, like, on Apps stream, she be like, she'll have a she'll be talking to the chat. She'll be like, it's just a matter of how bad she wants to get the document. Because sometimes you
Yeah.
got to pay, but sometimes it's like, sometimes it's free. Like when I worked at the courthouse, that documentation was available. You just had to go downstairs and get it.
Yeah.
You just have to go to where they held the records and go get it. So it's all public information.
Well, I guess he be, so the one that be willing to pay for it and go through the loops because he be having legit documentation, basically, exposing these niggas of saying this and they songs and saying that and y'all really be doing this. So Drake is saying, I guess he considers him to be super credible. So if all this stuff you're saying about me is true, why he ain't showing the paperwork yet? Like this is somebody that we need to look for. You know what I'm saying? So
A freaky boy.
Drake is a
You
weirdo,
said
bro.
why 1090 Jake? Like, because you may not have paperwork on you right now, but that don't mean you ain't doing it. You just ain't been caught yet. You haven't been caught yet. That's all. And we all know about the settlement that you did for 500,000.
Okay, so one comment from R Dub, they said Drake's in a deal with Disney, part of UMG 720 deal, and 50 Cent via Tyler Perry. That's why 50 has been going so hard for Drake. Okay.
I mean,
I
listen,
guess.
we already know that 50 a hoe. We already said it last time that he's a hoe on a stroll. He
Bro,
gonna
hold
do
on, Skip.
big
Hold
things.
on, Skip.
50 Cent, what?
I gotta call you out, Skip. Hold on. I forgot which episode that was.
Oh
Why
yeah, I
you
did
would let me
talk about him. Yeah, my
Yeah,
bad.
why I could get my shit off about 50 Cent, but now you talking shit about this nigga.
My bad. You right. You right. That's accountability.
Yeah.
That's accountability. But I can
Yeah.
tell you don't know nothing about that.
He was
Shout
like,
out
I'm sorry, Phil, we want to work with you. I'm like, I don't want to work with this nigga. Fuck him. The fuck? If you got to roll for some power, I don't want to do shit with that nigga. That nigga's trash. Fuck.
shout out to Down in Dixie with the super chat. He said Drake just wants to discredit the success of the song. Because I low key, I think Drake is so vain that the primary reason why he's mad is because the song is successful.
Yeah.
I think he's mad at Kendrick's success. Like, it's not even like what he said in the song allows him to dig at the song itself. But bro really just sick to his stomach that people fuck with Kendrick.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So Absa just said something. Let me see what she said.
Yeah, she said, I genuinely spent about 3 hours online today, and they said the Canada court websites are pulling documents on Drake and Baka.
Excuse me? They're pulling them, like, as in sealing the documents so they won't be available for public viewing? Is that what you're saying, Absa? Is that what she's saying? They doing a cleanse? They trying to get them up out of here? As far as like they don't want those to be available?
Oh, she said
Let me know if
she's
she's
pulling docs.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we in there for that. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta watch that.
Yeah.
I gotta watch that. I thought she was saying that they were trying to like
Hide
the
it. Yeah,
weird case is sealed. Okay. The one where he Freaky Man Baka case. Okay. Okay.
Oh, the weird case is sealed. Okay.
Abs, are you free? Are you presentable? We probably finna pipe the stream up. Let's see. Absa, are you free? Are you free? Are you in front of your computer? Because I will send the invite. Shit, we might bring Moni up too. Let's have a party in this bitch. What's up?
Because Mona be really getting the chat going, bro. She be shout out to you, man. God, she definitely be in here talking her shit.
She might, and also I ain't never told her this, but she might have the best thumbnails in like base damn near the entire like YouTube space as far as like what we do. Like
Elsa says she can.
thumbnail work is amazing. What you say?
Absa says she can be up in 10 minutes.
Okay. Moni, you trying to pull up? You trying to pull up, Moni?
Wait, what we doing?
I don't know. It'll just happen once you get on stream. I don't know. I gotta let me make a layout that's gonna work for everybody so we all can get on here. We finna do a culture united in this bitch. That's what we finna do. We finna do culture united. Let me see. I gotta add the slots. Hold on.
Oh my god, I'm not dressed.
Don't do us like that. Hold on. What does the screen look like? Do they see me doing this?
No.
Okay.
No. On the stream, you got the documents up.
Okay. We're trying to accommodate. Let me see if
Let's see. Oh, a culture pack out. Shout out to Deleted too, man. He just put his Drake pack out. I ain't watched it yet, but I did see the thumbnail. That thumbnail crazy.
a culture united with black women. Go figure. What you mean by that? If I can do a voice, I'm cool, but I don't want to mess up y'all professionalism. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I feel like this is an opportunity to do something. Let me send Absa the link real quick.
Let's see to Damel. No, I do not think Ghostwriters can help Drake make a comeback. I don't think so. Not in what he was currently rapping about in terms of all the mob ties and the break. Like he would have to literally go back to just being singing Drake. And even I don't even know if that's gonna really help him a stick, honestly. Like it just has to be solely love songs, and it have to be something like that. And even with that, like the way he be acting, like he just make it seem like he don't really like women like that. That's how it be seeming. Like it's weird, bro. I don't know.
Professional. Apps are so professional. She got a auto response on her emails. Professional. That's one of the biggest things. Like, she is super duper professional. Like in our conversations that we was having behind the scenes, super like because it was intimidating at first. Cause I'm like, bro, like, cause I didn't know how to get the StreamYard to work and shit. And I was just like, bro, she just so professional and she will tear into your ass. So I was like, I want to make sure this is perfect.
Yeah.
I want to make sure this is perfect.
Cause she do that all the time. Like she be going live every day, all day.
Moni, where can I send this? Where can I send this invite? Yeah, because you can just come on and mute your and stop your camera so your audio will just come in.
Yeah, you don't have to be on camera if you don't want to.
I can send the link to. And we're not gonna call it culture anything because I don't want them to feel like we taking it. It'll just
no.
We'll just call it.
Yeah, I mean we respect all those guys, man. Like all those guys that run like Culture United and things like that. Like they all do great, amazing jobs. So we don't want to, make it seem like we trying to take that. No.
Yeah.
If anything, we want to collab.
I don't want Justin Hunt making a video about me.
Hell no. Clear you up real quick. Well, us up. Shit.
Talking about Mike, check. What's good? What's good to the members? What's up, members? But let me tell you about this weak ass channel. I don't want that. I don't want.
Let's get a 9-second of applause, please. Be flaving our ass, but I don't want that.
I don't want that. And I respect them too much, so I don't want that.
Yeah.
We're gonna name it the family reunion. Cause Moni does, like, she refers to her viewership as cousins. Oh, play cousins. The play cousin family reunion. Okay. Let's do that. Let me go
at the family reunion. Who we introducing? It is.
Okay.
But can you believe Wild 'N Out been in the air that long, bro? Like as long as it's been. Like
Uh,
we was in high school when that shit first came out, bro.
that mean it's successful. Untitled, unmastered. That's
Ooh, that's tough. That's tough.
okay. Hold on, let me read this real quick. Mr. Towns said I saw a clip on Dead End Hip Hop Reddit page from Andrew Schultz podcast. They had the UFC fighter Izzy on it. I'm guessing Izzy Adesanya. He said that he went to one of Drake's parties in Toronto when someone had a bus full of women show up. That ties into the statement that academic said that Drake was providing the vibes. Shout out to Miss Mia. Listen, chat. We're about to have the queens in the bill with the kings. Get the likes to 500 immediately. Culture Avengers assemble. The Cypher family reunion. Let's get it. I hope Absa got it. The Play Cousin family reunion. The next time we do it, we'll dub it untitled. I don't know that untitled unmatched. I just don't want to feel like we stepping on the shit Kendrick doing.
Yeah, yeah. We'll have to make up something else.
Shout out to Gen X Gemini. What Miss Mia said for sure. Cause yeah, this can get very interesting. This can get very, very interesting. Cause we already know what apps are gonna do, and we already know what I'm booting up my computer. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Just go ahead and chat amongst yourselves. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Like I told her, bro, when she talk, I listen. I sit there just like this. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I listen, bro.
Did Moni leave?
I don't know. I ain't seen pop up.
If so, it's cool because I know she said she was trying to get situated, so she probably went to. And how everybody come in, we'll just adjust it.
But I'm pretty sure. I mean, if you down for it, Mona, if you see this or hear this, I mean, if you want to actually plan something out, you know, for the future, we can set it up.
I don't want to use anything with the word culture in it.
Yeah, yeah, we want to do something different.
I appreciate the recommendation. I just don't want to use nothing with the word culture in it.
Yeah,
just so we can make it a separate thing.
Yeah,
it'll be cool to like pay homage, but if this continues, I don't want it to feel like we trying to bite off what they doing.
Or compete. Like we not competing, bro. Like I don't want to.
I'm finna fuck this name up. Is this Kim McKay with the super sticker? I hope I didn't destroy it too bad. Yeah, I just Untitled, Unmastered podcast and an album, 2 different forms of media, the chat, culture, feeling, Untitled, Unmastered. Okay. What's up, Foxy? I see you in there.
Oh, I see Foxy. Yeah, shout out to you, Foxy. That was a great video.
Uh-oh. Dun dun dun.
Look out to see ready. See ready. See ready for business, bro. See ready, bro.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So we don't have anything in particular that we want to talk about, that we had prepared. So we just finna get this shit. Now I know you said that you were pulling documents, and I don't want to step on the video that you did, but is there
no? I'm not doing a video. It's totally fine. Yeah, ask away.
Okay. So what did you find of interest during your search that you would be okay with talking about?
Yeah, so I've been talking about this on my channel a lot about whether or not I was going to try and get the documents for the case in question, the weird case. And so I decided to go back down that rabbit hole. So the first thing is that I was not clear on, that I needed to figure out was, where exactly did this case happen? Where exactly was he indicted for this? Because I thought he was indicted by the United States, but he was not. He was indicted by Canada.
Oh, okay.
For the weird case. And so I went and looked at a bunch of old news reports. Because when Canada arrests somebody, they put your name out there right away, baby, and let people know what you're being arrested for. So, so I was doing that. And then just also straight up, I'm not familiar with the Canadian document process. I've been telling folks that probably about 8 to 10 months ago, I tried to do a background check on Baka, because here in the United States, you can plug in somebody's name and pay a fee and get a bunch of information about them. You can't necessarily do that in Canada unless you have a really good cause to do that. And so there are some similarities there with court documents. There is a bunch of stuff that is publicly available. But one of the old articles that I read from 2014, 2015 time when this case was happening alluded to the case being sealed to protect the victim in the case. Because even though the trafficking and those charges were dropped, Baka was convicted of assaulting this woman and some other things. And so it alluded to, this case is sealed. And then I started looking, okay, well, how do I get documents from Canada? So I went down that rabbit hole. Unfortunately, I will just say that although it appears that case is sealed, it would appear to me that her name is in other documents in cases that involve Baka.
Hold on real quick. Can you turn your mic up? They say your mic sounds low. And yeah, Moni, we on StreamYard.
Oh no, I got down to that.
I heard you. I hear you.
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's mine. Thank you, gang. It is my master setting drop down again. It does that sometimes. So my apologies to the folks who were listening. But anyway, Baka got a lot of cases.
You don't say.
Yeah, Baka has a lot of cases that involve violence. He's had some appeals decisions that are now, I guess, case law. And so he's got a case that's cited in a bunch of other cases that have nothing to do with him. When people are filing their appeals and the court is saying, no, you can't appeal on this. We already made a decision about this back in the Travis Savory, I believe his name is, aka Baka Not Nice. Right.
I know that's his last name.
Savory is his last name. Yeah. So I've just been, today I just decided to go down the rabbit hole. I had a couple, had some time to do it, and just to start to really familiarize myself with not just that, because again, there's more. I was surprised when I plugged in his name and a bunch of stuff came up, attempted murder, and again, other things that he may have been tangentially around, and so therefore his name comes up in the documents. And so therefore through those court documents, consistent pattern of Baka allegedly threatening and intimidating women for one reason or another. Usually around some bitch ass nigga shit. I just gotta say.
Jesus Christ.
So, is it in relation to them 10 snipe commandments? Maybe. They really living by that?
Maybe.
We know at least there's it was a TikTok video on it. RIP to TikTok. At least for the time being.
Yep.
It was
I see it just got banned. Yeah.
Group of girls, and they were saying that they were invited to come see Drake at this mansion in the Hidden Hills, and then they got there and it was Dennis and all his old ass friends. So we know that there's a culture around that group that has like either funneled from Dennis down, or Dennis got comfortable and took his shoes off and started to adopt that ideology. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense that it's just a lineage of creepy nigga shit just going on. in the Drake household. I think nah, I'm not gonna say that. That might get me sued. I'm not gonna say that.
Well, it's funny. So
I was really about to say some shit that you say on the phone. I'm not gonna say that.
yeah. But that was exactly why I went and started looking for it, because a bot gossip website yesterday generated a Baka is suing Kendrick thing. And so that popped up in the chat in the live yesterday. And I was like, ain't no way that Baka is suing Kendrick Lamar, because the only thing that would accomplish is airing out that case. The Canadian press would immediately go to the court and say, redact her. We need the documentation. This has become something else, and we need to be able to cover what this is. It would take them some time, but they would probably be successful in doing that. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think, again, that would be stupid. I think the most likely stupid next move could entirely be Drake actually trying to get a full injunction against Not Like Us.
Okay. And
to get it removed and taken down entirely to where it can't even be played
or performed.
Okay.
Make sure I download it. Because I'm still be in the car. Wow. But I do have a question, since you brought up the injunction. I don't know the terminology, but somebody mentioned a slap. It's like some type of proceeding, and like Kendrick, the reason that Drake did the lawsuit so close, or did it now, is because it's so close to the Super Bowl that Kendrick and his legal team might have a hard time going to court and responding to be allowed to still perform Not Like Us at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's not true. The lawyers will eat, sleep, preparation if they find out there's a court hearing tomorrow. If they feel like they don't have enough time, then, there are things that they can do. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I think that's important to say to folks. But so the one thing that I want to clarify for folks is there is no injunction attempt right now to not play, license, perform the song. In the lawsuit, there's nothing about he's not asking for immediate injunction relief or restraining order or anything like that. But he could. And I think that he would not try and do it directly at Kendrick. I think he would still go the sneak diss route. I'm going at UMG because UMG is locked. UMG is not going to mess with any distribution contracts to make it easier for Kendrick to perform the song, because then that is favoritism, right? So they're going to stick to whatever it is that they already have on paper, and Drake's going to have to mess with that through a court proceeding to say either I need an injunction or a restraining order from this being performed. The bar is astronomically high because he hasn't yet proved any defamatory harm. If he had already proved some defamatory harm, it would be easier for a court to say, yep, can't do that. Or I'm going to give you a temporary one and we'll argue it out in 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that it would necessarily be successful, but we talked about this the last time I was on your show, when I talked about when people make the choice to go notorious, to go with notoriety, and they've therefore made the choice to cause harm, and after that they don't care. And I've long since said Drake is mad, right? He hates us. He hates Black people. And he doesn't care. He is the school shooter of hip hop.
The school shooter? I mean, to your point, it caught me off guard. Hold on. But the school shooter is the person who comes in and
give the warning.
There are no survivors. As long as I get off my agenda of eliminating as many people as possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's still crazy, but I get it.
It caught me off guard.
Yeah.
You're 100%
Yeah,
right.
I
It's
think
gonna
so.
be a
And so
toxic
once you make that choice, right? Once you cross over the threshold of that sacred ground of our most precious commodity, and you pull the trigger one time, it's easier to pull it again. It's easier to pull it again. If you have lawyers or your semi-automatics, you just pull that trigger once, and you laying out a bunch of people, and you don't care if you die at the end, or you don't care if you wind up doing life in prison. And so I think that's really where his head is at. I think that he doesn't care about, there are people who are like, bro, don't you care about what we think about you? No, he does not. So reputational harm, he doesn't care because remember, he's a victim.
Yeah.
The reputational harm was done to him. He's defending himself. So he doesn't care. He does not care what people think. And so because he has separated himself from what we have decided is and is not socially acceptable behavior in our school, in our camp of the culture, additional legal action, absolutely a possibility.
Now, real quick, I just want to ask a question. It may not be as in depth or deep as as what we were talking about, but okay, let's just say Drake wins miraculously. He wins this, right? What does that do to Kendrick and his momentum and his career exactly? Especially if the stands and Drake are basically predicating his current and future success on this song. So what happened to on the back end for Kendrick? Does that stop his possibilities? Does that slow his momentum down? Does his numbers drop? Like what would that do for Kendrick in the event if Drake actually won? What do y'all think would happen?
I think Kendrick would become the most popular and prolific rapper in the galaxy between us and Andromeda.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. All that does is when somebody tells you you can't say that,
you won.
Well, then I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Do we think Kendrick doesn't have more vocabulary words?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for people to think though, because most people don't know what colonizer means or colonization means. So,
and so again, all of this is just like, oh, so I need to clarify. I need to expound on my point. I need to take another minute to put y'all niggas on game. Bear with me for a sec. I'll get Gloria and be right back.
Talking shit.
I got a question. It's kind of a joke, but okay. So imagine if they can't necessarily get him to not perform the song or to remove the song, but he can't say pedophile, right? PDF. What if Kendrick gets on the Super Bowl stage and performs the song and says certified alligator, certified crocodile? It'll still achieve the point. It'll still achieve the point.
We could get Kendrick linking up with Kids Bop.
Exactly.
For the remix.
Kids Bop. Oh snap! Oh snap! Yeah, we see you. We hear you loud and clear.
Come on,
we hear you. We see you.
I look blurry.
You do look a little bit blurry.
Yeah.
Is it on? Is it manual focus or?
Hold on.
Go ahead and do your thing. Do your thing. I think it's just an opportunity to challenge one to think, how creative can I be? The other thing, though, is that let's say by some miracle, Drake is successful. And let's say he's successful in getting the song, preventing UMG from being able to license or distribute the song. Let's say he's successful with that. That would be a point in time for UMG to say, well, you know what, Kendrick? There's no reason for us to have this distribution deal for this song anymore. So here you go.
Yeah.
As you were, have fun.
Yeah. Because I don't think he would want to be in a deal like Drake anyway. So
of course not.
Yeah, I get it.
And he never will be. But it's just like if UMG has an asset that they can't monetize, right? We can't license this to the NBA. We can't da-da-da-da-da. Nigga, here you go. Take your stuff back and do what it is that you do with it. I really genuinely think, but they won't do that before then because that is absolute favoritism. I think they're going to fight the very, very, very good fight. And I can't wait for UMG's official response. There she is.
Hold on,
Yeah,
y'all.
there you go.
Hold
there
on.
you go.
Let me.
I figured it out.
Okay, y'all.
What's going on, y'all?
Nice to formally meet you.
I know, right? What's up, y'all?
Is it?
Yeah, you've been holding us down, man. We appreciate you coming in and just showing love.
I love y'all. I love
keeping
y'all.
it going.
I want to
I
ask.
think I knew about y'all before y'all knew about me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's funny how this stuff is working because it's so new. Like a lot of this stuff happened in the last 8 months. So all of this shit is just so new. Like the amount of people we've been able to, rub shoulders with and people we've been able to come in contact with. It's just it's wild to be able to just have this conversation. Like because this is a thing. Like as sporadic as it was, this has now become a thing. And I want to ask you, like we were asking Absa, what do you feel like on the odd chance? What do you feel like could potentially happen to Kendrick if Drake was to win this lawsuit?
What will happen to him?
Yeah, like okay, because the first thing we were saying is it could potentially have an effect on whether or not the song can be distributed by Universal. Because I don't really think it'll do anything to his career, and I think DJ might have been alluding to those streams would that because that I would wonder about that if the song just goes into a point where it doesn't exist. Of course, the streams go away, but would his impact from what happened last year be sullied if the song gets just sent to the shadow realm forever?
Yeah, that's what I was more so thinking about. Is that
I don't think so. I think Kendrick will still be Kendrick at the end of the day because he was who he was before a Not Like Us. I know people want to try to pretend like, oh, he was some SoundCloud rapper or some shit. But he's still gonna be Kendrick because outside of the Not Like Us, he had a number one. Well, I think he had two before this. And his legacy and what he's done was already set in stone before a Not Like Us. Like Drake, he can pretend like he doesn't know what Kendrick brought to the table. We all saw the interview where he said, "Oh, I can't wait to see what the two people I'm always compared to do in the next year." You were referring to Kendrick and J. Cole. So you know what his status is. You know you stopped submitting to the Grammys because he kept whooping your ass at the Grammys. So I personally feel like y'all can take Not Like Us. Like I just uploaded a video like 30 minutes ago talking about does he need to perform Not Like Us at the Super Bowl? Like I know we all want to see the history and what that can look like on the biggest stage, but he had so many other songs that he can perform. He don't even have to blink at Not Like Us. I don't think anything will happen to his career. I mean, like you said, they'll take it away, the streams will go away, but he can easily replace that. I mean, GNX just went platinum in 2 months.
Yep. And damn, and credit to you because I didn't know it at that time, but damn, just went diamond.
Right.
And, and I think
granted he doesn't certify his shit because he lazy as hell, but like I don't get that. Him and Beyonce have that thing where they don't want to certify their stuff. Like Beyonce literally just certified her stuff the other day. I don't know why they do that.
I think it's I think it's kind of like a jab at the people who live and die by the numbers.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think the announcement is big enough for him. It's like let that shit like it speaks for itself. I don't have to double down on it. Real quick. To all of the people sending super chats, I will speak on them, but I will not bring them to the screen because I don't want them to block money. I don't want to be disrespectful while she's speaking, and it's a big ass super chat sticker in her face.
Yeah. But yeah, the only reason
add something though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so my brain really has my brain is split right down the middle on, is he going to try and file an injunction? Is he not going to try and file an injunction? It could happen, but it would be counter to what it is that he says he wants in the lawsuit. And I think actually that first of all, I think trying to erase the song is dangerous because it is erasure. But when he says in the lawsuit that he wants a disclaimer on the song and on the video to explain to listeners and viewers that the contents are not factual, and then is also alluding to this song being anti-Semitic and the artist behind it being anti-Semitic, that is the danger. And that's why I said this lawsuit is a weapon, and it might be funny to people, but it is not a joke.
Yeah.
Because what happens if they are successful in casting Kendrick Lamar as an anti-Semite and this song as anti-Semitic, it immediately falls into the category of hate speech. So then what happens to people who react to the song, who stream the song? You're promoting hate speech, which means you're probably violating some user agreements for the platform that you're on. You could get demonetized for a video. You could get demonetized for a channel. You could get a disclaimer on your channel. YouTube has the little AI thing now where it will, if you say the word election, it'll immediately start putting in a bunch of AI stuff in the description of your video or next to the description of your video, facts about the election. You really want that on your content, or want to get dinged on your content, or want to have a label put on you that you hate an entire group of people because you reacted to a song? That is actually really dangerous. And it sets that, I was alive and I remember when the establishment came for rap. I remember when the establishment came for rap and alternative rock and said, you need a special label because your product is dangerous. People think explicit content is because of, the 7 cuss words you're not supposed to say, on FCC air. No, it's not about that. And so to take it a step further then, and to have special labels that dissect content, again, I think one of the things that's being weaponized against us is that people can't tell when we've crossed over into a minstrel show and when we've been cast into it when we didn't ask to be on stage. And so when people think about, special labels, that could be funny. That's the minstrel show half. That could be funny. There could be a disclaimer on a rap video that ain't really homeboy's bitch, and that stack of cash he flashing ain't really his, and that car he ain't really his. But what if somebody is rapping about the diaspora? What if somebody is rapping about their experiences as a survivor? What if somebody is rapping about Palestine and Gaza, or women in Afghanistan, or anything else that's happening in the world? What if we start rapping about hate crimes in America and the resurgence of MAGA? And then the powers that be have an ability to put a label on that to say, that's just the artist's opinion. Excuse me? They're dropping bombs in my backyard. It's not my opinion. That is censorship.
Yep.
And that is dangerous.
They're gonna turn the rap game into social media. And then that will make it easier for them to be like, okay, so the alternative is to continue to push this AI thing. Because we know for a fact it won't push this unsavory information into the space. So people won't even have to discuss it, won't have to talk about it, won't have to speak on their displeasure. We can just do this. It'll be an alternative for it. And then now you'll have the decision to where, do you want to be like a Drake? Do you want to be bland? Do you want to be agreeable? Do you want to be unrooted? Do you want to be like have no stance on anything whatsoever? Like, look how much that could have, like, to even our channel. Like we talk about stuff and we really don't get into events unless we do a live like this. But for somebody like Absol or Moni who discuss what's going on in the culture as it's happening, the level of care that you would have to put on in addition to what you do already, to where if you say anything, it could lead to your channel being struck. And you know, with YouTube, it's 3 strikes you out. And all we doing is creating content. So imagine how
I already got 1 strike. Okay.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Do they go after? Do they go away after a certain period of time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you
and guess who I got my strike for? J. Cole.
J. Fold in the building.
Hey, fucking
lame ass nigga, man.
I mean, I'm on your bumper. I kid you not. Once that strike go away, I'm on your bumper.
Yeah, I know that's right.
What that nigga, man?
I promised the chat that I would not speak on him. So I'm okay.
Oh well, I'm gonna push it even further because you know I tried to listen to Forest Hills Drive a couple weeks ago, and I did not have success listening to that. I wish it was just an instrumental. I'd be bumping it today.
I was so mad at Professor Sky, and I don't know him. Like he doing a review on it, and I was like, "You what? You like this?" Because he was
But you said he liked it.
Yeah, but
are you talking about the album as a whole or the new songs that was added?
The album as a whole. He talked about the additional songs, but he didn't really speak on them in detail. But he was speaking on the back half of it, and I was like, Sky, what you saying, man? Like, 'cause he was disagreeing that the back half is that it like flattens out. He was arguing to the other point. And I was just like, I might really not like him. I might really not like J. Cole, bro. And that's why I said that I'm not gonna speak on him, because even when I say good things about him, I say bad things about him. So for you to say that video got you a strike, I'm pissed off. Like, so I'm trying my best not to say nothing. But you be good until that strike go away.
Hey, Skip. Hey, Slade said check the super chats.
Okay, let's take a moment for the super. Oh my goodness. Okay. Shit. Shout out to y'all for the super chats. Trey. Never mind. I'm gonna just read them. I do not like.
No, you can do it. You can do it.
They not like us. Unalive Trail, justified homicide. That's a fact. He had to kill him. It was time. Renee, shout out to you for the super sticker. J Mo, this is payback for Jimmy Two Wheels. Man, chill, bro. It all goes back to Degrassi. Yep, because DJ, you remember you mentioned earlier about him filing the suit against the director of Degrassi. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because he didn't want to be depicted in a wheelchair anymore.
Crazy.
Punk. X sketch comedy show. Shout out to you for the super chat. Kendrick gonna go down as the rapper that ran up the score so high the nigga unplugged the game. I don't like how he being mean to me.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Shout out to V Conley with the super chat. The irony: Drake's acting career had him in a wheelchair. Drake's music career has him in the afterlife. Shit. Y'all wilding with these super chats. Aaron G, shout out to you for the super chat. Kendrick will stop the music and the crowd will say those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's something you can't control. You can't control that.
I said this last year. You can't control a crowd, especially when they have a chant.
Yeah. They want to say it. They want to say it.
They want to say it.
They itching. Like, I wanted to go to the Super Bowl just to be a part of the moment.
Right.
But I want to see it though. I actually want to see it on TV. But like, I could only
you could get a job. You could get a job. You know, they're hiring 500 people to drag that stage around.
500 people. I said, what the hell is he about to do?
I said, what?
What is he about to do?
Now, absolutely. Let me tell you this now. If I go, I ain't doing no damn work. If I don't get immediate,
I know that's right. That's fair.
If I can't grab my camera, walk around and take pictures, I'm not going. Yes.
I feel that.
Okay, so that we're naturally Mar with the super chat is CA. Is that from Canada?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, shout out to our Canadian viewer. Drake is most likely working behind the scenes with his NFL contacts to stop Not Like Us from being performed since he has a new clothing line with the NFL. Ew, we don't care about that.
Yeah, he got a collaboration with them coming out. That's
yeah,
right.
those are two different departments, babe. I don't think that merchandising can help him keep Not Like Us from being
Not at
played
all.
at the Super
He is
Bowl.
not. He's not going to get seniority over a Jay-Z.
No.
Yeah,
That's the real partnership.
Jay-Z's partnership can't improve the overall standing and relationship between ownership, coaches, and the players in the NFL. That clothing line ain't gonna do shit to stop them
Nothing.
maximizing.
No,
big- Hold on,
did his little bro Maul say that he turned down the Super Bowl at least 3 times?
yeah,
Ain't that what he said? All right.
yeah.
Mhm,
But
that's what he done said.
let me finish this.
Got 'em all.
The Super Bowl is the biggest as far as advertising that the NFL has the entire year.
Of course.
They are not going to let a clothing line stop them from maximizing their ability to sell ad space. They're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
So just imagine if the article goes out, Kendrick Lamar will not be allowed to perform Not Like Us or songs released during that time frame that could potentially be connected to Defaming Drake. That's gonna hurt viewership a little bit. They not finna let that happen,
100%.
especially over a clothing line. But let me finish these super chats. Renee again, shout out to you. I love you. Is that moi? What is that? MOIR? I don't know.
Mwah.
More.
Wow.
I'm about to-
More. Okay. Got
I know English. I'm from America. Marquise. This comes down to Drake versus Aubrey Graham. Yeah, y'all want to talk? I think we should talk about that. That's interesting. Just that duality. Drake may have been disparaged, but that's a persona character. Drake is not a real person. Aubrey has never been defamed. If Drake is real, then so are his criminal raps. We got one more from Alexander Ankondo. So great seeing y'all conversing all at once. Got a hip hop humanities going.
Gang, gang.
Okay. Do y'all want to talk about Drake versus Aubrey? Is that something that interests y'all? Or do y'all want to continue on
Oh,
the
you
route?
mean like the fact that 81-page court document is on behalf of Drake and basically not Aubrey Graham? He is referred to. It's one of the most bizarre things that I've ever read in a court document is that he's not referred to as Mr. Graham or the petitioner in the document. His name appears at the beginning, Aubrey Graham, and then heretofore Drake or the artist, but not even petitioner. That for me is so egocentric.
Yeah.
It's like you got the story of Adenon, and this reads as the storification of Drake. The lawsuit literally starts off, it was a pale moon night in Canada, and it had rained the day before, and the streets were glistening like diamonds, and Drake was inside with his beautiful cherub of a son and his beautiful baby mama. I was like, the fuck is
Like, be for real. You don't even like that lady. Stop it.
Never did. That was a dynamic. Well, never mind. Never mind. I don't want to get sued.
And that's why I also asked the question about Kendrick. Because absolutely you really bring this up, I mean, a lot for me, and it brings it home as far as the revisionist history aspect of it. The way he painted himself out in those documents, like, and the way I feel people would try to change history, like Kendrick didn't whoop this nigga ass the whole year because Not Like Us gets taken down, and make it seem like he lost because the song got taken down. That's what I was trying to allude to see if that would really happen, because those documents are insane. The stuff that I actually did read on my own, that shit is nutty, man.
And it's as if like this was all just done to him and he did nothing. Like Kendrick just attacked him out of nowhere. And it's like, no, Family Matters didn't exist. Push-ups didn't exist. Tailor Made didn't happen. It was just Kendrick just came out. The short, dark-skinned dude just came out and attacked you and talked about you being Jewish and all of this. Like, you had no participation.
You made them shoot up my house.
Yeah.
Like, come on, bro. Like,
Who
That's so
between him
disgusting.
and Kendrick, who dropped the first diss track?
If you're
Drake.
going back 20 years, it was Drake.
I was gonna say, how far back you want to go?
oh yeah, it really just depends how far you want to go back. But if you just want to go recent, like I'm gonna say Drake
I
because
should have prefaced that. Like in 2014, like who
Was it
struck
first
first for
person
the full
shooter?
length of this song? And it was Drake with Push
Yeah.
Ups. The
Yeah.
AI version.
you so petty, Skip.
I know.
Do y'all even consider what is it? The song with J. Cole? First person shooter? Do y'all consider that a diss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
If we going back that far, it goes all the way back to maybe worse behavior.
Oh,
Or
we're
the-
going
No,
back
it's
10 plus years.
It's the
then
language.
language.
The
No,
language.
yes, the language. The language was the first shot.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
language. Was.
As far as like on wax
On
for
wax.
because Kendrick did Control, which wasn't a diss. To anybody that he mentioned, it wasn't a diss.
Mhm.
Drake got emotional and responded with the language, and then
We can't forget the freestyle, because that's when Kendrick got mad. The freestyle, the cipher.
Oh yeah, the
that
BET cipher.
came after. That came after.
That came after the
Nothing was the same. Yeah, because he in the song he
that
said
was first.
in the freestyle he said nothing was the same since they dropped Control.
You're right. Yeah.
It was a response to that. So yeah,
So it's always been you, Aubrey.
Well, no, technically, you remember the song, the Future song, shit, and Drake did the remix on that. He responded directly to Kendrick on that. Did that come before or after the language? Because you can technically say that's the first one.
I don't know when it came out.
Yeah, it's around the same time.
I wasn't really listening to Future like closely to Dirty Sprite 2.
Yeah. That's when it came out.
Yeah. And that was after. That's years after. That's like 2014, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I guess it's a language then.
Yeah, Drake jumped outside first because he couldn't take a call to competition. He had to take it personal like a little hoe. So here we are. What? I mean, he hit.
Hey, no notes. Correct.
So shit came out first. The remix shit came out first in September, and then the language came out in October.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
shit was first.
Bless his heart, man. Just imagine how fragile you have to be to take a competitive call from your peer this personal.
I've actually been through something similar.
And then dissed them on the ESPN interview that never got aired.
Yeah.
And mind you, several people told him, no, don't take it serious.
Don't do it.
Like literally Angie Martinez, like I always harp on this. Angie Martinez was literally sitting him down and looking him in his face and said, bro, it's not a diss. He's just asking you, let's push our pen, let's spar, let's make hip hop better. Let's all get better. And he's like, well, those are harsh words. Why did you say that? He's like, bro, it's not a diss. Like, this is hip hop.
Like, those are harsh words.
Because I think Drake has always been who he is. He was just able to put different masks in front of it for whatever the situation allowed. Because just think about how cringy it was when he was on I think that was Headlines, whatever song that was, when he was talking about he mobbing and he'd catch a body and all this other goofy shit.
Yeah, that's Headlines.
He let slide. Just think about how emboldened he felt from that point. But they'll let me pretend like I'm some mob dude, to look up 5 years later. Now he talking about sliding on folks and shit. Like, but all the entire time, he just a scared little boy from Canada that grew up in a middle-class Jewish neighborhood that don't understand none of the nuances that take place here.
8 tuna fish bagels.
Yeah. Hey, mom, where's my bagel? Like, bro, you like, and it's nothing wrong with that, but it's just like, just own it, bro. Like, nobody told you to come down here and get braids and start hanging around gangsters and feel emboldened. Like, he like that girl that started dating a dope dealer, and now she just gangster as hell. Like, now she got money in her purse. Like, no, baby, you from over the mountain. Like, you went to private school. You don't get to talk crazy to these girls who grew up in the hood, because they will really hurt you.
Yep.
He knew. Basically, he knew.
And yeah.
On all fronts. He knew money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's showing that. He's definitely showing that.
He's always shown that he's new money and that he's reckless. But I agree. I mean, this is the most fragile op in the history of ops ever. I mean, this is all about, and I knew when he was on that stage recently, drinking and crying and then playing Beyonce or Whitney or whatever it was he was doing. I said he's not okay.
Yeah.
He's really not okay.
He was breaking down and saying what friendship really means and what it is. I'm like, bro, stop it.
Yeah, because this is somebody who cannot differentiate reality and authenticity from persona and what is created artificially. He really cannot differentiate between the two. And I said before that, like, you know, him thinking LeBron was his friend, nigga, we know who LeBron's friends are. You're very clearly not one of them. But again, it's that perception disconnect where he believed it. Now you sneak this in this Fighting Irish song. And the thing that I thought when I heard it was imagine finding out Drake made a diss track about you, talking about why we break up. I thought we were BFFs, and you're like, and you're like, that nigga was never this is sad. That was never the nature of our relationship. We were
Why do you love Kendrick more than
it when we saw each other or when we were at events or stuff like that? We piece it up and keep it how it needs to look for the cameras and all of that. But I was never that nigga's friend. This is pathetic. Oh, and now you're trying to come after my wife. Okay.
Real quick. Shout out to Najima Rainey for the super chat. Drake and X's obsession with male approval is not GAY. They have daddy wounds so deep they hate women because they have to compete for attention. Jesus.
That is
shout out
very
to the smart people in the
observation.
Chat. Shout out to the smart people in the chat. I love that we're able to have these type of conversations and the chat is able to help us therapize these sick individuals. Dre Gott said if he gonna cry when he get in the car was a person. Down in DC said, wouldn't the FCC guidelines prevent Kendrick from reciting 2 of the 3 verses anyway?
No, they would not. Again, he would kids bop this thing. But also, first of all, I don't think Not Like Us was ever going to be performed verbally at the Super Bowl. I think that he was going to have Compton's best and brightest band play it instrumentally, which would have the same effect. Us at home, we would be going, are you kidding? A marching band? We don't need anybody to say the lyrics. We know the lyrics ourselves. But no, there's many ways you can get around those little FCC guidelines. If it ain't a black woman titty.
Last one.
It'll be fine.
Blame.
Jen, as you cooking.
Blame J-Lo for giving Aubrey the play-by-play to cosplaying the culture. Because ain't she from the Bronx?
Is she?
I think I heard her say that at least one time.
No, she is, but she don't.
She ain't black like most people think she is.
Every time that she come out to promo some shit, she gotta let people know that she from the Bronx. It's like we get it, bro. You don't.
I remember seeing that video where she went back to her old neighborhood and she was walking up to the house that she lived in, and the guy who was on the steps, she was like, "I used to live here." He's like, "Okay, who you?" Like, I don't care.
Out of here. I have it, but that's what she get. Because I just think that people, especially once they get to a certain level of stardom, they become so aloof to real life.
Snoop Dogg.
Bow Wow put the hoodie on and was walking. It's like they're not gonna know it's me. It's like Bow Wow. We haven't been who you are for 15 years, bro. Like nobody's gonna flip out when they see you walking down the street. Nobody.
Did y'all talk about Snoop?
Yeah, what happened with Snoop? What happened with him? I've been seeing people talking about him. What happened with Snoop?
Snoop decided to perform at a crypto inauguration thing for Donald Trump last night. Rick Ross was there. Nelly is supposed to perform for him, but he wasn't at the event last night. I think he's going to be at the event on the 20th. So Snoop, Rick Ross, and Soldier Boy performed at the crypto inauguration thingy last night. And people were getting on them, of course, because why the hell are y'all performing for Donald Trump? And especially Snoop Dogg, because I remember the first inauguration, there was a video that went viral of Snoop calling people coons, telling what they call tap dance for massa. And then the video of him going off on Kanye West when Kanye was trotting around with Trump and the Make America Great Again hat. He called Kanye a coon. He called him a bitch and all types of stuff just for you to turn around and be performing for this man. But then I did a little bit of research and I found out that Snoop is in charge. He owns the new Death Row.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The guy that he's partnering with named Harry O, who's also the co-owner, he was in jail for 33 years for something, got a random pardon from Donald Trump. And now he's out and he's the co-owner with Death Row. So it's like a favor, I guess, a favor for a favor, but it just still looks crazy. Because
Follow
what
the
the
money.
It was the edibles.
Follow the
It's only
money.
right for me to let it go.
hell are you doing?
It,
And so people been going off on them
Mhm.
all day because we saw what happened to Chrisette Michelle, like when she was supposed to sing for his first inauguration, like
Yeah.
she can't even walk outside with somebody without somebody calling her a coon.
Yeah.
How are you gonna treat these men? Like y'all go hard on the women, they can't bounce back. What are y'all gonna do about these men that's
Yeah,
out
they
here?
didn't have to do Chrisette Michelle like that. They didn't have to do her like that.
So
and especially with what's happened with Trump since then, like so much stuff has been like calcified. Like we don't have to hypothesize about it. Like he's been convicted of multiple things.
He
So it's
said
like
he would shoot Black people in the street if they were protesting for their lives.
he did.
And the person that he has nominated to head the DOJ just had a hearing this week and was asked pointedly, would you shoot protesters? Would you shoot American protesters in the street if the president told you to? And his response was crickets. But you gonna go perform for this man? There's literally nothing Snoop can say that justifies this. Not
Nothing.
this, let's pull the country together, nigga, why it on us? Why is it
Yeah.
our responsibility to pull the country together?
They
This
make
is
it-
nothing but self-serving positioning so that when it starts to go down, he can make a phone call and then come to the culture and act like he's a bridge. That is some Judas in the camp type shit. I said what I said.
Okay. I got a
I'm
question.
sorry.
I got a question. I was supposed to pose this question last time we was on stream, absolutely. I want to see how I'm gonna say this. I personally, I'm not speaking for DJ, but I personally always have felt, especially in the last 3 or 4 years, have felt like the spook by the door thing is a fallacy. Like, how do you feel about that?
Say a little bit more, because I could.
At least from, because I haven't read the book, but at least from how I perceived it, the whole spook that sat by the door was let him get in and he can get in and ingratiate himself with the people on the inside, and then he can make changes on the inside. I've never seen that actually happen. So I always took that as a fallacy for somebody who just wants to be accepted by the powerful majority.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being accepted. Also, it's it's some white supremacy systems brainwashing kind of thing. And my parents' generation, my generation, that is exactly what we were conditioned to do. Pick a system that's broken and go fix it from the inside. There is no such thing as fixing broken systems from the inside. However, there is such a thing as being a key holder inside a system when it is time to tear it down.
Collaborate.
And so there are people who are just like, oh, I'm just waiting for the call. I'm just waiting for the call for the opportune moment. There are people who dedicate themselves to working in systems so that they can learn the historical knowledge of those systems, know where records are and things like that, so that if that system is ever called to the carpet, there are people who are who have or are key holders who can say, oh no, this is where the real is. This is where you can find evidence of the dirt that they have been doing. But that is few and far between. We commonly refer to them now as whistleblowers. Whistleblowers tend to show up dead. Few and far between. And so, yeah, I never rely on, I'm never looking at somebody who is inside the system to help tear it down or help people outside of the system not be harmed by it, because you're compromised.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you challenge that system too much, they're gonna fire you.
So it's safe to assume
that
what Snoop is doing, what people thought, because Jay-Z never gave us the impression that he was looking to go in and do anything other than serve Rock Nation. But so it's safe to assume that Snoop ain't on that. Nelly performing is to service himself as well.
Yeah, of course.
That's about money.
Yeah, these folks are just, Nelly, first of all, broke. He got a new baby. He needs some money. So, he's trying to, reinvigorate his name recognition, all of that. And again, remember, for some people, all coverage is good coverage. And when you're down, you'll take whatever you can get, right? As a hope that will kind of spur your career on a little bit. But yeah, this is not for anybody who says, like, I'm trying to do what's right for the country, or I want to make sure that we have a relationship with the administration that is horse caca. This is literally just positioning oneself. And then again, when it does go down in the streets, these, tokens are going to think like, oh, I can do something. Let me just call the president and explain to him why they're protesting in Oakland so that he doesn't shoot them. And what the president is going to say is, your hard R's have 5 minutes to get out of the street.
You better tell
start shooting them.
Real quick, since it ain't nothing to say behind what you said, so let me go to these super chats. Let me see. My bad. I'm sorry. India Adams, this only shows how not in touch with the culture Aubrey isn't. Kendrick told us he's not like us. Are we really surprised that he took the can route? I promise you, I'm still surprised. Like, I'm not surprised that he's reacting this way, but I'm surprised the lengths he's willing to go to get his point across. I am still surprised about that. Like, being that he's always, even though we accepted that he's from where he's from, he always like touted himself as somebody who appreciated hip hop. That was always how he postured himself until he got to a point where he felt like he was bigger than the program. But he was 5 or 6, like a young kid rapping. You feel what I'm saying? Like, his favorite group before he popped onto the scene was Lil Brother. Like, you really have to be a hip hop head to even know who Lil Brother is. To know Pooh and Fonte by name, you have to be really about hip hop to know that. And then he was an advocate of, he was a Joe Budden advocate at a point in time. Built his style off of Joe Budden. So just from the hip hop perspective side, I'm extremely surprised that he's willing to burn down this culture because he got his feelings hurt. I'm super.
But is he really like a lover of hip hop, or is he just a researcher who knows how to be a copycat?
Is he a fan? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Like most of the people that
I've always gotten from him, that he's just a fan, and when he gets obsessed with something, he obsesses over it. Just like he was a fan of the Clips, and he went on eBay and bought a Pusha T microphone.
Damn, so he's what's the dirt?
Yeah.
And that's what I was gonna say too. Like, I mean, I've always seen that, what you were talking about, Skip, but just now that I see who he is in better context, I can't say he's ever truly just been for the culture. I think he's just been a super fan who's never really been accepted. And when you receive money, money always just makes you more the person that you already are. And a lot of these things, how he's acting, how he's responding, this is who he is. This is how he's always been. He just had a sense of false power and security that got shaken, and now he don't know how to handle. He don't know how to respond to that. And if he was truly just such a student of the game, student of hip hop, you wouldn't utilize ghostwriters and reference tracks the way that you do for your biggest hits and not show homage and not show props to these people. You
And
wouldn't
you
be going
wouldn't
through.
so I'm sorry to cut you off, and you wouldn't have gotten that upset with Angie with Control. First of
Yeah,
all,
exactly. Exactly. If you was such a student and a big hip hop fan like that, I don't like that right there. We should have really took that moment and how he responded to that to really truly look at who he is as a person. And it's not the hip hop person that we think he is. He's not.
But
And it's just I hate it.
we just thought he was a bitch. We didn't think he was a Karen.
no,
I didn't
I
think he
always
was
have.
somebody that
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I think he's so far surpassed Karen behavior that I'm going to start referring to him as the school shooter of hip hop, because I think this is so far beyond Karen behavior. This is more than just calling people and saying they're being mean to me, blah 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 blah. This is so far beyond, and so to say like, well, are you really surprised? Yes, this is totally ill-advisable behavior. This lawsuit, completely ill-advisable. The first of all, the fact that this lawsuit is 81 pages is ridiculous. They could have cut that in half. And but again, they're trying to create a narrative of Drake, right? They are literally rewriting history, changing the timeline. So they took all that 81 pages to do that. But then what they also did was UMG has to respond to everything that is in that document to
And I
say,
can't
well,
believe.
actually, what had happened on that pale moon night was. And so that is going to be the airing out of Aubrey Drake Graham to a degree we have never seen before. We're going to learn a lot of things behind the scenes that we've never learned before. His lawyers, I was thinking about this today, even kind of and again, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that there are some things that you just don't do. Like you don't penetrate your own attorney-client privilege in a public document, because then it leaves room to fully get in there.
Yeah.
Since you brought it up, for example, he says UMG has never believed these allegations against Drake. They've never believed he's a PDF. They've never believed da 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 da. Well, how are you asserting that in a document? Is that information that you learned because lawyers were speaking to each other? Then you've pierced your own attorney-client privilege, and now UMG is free to say, well, here's what else we said.
Facts.
And that lets me know that he's not as calculated. That the fact that he's willing to go so far just to get whatever he wants by any means necessary, that he doesn't understand that he's going to die. He's going to fucking die because the information you think you have, UMG has that times 50. They know everything about you. They control you. They know every aspect of your life.
They know where the bodies are buried, bro.
They're going to destroy you in here. Why would you want to subject yourself to that?
And then you're
Don't
doing
nobody read me for filth, as the girls say out here. Don't do that like that.
Okay, girl.
And it's the anti-Semitism for me. And it's like you're doing that, and then Lucian, he the big JEW.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
He really gone because look at it from this perspective too. Like, if they actually go to trial, like we're going to start to see stuff emerge from the ether on Drake from pages that didn't exist 3 weeks ago. Like, I was on Instagram today. Moni, you famous, by the way. You're
For real.
It was like a Instagram hip hop page that had shared damn, I can't remember what you said, but it was something related to Kendrick. And I was like, damn, she's everywhere. So if you can get aggregated like that
Mhm.
without a push. Imagine if UMG decides to start creating pages to start aggregating information that they want to get out about Drake
I
without.
mean, they did it for him. They did it for him, the bots and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Like they have a whole system
Mhm.
for him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like why you know these things, Drake, because you benefited from them. You participated in them. So you trying to act like you're this victim all of a sudden?
And that your
No,
hands are clean when they're dirty
right.
as hell.
When they're dirty,
Mhm.
like they're literally stained.
Mhm.
You
If I'm
can't
trying
get
to do
the
some
dirt off
dirt,
of it.
I don't want nobody to shine no light on me if I'm trying to do some dirt. Why would I do that? I'm trying to
It's
stay hidden so I can get my shit off.
Mhm.
Drake,
Look
you
at
not
what
smart, bro. I'm
happened.
sorry.
Like, look at what he just implicated himself in with telling on LeBron.
right.
By having academics say what he said per
Oh,
absent,
you
that's trafficking.
yes.
Just foolish.
The Snipe commandments are real.
You're not like that's why I couldn't agree with what Cole was saying. It's like, bro, he's not that smart. Because this
Yeah.
you don't do 30 stupid ass things in a row to come out smart.
Mhm.
You don't
I
go
don't
way
get where
farther
they get that he's smart from. I don't, or that he's this war general.
I
because he's
don't get it
branded
either.
as such. I think people are still giving him credit, undue credit, to my opinion, in my opinion, from the back-to-back charged up. He got a bunch of credit he didn't deserve from that.
Sure.
Meek
Meek
Mill
is
was
a
so
short
perked
but
out.
shorty.
He
Meek
was
Mill is a short but shorty. I did a video on it. I said you can't get points from whooping on Meek Mill, and he's a
yeah,
short but
yeah. It's 8
shorty.
seats on that bus.
And then you ran into two psychopaths and got shit beat down your legs.
Yeah.
You don't get points. You don't get
And,
points for that.
Yeah.
and Pusha went light. Pusha barely even got started on Drake.
Pusha barely did anything to him. You were able to play the behind the scene game and you were able to get things stopped for Pusha. You wanted them to do the same thing to Kendrick, but
Yeah.
you realize Kendrick is not Pusha T. You can't do that with Kendrick.
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, it was
Meek
another super
Mill,
chat.
shout out to you for the super chat. Drake is Shamar Moore in that lace front in that Tyler Perry movie. That's how hood hard he is. Please stop.
No, I've said that though, because when I was, reacting to the tracks as they were dropping, I have a video called The Strategy of Bluffing.
Mm.
And that's when I listened to Taylor Made and all of the, and I say, this is bluff talk. This is not real. I've got
Yeah.
these many clips and and I'm like, I can promise you, I have literally experienced more gun and gang violence than Drake ever has in his entire life.
Listen.
And so it's literally laughable to me to hear him, this general talk and this war talk and this how many clips in the da 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 da. That nigga ain't never aimed a Draco nowhere. I mean, it's just it's this persona, and it's also people gassing up his head. I mean, reactors are a huge actual part of the problem, and
Free
that's one of
promo.
the things that I find low-key hilarious about this entire situation, because I'm not going to name names, okay? But in my opinion, there are reactors who just straight up gas Drake's head. And you can see it on their face. You can see when they're trying to figure out what to say after Taylor Made what to. That's exactly what he needed. Oh, he bodied it. It's like you're a supporting character in a play on the stage because you want the fight to keep going because it brings people to your channel because you're commentating on the fight. You're not
I
really giving people your opinion. And you
I
sat
got an
here the
idea
whole
who you talking
time
about.
and you left room and space for this man to come back, to be great, to have good bars, to da 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 da. And now he's labeled you an anti-Semite, a dumb nigga, as a part of a conspiracy against him. So how did having no spine and no actual opinion about music work for you? It didn't work for you at all. it's better to stand 10 toes down and say, no, this is actually how I feel about this song, whether or not I like this artist or not. Now you're going to get caught up into this whole, like, I still have questions and doubts about certain reactors saying that they collected a bag off of this entire thing and what they were able to monetize and what was whitelisted and what I think some people were telling tall tales because they wanted to give the perception that they caught the biggest bag ever reacting to this. You may have done some things with your videos to be able to monetize them, but actually through YouTube, like I haven't seen evidence of that yet. I've heard people say it. I haven't seen evidence of it yet. Some screenshots can be faked. So again, for me, there's still a lot of, I still have a lot of question about what is actually true about some of these allegations that will independently come out in the wash, not people saying this is the truth. I don't believe you. You're on a YouTube channel. I don't necessarily believe you. I'm going to need to see it in a court document sworn to under the penalty of perjury of law before I call that an actual receipt or proof of something. But yeah, I think that, you know, for me, this is just don't sell your soul for these parasocial relationships. Don't sell your integrity for these parasocial relationships because you're hoping that these people are looking at you favorably or thinking you're being super fair. No, you're being a sucker. And a lot of people are watching it in real time just because you've stepped on stage to be a part of the minstrel show. And it's entertainment to them.
Where can we buy your cookware? Can we
all Teflon, all Teflon.
I swear to God, like I was like, but yeah, 100%. And I, as a reactor in that time frame, I can tell you because between Not Like Us, Euphoria, them two alone was 500,000, and some of those other people, like they may begin 2-3 million. Like that YouTube check ain't that much. Like to be like, oh, I just got a bag. No, bro, you might have made out from the beef on the high end $10,000 if you were monetized the entire time. Maybe it's $10,000. It's not so crazy. I made 50,000. No, you did not.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. The only people who was making money like that were people like Ack who were able to leverage brands in that point in time. That's the only. And what's the dirt? What's the dirt bag? Because he got the Hey Daddy sponsorship.
Happy Dad.
And I wonder who Daddy is that he telling Hey to. I'm curious about
it's Happy Dad.
Happy Dad too. This
what a joke.
But
it's some associate of Drake's. I forgot exactly how it was.
It's the Happy Dad steak diagramma situation. Are we going to talk about, before we get off, are we going to talk about the fact that he's only going after
Black creators? Oh, hold on. Oh, we got a bunch of super chats. Hold on, real quick.
Yep. Do you think
that'd be a good point to end on because we're all Black content creators? So
yes. And y'all start the conversation when you finish the super chats. I'll be right back. Don't wait for me.
Okay. Shout out to V Kindly. What grown ass man proposes 42 times? A bitch.
Nutty.
A nigga who like love diamond that don't really care about the women. They're just trophies that he's attempting to attain. He don't care about them for real. Ain't no way you can be in love with 42 women, bro.
Who said that?
Do you remember that chain that diamond pendant chain that he made? Like
had all the rings on it.
Yeah, all those engagement stones on. That was supposed to be all the 42 times he thought about it, proposing to whoever he was talking to.
That's weird too.
He's a weirdo.
Yeah,
that's weird.
And it's huge too. It's huge.
The level of attachment that you have to a woman to even consider proposing, and you thought about it 42 times. It just once a lame, always a lame, bro. That's it. Like it's some shit going on in Birmingham right now, where I'm from. It's a rap battle going on right now. And to Absa's point, it's like once you have to tell the truth,
Yeah.
The person who's getting the truth told on them, that shit hurt 10 times worse than any narrative that you can have spun up. So
Mhm.
in Drake, like, it's what do you do when it's like this was really the only course that he had. This was only the course of action he had left. He tried to wrap his way out of the hole. It didn't work. He tried to reverse and spin the narrative. It didn't work. So he had to go scorched earth because nothing else was going to work because he wasn't going to allow himself grace and
All
hope
he had
to be
to do
extended
was
for it.
release. All he had to do was release the evidence that he set Kendrick up.
Yeah.
That's
That's
what
the
he
whole
had to
thing.
do.
If he would have put that out instead of the hard part 6, he might have
Right.
won the battle by default.
Baby, if I was setting you up, I would have been in this house blogging every single moment. I would have just posted a YouTube link the same way Kendrick did and
That
have
would
all the evidence of me setting you up. But you
and
can't do that because it's not true.
just make that the video to the hard part 6.
That's it.
He would have won. Let me go to the next one. Shout out to Demetria Glenn. I blame Jay Prince and his son for bringing Arbrisha to the table.
Gotta add Lil Wayne in there too somewhere.
Yeah, he's the one that really validated him because truth be told, even though Jay Prince presented him, like he wasn't anybody till Wayne co-signed him. So
Right.
Idiot, I don't want to mispronounce her name. Is that Idia Moore? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm late to the party. Nice to see you all here. Tupac was right about Snoop. He could be doing a favor, but snapping pics with the MAGA hat so they can post his picture everywhere is wild. And that's why I say, like, it's whole behavior and not whole like weak person, but like whore. Like you're allowing them to bastardize your image and likeness to help further their agenda.
His
Off of
image is for sale. Snoop Dogg's image is for sale. It's always been for sale because he always wants to get a bag. That's all it is. Like someone was mentioning how Snoop is a bigger rapper than Jay-Z. And it's just like, no, he's only a bigger rapper as far as like image goes because he's willing to sell his soul. Jay-Z is not showing up for nothing that he's not a part of financially or like a good cause. That's the difference.
And he not out rapping Jay-Z. I'll tell you that right now.
No.
Yeah, this is my bad. This the best one right here. But it don't go too far beyond that. Let's get to the next one. About the lyrics. Shout out to you for the super chat. I like the name. Drake told Kendrick he could bring up him being with the young girls on Taylor Made. Yes, he did. What happens if they bring that up? So Kendrick did, and Drake proved Kendrick correct.
I will just say that for people who think this is going to get that this is actually going to get into what's true and what's false about lyrics, it's never going to go there. Because this is about art, okay? And a lot of these things have already been adjudicated by law. So whether or not art appears to be literal, this still falls in the category of art. And art is up to the interpretation of the people that consume it. And so, again, no matter how literal the art may appear to be. And so for a lot of people, this is literal. They take every word that Kendrick said literally. And if that's your interpretation, that's your interpretation of the art. It still falls in the category of art. So people who are expecting UMG to go find young women, to, trot out this, that, and the other about that, no, because all that does is then take it onto a track of actual defamation. And UMG's position is this is art. That's how they're going to win whatever it is that they win, by keeping this as art. So people need to let that go. Like, oh, UMG is about to expose everything he's done with a girl who was, 17 and 9/4 or da-da-da. That is not what is about to happen, because this is art. Just like UMG is not going to go and ask for Dave Free and Kendrick Lamar to take a paternity test to prove who's the daddy. That's absurd.
And that's irrelevant too, dude. Just to be perfect.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. The accuracy, I know this is difficult for people to understand. The accuracy of the lyrics are completely irrelevant.
Right.
Duly noted.
I think the funniest thing too, somebody was like, well, Drake told Kendrick to say that on Taylor Made. And one of his fans commented said, no, that was Tupac. And I'm like, they're so delusional. Like that fan base is so delusional.
They sick. They're really sick. I was on Instagram the other day, and I was like, so by Drake's logic, he would be liable for defamation too. And the dude commented and said, but Drake spoke facts. And I was like, so do you have like DNA samples or something to validate what you say? And he was like, no, I'm just saying that he spoke facts when he said that that the defamation affected his earning potential. I'm like, no, you didn't. You just didn't think I was gonna respond. Quit fucking lying. Like they really think that they will go to the ends of the earth arguing that everything that Drake said in those songs is true.
And those are the same.
That he's the victim and that he didn't start this. He didn't throw the mud first.
Yeah.
Right. Those are the same people who think that Drake's next contract should be $800 million.
Insane.
Which is never going to happen. He is an aging rapper on his way to the rap Gramps home. And UMG already has what they want from him to collect a bag. And I think that what people aren't paying attention to, which really just, I'm like, oh, they fell for the okie doke. So the renegotiation chatter actually started about a year and a half ago. Oh, Drake's about to get this bag. He's about to get this bag. And very shortly after that, you started hearing people who are glazers straight up or in the camp of support him by any means necessary started to say they're trying to devalue Drake. Drake is already devalued. And my opinion is that somebody spun that narrative, that tale of, oh, behind closed doors, UMG is trying to devalue Drake and give him less money. He's already devalued. He's not worth another $400 million contract to UMG. So that's just rhetoric of somebody spinning a tale to try and, cover the fact that they probably said to Drake, we'll give you $250 million for new albums. This is how many albums that we want. Your old music, though, your catalog and licensing that, because that's where we get our bag from for you. He will never make better music than he has already made. And they know that. They know that it's not his choice. This is just how rap works.
His fans don't seem to get that because
they don't
want to always throw in your face, oh, he's still the most streamed rapper. Do you understand why he's still the most streamed rapper? If you look at 2024, the singles that were released this year, none of them are charting. None of them are performing well. He's surviving off of his back catalog.
That's right.
Alive.
And also, let's say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but let's say we're on a street race, right? And Drake is 60 miles ahead on average. He's 60 miles ahead from everybody. But let's say this year we go into the street race, he's only 30 miles ahead. And the next year, he's only 10 miles ahead. Is he still ahead? Yes. But is he also declining? Yes. Is somebody going to catch him? Is somebody going to catch him? Yes. Do we see who's coming? Yes. That's just business. That's not, they're trying to tear him down or da-da-da-da-da. If UMG thought that he was going to bring those bags, then that is what we would see. But he's not even giving them, he's not giving us anything. He's not giving them anything. And so, yeah, this for me, Drake has always been an industry plant. And a lot of his success comes from his fans inflating his worth with a bunch of hot air. And now the balloon is about to pop. It's what are the actual metrics? What are the actual numbers? What are we actually getting from these people? And so again, a bunch of people who have been glazing and just, oh, he's the best and they're about to have their bubble burst too, because that's just not how the maths.
But also to your point, we were reading a statement from Universal earlier. Also, Universal is extremely responsible for his success.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see what happens if somehow he gets loose. Granted, he'll probably still do well relatively, But all of that, top streamed on Spotify shit, all of that is going out of the window. You know what I mean? And since we are a music channel, I want to say from just our perspective, like what's the last universally understood Drake classic album?
You don't have one. The
Well,
last one universally claimed was Take Care.
Yeah.
That was it.
And then people give the Weeknd props for it.
Yeah.
So,
and he rightfully deserves.
And personally, I mean, me and Skip kind of on the same page with this. I think Nothing Was the Same was better than Take Care. And most people don't even consider Nothing Was the Same a classic album. His
And
only classic.
I think that's the 10-year anniversary is it this year? Is it 2025? I don't remember when it came out. Is it 20? Or did it come out it came out in 2013. So it's safe to say that Drake hasn't produced an album close to or at the level of a classic in over a decade. So the whole argument that he's holding his best music for his new deal is so counterintuitive because that shows that he spent the entire last deal giving them bullshit for no reason.
Right.
What sense does that make? That makes no sense. Like, oh yeah, I'm a bullshit y'all this deal because the next deal I'm gonna really give y'all the no. Drake's not trying to leave the universal system. Drake wants the bag, but he's not realizing that. And this why I just can't accept the fact that he's smart because businesses pay you on what they project. They're not paying you for what you did. They're paying you for what they project you're able to do. Like when you go to the when me and DJ we looking for a barber or something, we like, okay, I see these haircuts that you're doing, so that makes me want to do business with you. But if you fuck my head up, I'm not finna give you what you charging me. So Drake, if you want 800 million and you ain't put out a classic in a decade, and the only way, a big way that you recouping this money is getting out on that stroll and strutting your stuff with them heels on, you're not gonna make that 800 back in a way that's gonna satisfy me. No.
And let's be real, he hasn't really been successful. The last top 5 was First Person Shooter, and I think that came out October 2023. He hasn't had a number 1 since then. He got a top 10 with Family Matters, but if we want to be funny, we can make him say thank you, Kendrick. And then also with the tour, he keeps having to tour, and then in order for him to have broken that record, he needed J. Cole, he needed Lil Wayne, he needed 21 Savage. So he's not doing it by himself anymore. And they noticed that. So why would we give you 800 million? Like you're delusional. You're delusional.
No reason.
Like his last number 1, like before, I think it was what was that song on CLB? The dumb song, I'm Too Sexy, or so whatever that song is. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
With, Young Thug and Future?
Young Thug and Future. I can't remember the shit, but that dumbass song. Yeah, that one. And then before then, he didn't have the last time he had a number 1 was like God's Plan and Nice for What. And that's at least 5 years. Yeah, that's 4 or 5 years in between there where you not, you know what I'm saying, at the top of the charts like you claim you are. So like we have evidence to prove that the way that you're moving, you're not projecting the numbers that we would like to see. So I mean, yeah, we'll cut you this because you are still profitable, but you can't get what you want. Like, and I think if
my bad, go ahead. My fault.
If Drake would have got the contract that he wanted during the renegotiations for whatever it is, and all this shit still happened with the beef, there would be no lawsuit. I think Drake would just take that shit on the chin, take his money, and continue doing the same shit that he's doing. He's
Can I tell you something?
Huh?
Can I tell you something? I have this theory.
Right? Yeah, go ahead.
I did a video on this a while ago with Beyonce and how they have their own issue as well, right? And I believe because like Skip said, I think it was Skip or maybe Axel said it, that he was already in negotiations with this contract, right? Yeah. And like a while ago. And I feel like because he hasn't been as successful as he's previously been, I believe they gave him like an ultimatum. You either have to present us something where you ushered in something new as far as the
I know you're going.
dance album. He stole the concept from Beyonce after helping her work on it. It ended up flopping. The second option was AI, and he was unable to be successful with the AI. You and Kendrick even mentioning it on Beyonce, getting Kendrick to come punch him in his face on America Has a Problem, and where he says even AI got to practice cloning Kendrick. Universal, please don't play possum. He was supposed to bring in AI as well. And he tried to double back and do it again with the tailor made, but it ended up flopping and the state got involved. And his next best option was the rap battle. I can destroy Kendrick and that'll give me leverage. I took out the rap savior all of these years, but it flopped. So that's what I've been thinking all of this is. And that's why he won't give up, because he's upset all three of his options failed. That's my theory.
I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
I'll have the pots and pans, and Moni will have the best-selling recipe book. That's what's going to happen.
Because I already knew you was going with the AI, but I did not think about honestly. Never mind, because that was supposed to be a game changer, and that shit went nowhere. He couldn't even fully commit to the concept of doing for a whole album because he had the song with 21 Savage as the last song on there.
Right.
Why couldn't that just be on Her Loss? Right. Why you had to put that here as a foreshadow of what your next project is? Just fully commit to this one. But you didn't have faith that any of these singles were gonna really pop off. So I needed something in my back pocket to get this off just in case. I ain't even thinking about that because it was a rumor. Now I don't agree with this rumor, but it was a rumor going on that the reason why Drake and Jay-Z is at odds is because Drake worked with Beyonce on the Renaissance album. I mean, he is credited on the albums. I think so. Yeah, I mean, he is credited. Oh, that's a double. That's crazy. But he is credited with working with Beyonce on that, and the rumor is that he took themes and concepts from Renaissance to make Honestly Nevermind, and they didn't like that shit.
No,
he released it before her.
He made the album. Beyonce had been working on Renaissance since COVID 2019.
Yeah.
And he decided after working with her, he made the Honestly Nevermind in like 2 months. He claims he made it in 2 months. Yeah. Beyonce announced on, I think, June 16th that it was coming out. He dropped on the 17th, which was Kendrick's birthday. That's why Beyonce called Kendrick and said, "Get that nigga." Because not only did you shit on me, now you trying to be funny and release this dance album. Oh, look at me. Look what I did. I changed the game on this nigga birthday. Okay, whack his ass. But it flopped because, like you said, he couldn't commit to it because it wasn't authentic. You just stole the concept. As you being the new fresh style I'm introducing, I'm revolutionary. I brought a genre back. And it flopped. And while Beyonce's went on to be very successful because she was working on it since 2019.
Yeah.
I think the thing that I find most fascinating about Drake and the fact that he, makes music is that he has no musicality. I hear no musical history in his music. He has no musicality. This nigga ain't got a record collection. He's not listening to the full history of our sound and the various genres that it is. That's what you hear when you hear Renaissance. You hear musicality, you hear music history. When you listen to GNX, you hear music history. It's a multi-generational album. You can hear the musicality, the musical knowledge of the people who put the album together. All of them, not just the artist saying the words.
Right.
You don't get that with Drake. You don't get that. There's no depth there. There's no history. There's no callbacks. There's no, oh, this fire Teddy P. There's nothing there that shows that, when he says, like, I study rap battles, but you don't study music.
No, he don't study rap battles either. That's a better.
He don't study rap battles, but he don't study music. It's so obvious to me. And if you don't have that feeding your art,
right,
it's this contrived microwavable thing for the now.
Playlist music
Music to shop to for the now. But there's no depth to it that makes you go, there's no depth to it that makes you go, who the fuck is Luther? And then you hear Luther and you're like, oh, hell.
Shopping with an ad.
And that's why I always ask people, what is the Toronto sound, right?
Hold on, real quick. It's a super chat that we had. It was actually the next one, and it was good to go into to book in that part of the conversation we were having. Mm-hmm. How you spend what you did on battle rap, then do this. So battle rap was a tax write-off. All his music is so tainted now.
Oh, shout out to
the super chat. I wanted to, y'all go ahead. I just wanted to get that in there.
Yeah, because of his ties with URL, having a whole card, and oh damn, that's crazy. We can go crazy on that. We can go crazy on that.
What's the Toronto sound? Even back to the battle rap shit. Why didn't he invest in King of the Dot?
Mm-hmm. That's why I said we can go to a whole nother live just off that alone. It's
Toronto to be bigger than him.
Like it's layers to that shit for sure. Mm-hmm. But the reason I was trying to make the point with Elsa when she said that he has no musicality, and he comes from a place that doesn't have a distinct movement. Like you have the West Coast that has a particular sound. You have New York and the East Coast, boom bap, that has a particular sound. You have the South with the drums and the 808s and things like that. Like they have distinct waves and sounds, but he doesn't have that. He can't even create that. Like when you think of that, there's no other like additions besides 40 in the underwater music, as people say, that you can really tie to as far as musicality and culture from where he's from. He doesn't have that.
No.
And all the people that comes from Canada, and this goes for Tory too, they copy and they emulate things here in the US to further their own sound. Even though, granted, I do think Tory is a great rapper. I do. However, he came up the same way Drake did. He followed the same kind of Drake blueprint for the longest time before he really was able to break away and become, his own artist for the most part. And yeah, I definitely agree with you, Ab. So like he doesn't have any musicality from the culture that he's from that he can tap into to give to the world. They don't have that. He don't have that.
And that's crazy because you would think he will be able to do that over there as long as he's been in the game.
He not grounded. Ain't that right, Skip?
Not at all. But real quick to the musicality point, it's something I never thought about until Absa said it. But going back through his music, he doesn't, like you said, he doesn't use samples. He gets current artists to try to create a sound that's akin to a sample.
Mm-hmm.
For example, on Too Much. Who was that? Sampha? Was that Sampha, DJ?
Sampha. Yeah, Sampha, yeah.
He had him perform the song in a way to where it sounds like it's a sample, but it's not a sample. Like he doesn't pull from anything prior to Kanye, and he doesn't even pull from him directly. He just steals elements of his sound that he feels like he can use. Because the thing about the difference between Kanye and Drake, and I feel like that's the greatest comparison to make musically, it's not only because they were beefing for so long, but because they both get help. But also the amount of things that Kanye was able to do with his help supersedes anything that Drake was able to do with his help.
Mm-hmm.
and Kanye always paid homage throughout. Like he always kept it hip hop until he started to spin out of control, and lose his damn mind. But prior to that, it was always the musicality was first. And I think that's probably adds on to why he felt like he needed people to help write, because he was so concerned with the music.
Yeah.
But
And
Drake,
also too,
go ahead.
with Kanye and the Drake comparison, the reason why I agree with you, Skip, why it's so drastic and so vast is because Kanye has an identity. He still puts soul in his music some type of way because he's grounded in life here. Like that's what I love when Kanye taps into like the religion and the church aspect in his music, because it's a connection that most people who Black Americans who have the Black experience can relate to. Drake doesn't have that. Even as a Jewish man, he doesn't have a way to incorporate the pride in his religion or soul into his music because he's not grounded in anything whatsoever. He uses it whenever it's advantageous to him. So the difference between Kanye and Drake, I thought it was kind of similar for a long time, but as you were talking, and the more I'm thinking about it now, it's levels, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's way more vast than I thought it originally was.
Oh yeah, I was just comparing them in reference to them having help. But like
Yeah, of
as far
course.
as the artists that they are, it's no comparison. Because even Donda, the album Donda itself, peak crash out Kanye. That's still better than anything Drake has put out since Views.
Yes.
Yeah.
With
That's a
all the
fact.
stuff, like Kanye in a dungeon, in a stadium, or in an arena, building an album in a month and a half that's better than anything Drake to put out in the last decade almost. So let me go to the next super chat because they're really helping us further this conversation. Let me see. Shout out to Kamisha Smith for becoming a member. And the transporter, shout out to you. Drake's lawyer is his real op. I do have a theory that I want to ask y'all. And then we're gonna get to the end of these so we can have that conversation about the content creators, because I don't want us to be up to 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Even though more people keep coming in, so I want to show the love for sleeping in, but niggas gotta go to sleep. What do y'all think about the theory of academics being counterintelligence this whole time? The thing that hold on, my bad, Mona. Let me take this off your face. But the thing that made me think about it was him going out of his way to possibly implicate him in trafficking, and then you tied into how he felt about Drake pre-beef. Like it doesn't correlate. So what if, by one way or another, he is like helping bring down Drake, and that's part of his intention while making money off of him in the process?
I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think that Livingston Allen is an idiot, and I'm just going to be honest. I think he is an idiot. I think he's opportunistic as hell, and I think that he's being used by several entities, and he's not smart enough to understand how he is being used. I think he's also in a panic. And so he panic does things, and panic says things. So I think there are a lot of people who have their fingers on axe strings, and he's not smart enough to understand how it is that they're being pulled and by whom. I think Ack has an idea in his own mind of the master that he serves, and it never considered to him that it might be a two-headed goat.
I don't like academics.
I can't stand that motherfucker.
I do not like him. I think he's the worst thing that's ever happened to the culture.
Yeah, I haven't liked him since on Chirac stuff.
Yeah, that I mean, I compared him to Nightcrawler, that Jake Gyllenhaal character in that movie. So he's the Nightcrawler of hip hop. And so if you recall in Nightcrawler, that person starts off with a camera on the side. I'm just going to observe and capture what I see. By the end of the movie, he killing people and moving bodies around to get the best shot, and will take the film to whoever will pay the most. That's how ACT operates today. So I think he has no loyalty, and so he can be exploited by anybody who pulls that string.
100%. Perfect example. Perfect comparison.
Shout out to Drake. Drake actually suffers from ephebophilia, not PDF. That's the word I was trying to say earlier.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
I haven't heard that. I heard that word today. I was today years old when I heard that word. FD Signified mentioned it in a video when he was saying it's like a affinity for minors and people who are not, just for people between the ages of 15 and 19. I can't confirm or deny that.
Oh yes, okay, yeah. The splitting hairs on, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so there are there are words, there is language that will, I guess, segment up attraction by age. This is one of them.
Isn't it just a psychological term for a groomer?
Well, all right then. It could be, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely could be. And I think also, again, it's important that, and I think this is a real war that is happening right now. You've got the real ones, real niggas in the culture who don't care about the white gaze or proximity to fame, who are calling out, like Michael Eric Dyson and this, that, and the other. What is the beef over how do we define the words that were said? And then this argument of what is the culture, right? How do we define the culture? What is it? Who's in it? Who's outside of it? Well, if we're talking about, my definition, which includes the fact that the culture Black and Black American, to be particular, and we have our own standards and expectations for how you comport yourself as a man. And if you are in a man in your 30s and you messing with an 18-year-old 2 days after she turned 18, you messing with a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old, we think that's nasty.
Yeah,
and that qualifies for messing with them young ones.
I hear you like them young.
I hear you like them young. He didn't say, I hear you like them 6 to 12. He said, I hear you like them young. And in the culture of us, that's nasty. That's not acceptable behavior. Whether you're a man or a woman, most men will say, dog, that's gross. She can't even drink. She can't this. She ain't formulated this kind of thought. She don't know. What are you doing? Why don't you want a woman that's on your level?
Yeah.
Right. Why don't you want that woman that's on your level? So I think that, again, when people want to get into what does this word actually mean? Don't let them spin you out of how we define things in the culture. Because then again, you're taking things out of the interpretation of art through the lens of our culture into the literal words that are Eurocentric as fuck. And don't apply. They don't apply. Just like saying, you're not a colleague, you're a fucking colonizer. And Michael Eric Dyson and other people saying, oh, that's an attack on Jews. You must have lost your mind. Who, where, when? Who, where, when? Who, where, when? Historically, was it the Jews that colonized the Americas and enslaved Black people? That was the Puritans and the Protestants, fam. We're not going to allow that because y'all think we dumb hard R's for you to twist this into and tell us, oh, well, you didn't know that what he said was anti-Semitic. You must have lost your damn mind. We know what colonization is. We know exactly who it was that he was referring to. And we're not going to let people tell us we don't know what we know about ourselves, even when they look like us. That's not going down.
Dumb smart niggas.
Yes. So smart, but yet so dumb.
Yep.
We got a super chat from Slade. Gotta pay my tithes after that. We need this panel on a regular basis. I agree.
Shout out to the original mod and shout out to all the mods who have come through to support Deciphered as they get into their regular live streaming bag. Y'all have made some good choices on your mods, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
The mod squad. And shout out to the Dakota Ring as it was marketed by my homeboy Ozu. That's in here beating ass. And he in a rap battle in Birmingham. I was saying that when you were off camera, he beating somebody's ass, and I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy. But Miss Moore became a member, so shout out to her. Let's go to the next one. Core Pro. Reactors claiming they aren't biased while gassing truly bad songs like Taylor May are mistaking fake equality with credibility. Great point.
Great point.
Oh my God.
Miss Moore.
The Hard Part 6.
My bad. Hold on. Go ahead. What you saying?
No, I was saying the same with the Hard Part 6. I remember so many reactors who gassed that up so bad, and I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yep.
Yeah. Like, cause the aesthetic of the song, like how it sounded and how it looked, they was thinking it was like a time stamp song. But if you actually listening to what he's saying, he's saying some bullshit.
Amazing beat. He ruined a great beat.
I love that beat.
He ruined a great beat.
Yes.
But
I love that beat. But he,
like you said, if you listen to what the fuck he was saying, it's like, bro, that ain't cool.
He said, I'm too famous for the shit you suggested. I'm like, excuse me? That's not how that works, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like,
also, that's something that guilty people say.
If I was messing with young girls, I promise I would have been arrested. That's not how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
Thank you, DJ.
Like,
that's it. That's not how it works. That's exactly right. That's not how it works.
And can I just say, I love the reactions, the ones where you get the reaction, and then once they see the response to it, and now they have a different opinion.
Gotta spin the block. Yeah.
Now you gotta spin the block because there's a couple reactors who did that, and I was looking at them kind of crazy. But I ain't gonna say names.
Nope, y'all didn't have to do that because y'all came with your integrity straight out the way. Y'all came with your integrity of just like, let's listen to the music and be honest in how we react to it.
Exactly. Oh my God, he said Kendrick up.
My bad.
Common sense, y'all. Like, use your common sense.
Yeah.
Don't just be in the moment. Listen to what the hell he's saying. Does it make sense?
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
And
like, he ruined that beat. That beat was so fire. And I'm just like, you spit some bullshit on this fire beat. I can't even listen to it.
He wrote it. He kicked all those people out the house after Kendrick done told him, you got some moles in the house. He kicked everybody out and said, damn, I gotta write this.
He flipped that table. But I think too, which is why I always resented the fact that people called us reactors. A lot of them they're dopamine baiting, basically. They're waiting for I got two things to say. To the people who like reactors in the chat, don't shoot me. I don't think a lot of these reactors are doing their genuine first time reaction when they do these reactions.
Oh,
yes, I agree. I'm not gonna say no names. I agree.
In the comment section, we get asked all the time, and I had to tell them, "I'm sorry, bro, I cannot do it. I already listened to the song. I cannot react to it." Some of them listen to the song, find hot points to react to, and sit around and wait for those, scream and do all that other shit because they're
genius.
They're waiting to be performative. Like, our whole thing is like, we're actually trying to listen to what the fuck they saying and do as close to a pseudo breakdown in real time as possible. Them niggas just be want to yell because they know that the demographic that they project to, they in it for that. They already passive listeners, so they just want some shit that they can passively watch and enjoy and consume. So they giving them what they asking for. Our demographic doesn't speak to that, so I can't get on there and just be screaming. You feel what I'm saying? Like the supporters that we fostered through this last year, they want to hear people actually try to talk about what's going on in the song and the greater implications. But a lot of them niggas, and I can't fault them because they got 1 million plus subscribers. Damn,
Yeah.
I'm kind of narrowing my scope on who I'm talking about. But anyway,
That's all right, baby. Keep
You
going. Keep
know,
going.
Like I know one in particular. I know one.
they got a lot of people that they got to satisfy, and I
Mhm.
also think that they be more connected than they be willing to acknowledge too. Because,
Yeah.
and I'm not implicating No Life Shack in this. This is a completely different statement. He was saying that he gets direct contact from record labels, like, "Hey, we need you to react to this." So it may be a certain situation where they can't react how they want to because they already that LLC is getting monthly payments.
right.
You feel what I'm saying?
So
So they can't be honest.
So do you think that's what Drake is trying to pull? That certain ones are receiving like payola to react and push?
I promise you I won't be surprised.
Yeah,
Shaq kind of told on himself.
a little bit. Yeah.
In that video when he was talking about, he was like, "Bro, I get directly contacted from labels about doing reactions."
Yeah.
So I don't know if he get paid, but I know he get directly contacted. So it's not far from the realm of possibility that huge channels are getting paid to react. So that would explain why they get on that hoe and lie.
And then even if he's lying about being contacted, the fact that you put it out there like that, I can spin whatever narrative I want with that, whether it's true or not, because you put it out there. You said it.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. Just so y'all know, like when we try to do our reactions, I mean, granted, a lot of the times it's due to like bad timing because me and Skip don't stay that close to each other like that. We stay about at least about 45 minutes away from each other. So we not able to always just get up, do record. You know what I'm saying? We got families, we got shit we got to do. You know what I'm saying? But
We
for
don't
the
live in a
most
content
part,
house. My
yeah,
bad.
we'll live in a content house. So for the most part, if me and Skip is not reacting, it's for one or two reasons. Either we just couldn't link up because of just timing, or we've already heard it. Like I've already heard it, so I'm not gonna react, be on this video with Skip, and vice versa. Well, we haven't had a situation where he's heard it and I haven't done it yet. We haven't done that part yet. But for the most part, some of the stuff Skip has reacted to, I've already heard. So I'm like, I be telling Skip, like, I'm not gonna get on here and react to something that I've already heard. That's just not not genuine like that. So that's why we had that understanding. We had that set up because we don't want to fool people like that. And we see a lot of these people doing that shit. Like, and it's just not cool to me. I don't like
And
it.
it only take one time to get caught, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It only take one time to definitively get caught. Because to this day, DJ, they want us to have already listened to that Eminem album. That's why we'll never react to another piece of content from Eminem.
Yeah.
It's like, as earnest, because we did that as a goodwill gesture because they didn't like our Fuel reaction. So we was like, okay, not Fuel, but the one where he was acting like Slim Shady. What's
Houdini?
So we did the album reaction, like to be like, okay, let us make up for that. And to this day, they want us to have been practicing that reaction. So from that, and then from other like bigger channels saying I ain't one of them reactors that practice my reactions before I react. I definitely believe that not only do a lot of them niggas be trying to get close to the artist that they connect, that they react to, they be wanting to get that up under the wing with the big bro, and they also potentially are tied in with labels. So it's just a lot of fake shit going on. And to the point about Drake, like he may know about that and be willing to expose it, but what'll come with that will fuck up a lot of content creators.
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
And some of them don't even realize it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They're
They
just
definitely-
happy to say Drake mentioned me.
Because we was talking about Kai earlier, and somebody was like,
my God.
if Kai not tripping, why would you? I'm like, first of all,
Kai not the brightest.
Kai's 8 years old.
Kai's
Like,
not the
why would I
brightest.
concern myself with the opinion of a child?
Yeah, no.
Really understand what him being placed, just his name being placed in that lawsuit could potentially mean.
Right.
And he's not in this shit for the hip hop of it. Like he's a super famous streamer. Like that's just another piece of content that he can create.
And the
Yeah,
reason why he's not worried about it is because he knows it's not going to impact him.
Yeah.
No.
And he can pivot out if need be.
He can pivot out of that so fast. It's not a main part of his content. Clowning is his content. That's what he does. He clowns online, and people find that entertaining. So he can pick anything. They don't care.
Yeah.
This will not affect him. So yeah, he can laugh it off. But people need to realize he's a multimillionaire. A lot of these people who are streaming in a room with white walls and a couple pictures and they're living up. They're projecting what they want you to see because they don't want you to think that they're rich. They don't want you to actually understand how much money they make, how connected they are, or how connected they are not. As far as I'm concerned, every statement by these reactors, I say prove it. And I don't mean to challenge them, like come with your text message or whatever. I mean, again, I want to see what winds up on the court record. So when somebody says, and again, I'm also not pointing to a specific reactor because many people say these kinds of things on various platforms, but this record label texted me Well, who was that, sweetie? Was that the person in the mailroom or was that the CEO? And why are they texting you? How many people work for that company? Is it possible that you know somebody or somebody from that company because they want to be in proximity to you has reached out to you to let you know, hey, don't tell anybody I told you, but something's about to drop. I get reached out to from these labels. That means nothing, really. It's just a statement and a claim. And again, who's reaching out to you and why? What record label of a major artist is reaching out to reactors who react to every single piece of rap music dropped ever and saying, hey, just want to make sure you didn't miss this. Hey, just want to make sure you react to this. That makes no good goddamn sense at all. What does make sense to me is that reactors are trying to be super self-important in the ecosystem of music and how it is consumed. And I have no doubt there are artists that reach out to reactors because they think they can manipulate them. So I have no doubt that there are some level of communications happening between reactors and artists or people that work around artists or people who represent artists. And then again, maybe somebody who works in the mailroom at UMG. But nobody from the C-suite is calling you because you have 6 million followers and saying, we can't promote this without you, dog. You gonna listen to it regardless.
Yeah.
And plus this specific battle, did anyone need it to be reached out to?
No, we was gonna react to this regardless. Yeah,
Like,
so that's
So I think so. Yeah, so I'm bringing that up. I'm bringing that up not to shade reactors. I'm not telling people go do your ops on these reactors. That's gonna happen now, formally, because Drake has brought it into this thing. That's the other thing that people need to realize. People say, oh, he pulled his payola petition and his RICO petition, so he's not on that anymore. He folded it into defamation. It's in the lawsuit. And for people wondering, well, what's up with the petition for defamation in Texas? Because that petition is more than just UMG. The defamation petition to fish for evidence of a coordinated effort in Texas. UMG is not the only entity on that. I believe it's either iHeart or Apple. That's
I think it's iHeart.
So that petition is still going in Texas because they still want to fish in iHeart's pond to find out if iHeart has any evidence. But they've gone ahead and sued UMG for defamation, and they folded payola and RICO and then undefined criminal schemes into that lawsuit. So none of this, payola hasn't gone anywhere, RICO hasn't gone anywhere. It's now in the lawsuit. UMG is going to have to respond to all of that in kind, whether it's true or not true. They're going to have to respond to it, and they're going to offer again. They're the institution. They're the one with all the documentation,
right?
Because that's what institutions do. So if there are formal or informal relationships or communications with these streamers, it's all going to come out in the wash. It's all going to come out in the wash. And if they want to get specific on who is making what, and this is what streamers don't understand, Drake could be sending subpoenas to YouTube for information about your channel without notifying you right now.
They don't get it.
You don't get it. You want to know how they got Tory Lanez's jail phone calls? Did they ask Tory for permission? No, they went to the state and said, here's a subpoena for a case we are on. It's relevant. A judge said, yep, it is. They didn't have to notify Tory or his judges. Go ahead, sip that tea. Go ahead, sip that tea. They didn't have to do none of that.
I work in BSA, bank secretary, anti-money laundering. We get them bitches every day.
That's right.
With no acting.
So don't be surprised if YouTube has already received subpoenas to find out, did you collect a bag of 50K or 5K? Is your shit, not the screenshot you share in your video, but what is the YouTube backend that nobody sees, that you can't change, by airbrushing some shit?
Okay.
So you can flex to your viewers. What does the real show on the back end? Those are the documents that will wind up filed in court to determine whether or not YouTubers were given favor. They're not going to rely on you to come in and testify.
Nope.
No. They're going to rely on the documentation that they get from YouTube, that YouTube swears under penalty of perjury of federal law is accurate about your channel and your content and the numbers for it. Play with your mama. I ain't got time for this.
Listen, they don't get it.
They don't get it.
They're laughing it off and they think it's cool that they were maybe mentioned. But baby, this could ruin you.
Yep.
Real.
Even
this could ruin you. This could ruin you in a way that it airs you out to show that you have not been genuine, authentic, and honest with your viewers.
Yes.
Whole brand in question.
Whole brand in question.
Like, what if there's like a future partnerships and a brand is Googling you and they want to know stuff about you, your real name, your YouTube name, and they pull up this stuff and they wonder, okay, why are you in this? Like, that plays a part as well.
Yep.
They don't, some of them just don't get it.
It's like Drake low-key putting a squeeze on everybody.
That's why I said he has dropped a bomb into this corner of the camp of the culture, and it is ticking. Yeah. And you've got a bunch of niggas who are like, well, what's that? Nigga, it's a bomb. Didn't you hear it ticking? Didn't you see people with some sense running in the other direction or trying to figure out, oh no, how do we defuse this and send it back over the gate? I don't think so. This weapon does not belong here and we're not allowing for it. But y'all think it's cute because you like the beat of the tick, tick, tick? You must have lost your minds. You are a part of the problem. And for the reactors who keep keying and chuckling and giggling over the next couple of weeks, if their tone doesn't start to change, they are not protectors of the camp of the culture. If they genuinely don't give a shit about this, you really should question whether or not you support them. Because if they genuinely don't give a shit about this, then they genuinely don't get the threat. And that is a problem. They're just cooning for the white gaze of white people who don't care. They just want to turn on YouTube and see, oh my God, nigga, look what he did. Ain't nobody
the thumbnails be killing me.
Yeah.
It be them thumbnails that be killing me though.
Oh my God. I told people on my channel, I went a month of trying to do like different, facial expressions and shit like that for my thumbnails.
And it's like you can't do it. It's like you just can't
a month,
do it.
I said, what's the pose? What is the uniform pose going to be on the thumbnail? I ain't got no time for that. I don't have the energy for that. I got energy for real life.
Right.
Because it make you feel stupid, like trying to feeling like that.
That's why when I use my thumbnail, I'm just looking straight forward. I can't fake it. I
can't fake it. And now you're all named. You're all aired out. Your viewers are aired out. They've literally weaponized your words against you.
And your
They've
comments.
weaponized your comments against you to a degree that they say that your channels and your community is proof that Kendrick Lamar and his song are anti-Semitic.
They singled your black ass out.
Okay? Nobody else except
Your
black
black
folks.
ass.
And
Not
you
even
still
Anthony
and you
Francis.
still shucking and jiving and oh, what's the problem, massa? What's the problem? The problem is you a house nigga. That's the problem.
Let me get to some of these super chats real quick.
Go ahead, read them super chats.
Hold on. Like when she finished cooking, it just be the perfect part because like it's nothing more to say. So might as well go to the super chat. Miss Moore said Absa. Exclamation. He has zero musicality. I have a background in music and a brother that is a pro choreographer. He knows nothing about music. Cause I think he in the hard part 6, he mentioned a note that's not a note. Like and
You
people
gotta be sharp.
the irony of that was crazy as fuck. And then I think somebody was like,
well, D major.
and it was
I
like, well,
with the razor.
Which it went back to A minor.
It's in, and somehow it all goes back to A minor anyway. So it was just like, damn, but you just don't know when to shut the fuck up. Another super chat. I don't know what currency this is in, but shout out to you, Oya Yamaya Faro. Unfortunately, he's been so lost in his own grandeur that he hasn't done the work to mature. That's a fact. We talked about that last live stream. So he doesn't have the substance or range to release quality conceptual work to hook the older audience. Arrested Development. Shout out to her for the super chat. Let me go to the next one. T Mac, I love your voices in this discussion. I truly hope this won't be your last live together. Thanks. I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. We snuck Moni today.
Drag me out the bed.
Girl, you saw me. You saw me. I was like, I'm gonna need 10 minutes.
It just happened. Like, down the opportunity that this is.
It's
like,
wonderful. It's really wonderful. It's a great day on YouTube. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Read My Soul. But Read My Soul had a live as well. And so I popped over there. Check him out, DJ, when you get a chance. Shout out to Read My Soul. So I popped over there to say a couple words and then was like, okay, I need to, kind of move on with what I'm doing. And I was just looking around and I was like, oh shit, DJ, Skip, let me go see what they talking about. So it's just one of those days on YouTube where the best and brightest are doing the damn thing. So happy to hop in for a little bit. Thank you for being so gracious as y'all always are. And honored to finally also share some scream time with Moni, which I'm sure we will do again.
Yeah, because we gotta have a conversation.
We sure do, girl.
Yeah, but funny you mentioned Read My Soul because he said something to me the other day. He was like that. Someone said the YouTube era has become the old blog era.
Yes,
and I was like, that's funny. That's cool because we do that back.
Yep. And before I went crazy on the reactors, one of the points I was trying to make is reactors. When Absa was mentioning the relationship they have with the label, the reactors, especially the big ones, are the new DJ. To some level of artists, they're breaking the artists and they're breaking the records. So as we move into this digital age, everything is coming one way or another to YouTube. All of the A-list journalists are coming to YouTube or have been to YouTube, and now they're getting a different level of prominence because of the battle and the exposure that came with it.
Yeah.
Intellectual minds like yourself, Professor Sky, Read My Soul, Moni.
Y'all
are contributing something that wasn't here already.
Right.
It's been in print in previous eras, but now it's coming here where more people are willing to ingest it because we know niggas don't want to read. They want somebody to do the work for them. So we got Moni, we got Absa to do the work for them. You feel what I'm saying? Like y'all go do all of this research and then y'all make it consumable for a lot of the masses. Because we know we have smart people that come to watch what we're saying, but we also have people who want to know. And and have an appreciation for what we all do in some capacity. So they like, okay, yeah, we want that. So with the reactors, they're like, okay, I want to know what's hot.
Yeah.
So they to that, and then the labels are like, okay, I think we can monetize this relationship. I saw she had froze up. I thought she was being perfectly still. So she'll come. she'll be back.
Okay.
These some chats real quick. Shout out to Z. Chaos is a Canadian rapper who is amazing and has major musicality. The song Superstar Part 0 is a classic song I think some of you heard of.
I don't know if I have. I'll have to check that out.
I'll bookmark it. Z, we don't have no way he can send a link. Put it in the comment section, Z. Flat Out Fudge, shout out to you with the super chat. When you think about it, Act the one who played their push-ups on streams unwarranted. It's a strong possibility Act doing some double crossing. Oh, okay. Shout out to Gen X Gemini with the super chat. We need a monthly schedule of this. I think the collaborations make for a much greater conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm all for that. Caring 10 with the super chat. I'm a few minutes behind. You a lot of minutes behind. King or Queen. Wanted to add academics is also an alcoholic. That's for sure. He cannot put the bottle down. A lot of his most disgusting takes, he is drunk. P.S. I love Absa. Oh. The transporter. Drake has Drake the transporter. Do you know who I am? I'm the beekeeper.
Oh, that was so good.
That's one of my that's past time. But also that's why Shaq used snitching instead of lying. Okay.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
With another super chat. Shaq has said in a reaction that labels have paid him after his videos got copyrighted.
Child, you shouldn't be saying things like that out loud. You shouldn't be saying things like that out loud.
If I'm not mistaken, that was in the video that he did when he was praising Kendrick for whitelisting Not Like Us. Shout out to D2B2. The music industry is a dirty game, and the media industry is just as dirty. With all that said, Lawbrey Graham is still trash. Definitely Not Like Us. Yeah, just because he reveals that it's a cesspool don't mean he a good person.
Yeah.
He got it on him too. It's just the irony of him getting out of a pool or a pond like covered in mud, being like, it's muddy back there. It's muddy back there.
Yep.
You covered in mud. What do you mean? Oh, damn. Okay. Well, we got to talk about that.
Yeah.
But it's after y'all talk about them being muddy. Because I think the end goal for Drake is to do his shit, and before people start to turn their gaze to him, he gonna be out of here. I was talking to somebody. I think I was talking to my wife about it earlier. He might pull a Russell Simmons and get the fuck out of here.
Maybe.
He gone.
He gonna stay in Ibiza?
I don't know if it's. I don't know about extradition in Ibiza. Because if he got to run, he got to go somewhere where they can't come collect his ass. Drake gonna be a collectible item. At that point, he really will be a skew. Yeah. That's what he get for not standing by the barcode. Yeah. I be
right. Buy your most precious valuables when they up for auction. The petty king. So you gonna become one of those items, huh?
Ooh, hold on. Shout out to K for the super chat. As a student athlete at the University of Kentucky, I seen Drake hanging on our campus a lot. He was 24 to 25 hanging with freshmen. He has an affinity for the young crowd. My frat bros and I seen he was weird. Gee, man. Fuck, man. You can't run from the truth, man. The truth don't lie. Jane Orniqua has shout out to you for becoming a YouTube member. The transporter. Shout out to you again. That's Kendrick just dropped randomly. Also, you notice his music was on YouTube before DSPs. Yeah, because Kendrick got control of his music. He can do that. Can I sue Drake for defamation for light-skinned niggas? I mean, you can. This is the land of lawsuits. So you definitely
Yeah,
You
you
get
definitely
off.
can.
It's all about if you think you're gonna get paid for it. And Carrington, shout out to you, man. You've been going, man or woman, because I can't see who you are. First thing I do if I saw my name in a lawsuit is lawyer up and shut up. Shaq rushes to put a video out. Question mark. All of them did, but the one person who I can say actually called or appeared to call an attorney was Zias and
Yeah,
Lou.
that wasn't a good idea either.
Yeah, because they was talking kind of crazy, but
Yeah.
especially to do it on stream. But
Not good.
the thought to think to lawyer up was intelligent, but how he proceeded with it beyond that point
Sure.
was kind of stupid.
Sure.
Because
Because
Yeah, that's
he
fair.
because they were still trying to make content out of it, and that's the part that, like, y'all listen, y'all gotta get serious at some point in time. Everything ain't just about the content and laughs and jokes and shit. Like, things like that don't need to be handled on stream, bro. You need to be really sitting down, blades of tie, getting your shit together. Like, that ain't the time for laughs and jokes and for content for you to try to make it seem like you still are being authentic in this situation.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. So
Agreed.
that's not how you really handle business.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't think that was a good idea, because I saw a part of it. I didn't watch the whole thing because it was kind of getting on my nerves
Yep.
a little bit. So I didn't watch it all, but yeah, it was just jokes
Again,
and
and I know people don't get into like the nuances of this, that, and the other, but again, when you call an attorney,
yeah,
and you're having a conversation that's witnessed by everybody, you are fucking with your own ability to protect your own attorney-client privilege.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, I'm definitely not going to name any names on what I say next, but as folks know, I went through something publicly against my will recently with a very famous person. And people ask me about it all the time. When are you going to talk about it? When are you going to So what happened? Is there things still happening? Yeah. Why haven't y'all heard about it? Because I'm a motherfucking professional. We deal with things in the real world. That's how things actually. I'm not here to perform life. I'm not here to perform conflict. I'm not here to perform joy. I'm not here for clicks and shit. I handle things professionally like a professional in the real world. That's how I'm going to address that situation. If it behooves me in the future to talk about it publicly, I will. If it doesn't, I won't. I don't care what people think or what they want to know. You're not entitled to know.
Right.
You're not entitled to my business. You're not entitled, since I know we talked about the school, I made the school shooter analogy. I saw a mayor recently say in a school shooting situation, she was very upset. And she was talking to the media, to the commenters' point about the media ain't no better. And they were, well, who are the victims? Who's the family? When are you releasing the names? Da 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 da. They wouldn't leave City Hall. They were just there and they were just there. And the mayor finally came out and said, you are not entitled to know anything about these people. You're not entitled to know who died. You're not entitled to know who their parents were. When we want to share something with you and they say it's okay, we'll do that. But you're not entitled to any of the information that you are demanding like you have a right to know. And I think the internet is one of the ways that people have gotten that twisted up, because you've got a lot of people out here who are very famous, who just stream their life and their drama 24 hours a day. When they get it, you've got people on, social media with their long posts. My baby daddy done that. That is private business.
Right.
People don't know the difference between what's public, what's private, what's shame, what's pride, and what can be weaponized you again in the future. Because once it's on the internet, even if you take it down, babes, it's still on the internet.
It's there forever.
And so I really hope that one of the outcomes of all of this is that it really does shake people up. It really does make people say, okay, you know what? I may have been operating this way for the past 10 years, but my industry is changing and I need to change with it so I don't get caught on the back foot, so I don't get aired out, so I don't look like a liar, so I make sure I batten down all my hatches and my camp is safe and good, and people don't get to exploit me in, third party nonsense that really doesn't have anything to do with me. That's what I hope one of the ultimate outcomes of this is that the cream separates. And for the people who care, you can look and go, oh, that person's cooning and selling out the culture for self-gain. And I don't want to participate in that, even with clicks. I'm going to go over to this content instead because I can feel the authenticity of it and that these people are showing up to further something other than just themselves.
Right.
I told you she's professional, DJ.
I already know, bro. I already know. You ain't gotta tell me.
I was telling you before you came on when you was getting ready. When I sent out the first email, I was so like low key intimidated because I was like, she's so serious and professional, like, and she'd get in your ass. So I was so concerned about making sure that the streaming stuff was right. So I was just like, fuck, like I don't want to mess this up, but I don't want to get cussed the fuck out either. So
Hey, Skip, what'd you say about the email? What happened with the email?
it was just she got an auto reply.
Yeah. She got an auto reply on email, bro. That's crazy.
She said, I'll to you in 3 business days. Don't play with me. I was like, okay. But yeah, I was man, because I didn't know how the shit work yet. So I was like, the last thing I need to do is get this lady on this stream and fuck it up and get cussed out.
Well, we would have had that conversation in private, but also as you can see and experience, I'm a very personable person, right? Like I understand where we are in the conversation that we're having. I also have an affinity for y'all, period, anyway. So I believe in grace and in allowing grace, and DJ wasn't where he was supposed to be that day, and then you had to change the things, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna be chilling. Y'all let know when you're ready to press live. DJ and I were just chatting, but I did see Skip come on and wipe the sweat immediately off his face. I said, "Oh,
I was
that man been going through it trying to get all of these things together."
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. I don't know why, but just for me, streaming days are always like the hardest day of the week. Like I work 2 jobs and them days do not compare to streaming days. Like something always fucking happen. So this day in particular, I was getting ready. I had moved the set from the standard set. I had moved all the streaming shit over there because we was gonna sit on the couch because DJ was coming. As I'm setting up the 3rd camera, DJ texts me like, "Hey, bro, I'm gonna stay at home." I'm like, "Fuck!" It's 5:00. We supposed to go on in an hour. I haven't showered, so I need to do all of this other shit to get situated. But I gotta flip the set. But the thing about it is, it ended up working for the betterment because now I'm 100% sure that DJ can do these remotes, so we don't have to scramble and trying to make sure all of that other shit works. So it ended up working. I've become, since we started doing this, I've become a fan of failing forward because it prepares you for anything that can happen. Like I tell DJ, I was like, I like when shit fuck up at the beginning.
Yeah.
Way you know what to look out for, so you're prepared before you're even ready. Because like people were saying shit, hey, you need the camera out of focus. Okay, let me learn how to manual focus. Y'all need shock mounts. Oh, we got them in the closet. I just wasn't using them. Like or whatever the case is. So it's just, it gets you prepared. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. So the email conversation we was having, that exchange between me and DJ, and having to do that, I was shook. But it ended up being exactly what it was supposed to be. And then so now when Moni popped up in the chat and you popped up, I was 100% comfortable doing this because I knew it was gonna work. Because we already
I know. I think that's fantastic. I think that's great.
Let me it was one that I wanted to put up. It's not a super chat, but shout out to Dre. He a member. He said, "This shit real. I've been to prison. That's how the paperwork look before they nail you to the cross." Whew.
100%.
Man.
They're not taking it serious. And I when I was fixed, I don't know what the hell happened to my laptop. It just fucking died or something. I don't know. But I was listening on my phone and I heard y'all talking about Diaz or Zayas. I know it's like D Lou and it's like like you were saying, I don't even think that was a real attorney. It just seemed very
Yeah.
tishy. And it's like, why are y'all playing? Like, this is something serious.
Hmm.
Like, they don't know when to take things serious. They don't know when things should not be content, like
Hmm.
Absa said, because they can probably use that against them at some point.
That part.
Boy,
If
yeah.
they just take everything like it's a game. And and me personally, I can't watch them too. I just can't watch them
Yeah,
because
they.
And some people you just can't tell, right? Some people have to learn through their own circumstance of, oh shit, that was the wrong thing to do. And I'm not saying it was a lawyer or it was right thing, but again, I think for a lot of people who are getting caught up in this situation, they are going to learn some hard lessons that they don't anticipate are even coming. And I genuinely, I don't care if they're listening to us or not. It's not my job to convince them. I don't need them to agree with me for me to be right. You want to be a dummy and suffer the consequences? Okay, that's your business. But that doesn't change the fact that it may be funny, but it's not a joke. This is a very serious situation. And depending on how serious people take it or not and how they respond to it, that is going to dictate the success of their channel a year from now, 2 years from now.
Hmm.
Because if you're a fraud, if you are a bought and paid for fraud who is incentivized to perform a reaction, why are people watching you? You're an actor.
Yep.
Yeah. I think one of them dropped a diss song. Hey.
To Drake?
Yes, Drake.
Who was it, DJ?
I think it was B Lou.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He
Yeah,
dropped
yeah,
a
yeah.
diss song.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I just think that's funny. But
That's
I
what
just,
there's at least 2 diss songs
yeah,
that have come out on channels in the past 48 hours, and I'm like, okay, again, different generation. This is how you do what you do. Okay, but this focusing on like we were saying, people immediately dropped a video. Let's react to the lawsuit. Crazy. Immediately dropped videos, immediately did this, that, and the other, and it's just like, again, I will be interested, not entirely focused on, but interested to see if there's any evolution in reaction over the coming days and weeks, to see if people are like, okay, well, I've taken a step back, I've had some time to talk about it, I've watched other videos, or I've actually talked to a lawyer, I've talked to people who understand intellectual property or and here's what my thoughts are now. If that ever happens for even one of them, that's progress as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, but then again, I just feel like, as I said this yesterday, stand where you stood. No, why you running? No, why are you trying to switch? Why are you trying to move over to the left? Stand where you stood. Say what you said, and let's see if it holds up. And if it doesn't, then you was a fraud from the gate. And that's just who you are. And we'll move on.
Go ahead, Moni.
No, I was gonna say I think we may see a difference in Shaq.
That too.
Because
you said, Shaq.
You can already see the wheels turning based on the tweets that had came across my timeline. I don't follow him, but Twitter has that For You tab, and every time I open my phone, it's on there, and I just see like a bunch of tweets from him, where he's like going back and forth with people trying to explain himself, because I think he got tripped up and he said a little bit too much than what he should have said. But I think moving forward, he will probably operate different with his reactions, because too much of trying to boast and I'm the hot one doing the reactions, I'm the one people come to, and it's like there is one of the videos where he literally says in the reaction, I got word such and such was gonna drop.
I remember that.
And now look at you.
Mm-hmm. Because again, if you got that through a text message, sir, they don't need to come and get your phone. They're going to send a subpoena to the phone company without ever notifying you. They're going to get your messages to find out if that was true or not. And then they're going to air you out.
Damn.
A mess.
That's it. Last 3 super chats, and then we are going to start our not so long Black Goodbye. I be watching.
I know you do.
But I lose a lot for the super chat. Ob said Dot is from Oakland. The fuck is that about? I don't know.
That made me laugh.
Yeah.
Well, he grew up at. Like, listen, what?
That was a good moment of levity to be like, bro, what the fuck are they talking about?
I think they did that on purpose,
bro. You know
I
how
do
far
think they
Oakland
did
is
that
from
on
Compton?
purpose. Yeah, I think they did that on purpose. I think they were trolling on purpose. I think Drake is hella emotional. And I think I said this a couple times that when I read the lawsuit, there are a couple sections where I feel like it's client pressuring lawyer to word things a certain way.
Yeah.
And that's one of them where he's going to disrespect Compton so much that he erased it from the narrative.
Yeah. But that's
and that it doesn't matter so much that it's Compton that you could just swap in Oakland. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
Just rap, nigga. All these subs you throw to these goddamn documents. Just rap, nigga. Throwing all these weak ass subs and these long ass documents. Nigga, just rap. The fuck?
And isn't there like a 6-hour difference between Oakland and Compton?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Pretty much, yeah.
If I'm Kendrick, I can't wait for the first tour date. I'm coming out. I'm coming out to Not Like Us. Especially if I'm legally permitted, I'm coming out to it. And when I finally get to the multiple dates in LA, it's gonna be another pop out. It's gonna be like a festival.
The Toronto concerts are gonna be insane.
Something.
I forgot all about that. Yes.
He has 2 dates.
He has 2 dates in Toronto, and I would imagine. I can't remember what I was listening. Oh, I guess I was listening to GNX where Kendrick is talking about. Or I don't know what I was listening to, but he's talking. Let me think. Hold on. It was Man in the Garden, where he's talking about keep my name out of this and keep my name up here by this, that, and the other. I was like, I don't think people understand the degree to which Canadian intelligence is preparing for the Kendrick Lamar concerts.
Yeah.
Not just the Royal Mounties, which are Canadian intelligence and are not to be fucked with. But I think every level of law enforcement in Canada is preparing to make sure that those concerts happen.
Yeah.
That they happen. That they absolutely happen. That no bomb threat derails them. That no nonsense. That they absolutely happen.
It's too much money on the line. And
Too much money on the line. He's too influential, and you can have people calling on your behalf at government levels to make sure this has to happen.
So much money to be made.
Real quick. Carrington again with the super chat. It really is crazy how much weight reactor streamers hold on people. Then you see them move so stupidly in a serious situation. The youth eats it up. And the last one from the transport, Kendrick is going to be all right. He really has shown that he knows everything Drake is doing. That's a fact. But I think also it just goes back to bruh not that smart.
Yes.
He's just not that smart. Like if you can really just in a conversation with your homeboy, map out the ops entire strategy in a conversation, that nigga ain't his strategy ain't that detailed. It's not. Just like I gotta go back to the beef that's going on in Birmingham right now. I was on the phone with my homeboy when he was Because the other dude tried to put out a bunch of songs and like change the narrative. I was like, bro, just get on that hoe and tell the truth. Reshape the narrative with the truth, prove it's the truth in your clever way, and it'll eradicate all the shit Buddy trying to do. Now he's whooping his ass in a way I can only smile to see. So yeah, like it goes like the strategy part is so important, and in order for you, Drake, to see 9 months down the line and be willing to put your reputation, your brand, your renegotiation with UMG all on the line for some far-reaching end goal that's gonna end up resulting in you getting paid more than you would have,
A fool.
bro. That's some. Ain't nobody that Machiavellian in the world.
Nobody.
Nobody. I don't see it, bro. It's not gonna happen. It didn't happen, and it's not going to happen. What happened? Why are they talking about Lupe in the comments? I think
Oh, we're not going to talk about it. They're trying to get me to talk about it, and I'm not going to talk about it.
She ain't talking about it, y'all.
it's not
But
good.
like I literally just said, ain't going to talk about it. And they're trying to attract him over here to cause some mess, but y'all ain't going to fall for that. So,
Oh no, fuck that. He gotta. And
I'm laughing at my comments.
I mean, we've already talked about Lupe in some aspect already, so
yeah,
Nah.
that's not going to work, chat. But nice try.
Where you at?
We're gonna talk about goofball. We're gonna talk about him taking all these pictures in the bathroom with his shirt off, looking weird. Like it's just like you go sit your old ass down somewhere. We're not gonna talk about nothing that got to do with him and how he's trying to assert himself with Absol. We're not gonna talk about that. We're just gonna talk about him being goofy as fuck and him being a proponent of AI cooperation for over a year. We're gonna talk about him supposed to be Mr. Hip-Hop, but yet and still continues to find ways to show that he think he better than the genre. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that weak ass nigga hating on Kendrick his whole career because Kendrick did what you was trying to do way better. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about you don't know who you is. You a pistol hole nigga from Chicago. You a fucking samurai. You the hip-hop Jesus. You KRS2. Who the fuck are you, Lupe? We're gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna talk about nothing that got to do with Absa and Lupe. We're gonna talk about how goofy this nigga is. If we gonna talk about him, but we don't have to. Nigga a fucking weirdo, cuz like, nah, bro, we ain't finna do that. But now that I got that off,
he one of those smart dumb niggas, like you said, bro. He think he's so damn smart to the point where he dumb as hell. Like
facts.
How you don't know how to work Instagram Live, but you partnering with AI, MIT and shit?
Stupid.
Hell,
get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, somebody said that he's such a disappointment. I agree. We had high hopes for you, Lupe. We thought you was the coolest nigga, but you're not. You're not. You're foolish. You an idiot. You not realizing
that shit, man.
You not realizing that servicing your selfish needs is doing way more harm to hip hop than your music ever did good. You're gonna look up in 5 years and realize your partnership with MIT has led to the corruption of hip hop by way of AI infiltration. You fucking dummy. You fucking dummy.
Well,
man, look, man. Oh yeah. This is kind of a pack out, but I think I'm done though.
If y'all are wondering why I was so confident that I could be here and be safe,
man, he would have got on this horn, got embarrassed. He would have got on this horn.
We would have jumped Lupe, okay?
And I would have been violating streamer etiquette. I'd have been muting his stupid ass and everything. I'm like, look at him looking dumb. Look at him.
And that's what you gotta do because he's infiltrated other people's channel.
Yep.
And took over and then disrespected them. Like,
yep.
And I've heard
he got to take his ass back to Japan with that bullshit. Nah. Go ahead, practice your harakiris and all this other bullshit you doing over there, bro. I'm good. I'm good, bro.
The main this how you know a nigga finna disrespect you. He say some shit like this. You're smart. I take it you're a smart guy. I take it you know a lot about what we're discussing. Oh, okay, you finna disrespect me, huh? Let me go and bang on your ass real quick, get you up out the studio.
Mm-hmm.
No, fuck that.
Or when they say, you've got an interesting perspective. Let me fill in some gaps for you so you can get a better understanding of the situation.
Don't play with me. Don't
Then they
insult
get
my
hit with a
intelligence.
boy, fuck you. You want to be formal? I'm not no more at that point. Fuck you.
Yeah, yeah, man, yeah.
Oh, I can't wait until we get to do this again.
Oh my god.
What Mark May said in Soul Man, hey father, fuck you.
For real.
That's why I got so mad at Drake earlier, man. Like you really playing in my face, bro. You playing with my intelligence, bro. I don't like that shit, bro. Don't do that.
After, and I know we're getting ready to finish, but I think it was the day after the lawsuit where I really felt like, because a lot of people have said like, I just hate Drake or, you know, whatever, because I've used him for a lot of teachable moments in videos. And I thought to myself, the day after the lawsuit, I was genuinely disturbed. I was feeling the dis-ease, and I thought to myself, today might be the day that I genuinely hate that nigga, because this is such an insidiously toxic play. And because a lot of people don't know what they're looking at, they don't know that it's a weapon that is a threat to them. Like, so it's a manipulation as well. It's a counting on niggas to be dumb, which to me is just outrageous. That I thought to myself, you know what? I might hate this nigga. I might hate this nigga today. Because it's so despicable. It's so insulting to us as a people. It's so I think obvious and blatant to trot out a bunch of black men and call them ignorant and hateful, and let that be the way that you know, crack the door open on this and then justify all of the rest of your allegations against us as an entire ass people. That's racist as hell. So yeah, I might hate that nigga, but I love y'all.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah.
I've been here since 2013.
Okay. Carrington again. Hey, he might be the sponsor of the stream.
Carrington is definitely the sponsor.
Carrington doing it.
He trying to catch up with D2B2 from the app stream.
For real.
Remember the outrage at Dot's Harper's bizarre interview and Future's interviews, where they had court responses. Oh, they knew to be careful because of lawsuits.
Yeah, I spoke about that on my channel the other day.
Especially if Drake was contacting UMG since July and sent them a demand letter. Yeah, that makes sense that Kendrick was here.
I think before that they had a when it leaked that there was a meeting, a Zoom meeting or something like that was called with The Weeknd, with Kendrick, and they were asking them to publicly apologize to Drake, or trying to get them a meeting to try to get them to apologize to Drake. And say like all the stuff that was said about him was not true. Like he's been trying this for a very long time, trying to get them
fuck you. The fuck? Not apologize to your goofy ass, man.
The audacity. And it's like, why do people have to apologize to you as if you didn't say the things that you said about them? You said Kendrick beat his wife, that his wife is a whore. She doesn't know who her child's father is. You call the Weeknd alphabet gang. Like,
he said we can't be tricking on niggas, bro. That's crazy.
And shit. Like, you said a lot of bad things about people.
Them fighting words.
You always knew you had to smoke niggas. You said your TikTokers doing shootings and stuff like that. Now you're crying violence. That wop 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 means that they gonna beat your ass. Like, on Aubrey, come on.
He really thought his life was in danger.
That man said, "I hear wop wop wop," and I just fall over. Like, I'm so scared.
I thought he wasn't losing sleep, Moni. I thought he wasn't losing sleep.
Okay.
No face, no face, no face, no face, no face, no face.
Yeah, because
I love that video that you did, Moni, the other day where you were like, let me pull the receipts from the last day of July and compare them to the first day of August when this nigga apparently was demanding that they take this song down. You you unbothered. Oh, this doesn't bother you. But as a matter of fact, you the most bothered.
The most. It was crazy. You got Little Yachty going on these world tour interviews to prove how unbothered you are. The producer, Gordo, whatever his fucking name is that you were doing music with, he's getting online telling people how you don't care. You're not phased by any of this. You uploading these pictures with all of these different graphic t-shirts, Compton College, because Whitney went there, the Tupac shirts, you posting a car that looks like the car that Tupac was shot in. You play a lot of games, Aubrey. And then you're in your house that you claim you're scared for your 7-year-old to be in, and you're doing all this trolling. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. That little boy don't even stay there. You're full of shit.
Yeah.
That's another thing. He don't even stay there. He in France with the woman you don't even like. Like, Aubrey, please.
If you clean up her IG because the stench was on her.
Okay.
Come on now. Like,
We all know how Adonis got here, but I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna ASAP Rocky got his own issues going on right now. So
okay. Okay.
So Drake was feeding the grapes at the function.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say Drake went. Never mind. No. There's another. I'm not gonna say that. I have fended off getting sued like 5 times.
Allegedly.
So I'm gonna do my best.
No, I think we're all golden. We're all going to be a part of UMG's response.
Oh man,
bro, do you know how crazy that would be? I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know if I would be.
I believe that UMG is. I know we're trying to leave, and I swear to God, I'm leaving in 5 minutes. But whether you guys are done or not, I do have to go. But I do just want to say that again, as I said earlier, art being interpreted through the eye of the beholder, right? And Drake has picked a very specific gaze. He's picked the ignorant, anti-Semitic gaze, which is a sliver of the pie of how the culture experienced the song. And this is why I say UMG is not going to get into what's real and what's not real in the lyrics, or what's literal and what's not literal in the lyrics. What UMG is going to do is they are going to rely on decades of precedent of law about art and how the consumer receives it and interprets it. And in order for them to show that to the court, they're going to have to show us. They're going to have to show the intellectuals and the PhD niggas talking about blackness, black history, colonization, musicality, etc., 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 to say, okay, yeah, some people ignorantly interpreted it this way. Let's look at all the other people who interpreted it this way and the things that they had to say and how they define the line about colonization and how they define the line about the truth of the matter, it was God's plan, and how they define has nothing to do with the way that Drake's lawyers define it in this lawsuit, because a couple reactors and their ignorant racist ass commenters said some anti-Semitic shit. So do I think that people are going to be Professor Sky going to be exhibit 36? The company man going to be exhibit 12? Moni going to be in there? Y'all might be in there. I have unfortunately said some intelligent things, so I might be in there too.
Listen, call me to the stand. I got some shit to say.
I might have to pull up to the heat. I got to see.
So I would say this. How about this? How about at some point after UMG files its response, right? And we've all had time to digest it and come up with like, well, what are our questions and maybe we come back together.
Yes.
Shortly after that, and we have a live and have a conversation and we chop it up.
Okay.
I'm down.
Ain't nothing like a funeral to bring the family together.
I love some good funeral fried chicken.
Oh my God, the repast, child. Yeah.
Let me get through these last ones, and I promise y'all,
we leaving.
A big reason of why we stayed on, not only because we brought in Absent and Mona, but because y'all stayed with us the whole time. So
that's what's fact.
People in the chat who stayed with us this entire time. What is Carrington again? Thoughts on Drake and top 5 at the game? That was supposed to be a show of strength. He popping out because the lawsuit is gone, and then So now he feel like he can poke his chest out a little bit, but it's just
It was a photo op. It's just a photo op.
He got the Art of War from Temu. he bought his Art of War from Temu. Miss Moore again, KRS2. Yeah, I thought that was funny when I said it. I thought that was funny. Thank you very much.
The transporter.
The second sponsor of the chat, you know, they try to act like us Southerners are dumb. We are the worst ones to make angry. You damn straight.
That's a fact.
Yep, that is true.
Shout out to Gen X Gemini. Thank you for staying this whole time and continuing to be a moderator. Thank you. For your third DMX rant skip. I love it. Yeah, I was off the handle. I apologize. And the transporter, don't forget, he tried to take he tried to get like that taken down, and then had the nerve to get in that song and say cease and desist is for hoes.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, you the biggest bitch, Aubrey.
Huge, massive, gargantuan hoe. I don't know if y'all seen Attack on Titan. That's the size. Huge.
Female tight, I be stepping on bitches.
Listen.
But real quick. Seriously, Absa, Moni, thank y'all so much for coming on the stream. Y'all didn't have to.
Yeah.
No, y'all were not necessarily in positions to come on, so thank you so much. Y'all made this more than it could have been without y'all, so I want to say thank y'all. Y'all truly queens in this space. I appreciate what y'all do every day, because this streaming shit is hard. This alone is hard. So y'all going through and being super diligent with what y'all do, super appreciated. And y'all showing that Black women can be intelligent, be respectful, but also getting somebody ass if need be.
Yeah.
So we respect y'all for showing all sides of the Black women that we love. Thank y'all for that. Thank y'all.
Thank you for having me.
Thank y'all. I gotta bounce. But thank you. Thank you to the chat.
Thank y'all to the chat.
And love that.
Hey man, hit the like. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscription. Go check out Absa. I know you've probably already seen it, but go check it out anyway. She got some great videos over there. Go watch them before you go to bed. Go watch Mona before you go to bed, and you've already seen us. So
have a good one, y'all.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say, but we out, man. Appreciate y'all. Hit the like on the way out. The like on the way out, and DJ will do episode 7 and 8. We'll try to do it tomorrow. If not, we'll do it Monday. Cause I'm tired, boy. It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Shit, I ain't even ate yet, bro. I still
me neither. The pizza's still over there.
The pizza's still over there. I'm hungry, but this was good though, bro.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed this shit, man. Shout out to the mods. I want to say that again before we get out of here. Shout out to Slade. I see Gen X. I haven't seen some of the other people because y'all been going crazy with the super chats, so I was on that side.
And I just want to say it was one more super chat. Shout out to Ash. They said they just wanted to say thanks. So just wanted to acknowledge that before we get out of here. I think that was the last one that came in.
We just got another one. Shout out to Makai T with the super sticker. Let me make sure I get all of those. Ash, I just want to say thank you for the super chat. Raphael 1819 super sticker. Dre got tell me why the fuck you niggas fed if you criminal. The mole told Kenny the federal lawsuit was getting drawn up while I was running around with top 5. Fire, Dre. And last but not least, transporter. Shout out to our country cousin Mississippi in the chat.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, man. Y'all showed y'all ass sticking with us. Y'all showed y'all ass in the super chats. And when Moni and Absa came in, y'all showed y'all ass again. So thank y'all. I think we hit the goal. So DJ, we're going to have to do a live because I promised that with the goal for the super chats.
Yeah.
We far exceeded that. So we'll have to pop back out Monday. So thank y'all for tuning into another episode of Decipher. And until next time, peace.